Hello, dear viewers. Support me by subscribing to my channel and share my video if you like it. And also, make sure you comment your thoughts. Now let's start the video. Wrapped in each other's arms, I couldn't quite get myself to leave until I heard the springs of Charlie's chair squeak. I leaned back and nodded my head towards the door. Your dad is getting up. You going to be all right until I come back? I was planning to stay in my own house, but I really want to be with you. Yes, I'll be fine. Just don't be surprised if I am asleep. I ran the back of my finger across her cheek to her chin. All right, I'll be back soon. I handed her a book to be able to read until she was ready to sleep, grabbed the keys to the Hummer sitting on top of her desk, and went downstairs. I talked to Charlie, telling him that I had some things to check on, and that I would be back. Charlie nodded his head at me as he grabbed a beer. I walked out the door, hearing him settle back down on the couch. It was still raining outside as I jogged over to the Hummer and jumped inside. It was quiet being by myself, and so I flicked on the radio. Not caring what I listened to, anything was better than the silence. I had so much stuff I was still trying to figure out, and it was all becoming so real. Bella and I were back together, but we still had some major issues that we needed to cover. I began to think about my time away from Bella, and remembered that I left Emily pretty awkwardly this morning, and decided to go there first. As I pulled up to her house, I saw Hannah's car, Emily's sister, parked in front of the house, and I was glad that she hasn't been by herself all day. I got out of the car and walked inside. Hannah was standing at the sink washing dishes, and I could hear Emily in her room. Emily? I called. Jacob Black, where the hell have you been? Emily yelled from her room. I looked at Hannah guiltily, and she didn't say anything. Help me out. Here, I whispered to her. She shook her head. No way, she whispered back. I sighed as I rolled my eyes. I went to Emily's room and knocked even though the door was open. Come in, Jacob. I walked in nervously. I knew that I was in trouble. She was in her bed with a large t-shirt on, and the blankets covering her waist and legs. Emily curled her legs under herself, and I sat down on the end of her bed as Emily was speaking. I called around checking on you, so I know you went home and visited Leah. Then no one saw you after that. A few of the guys phased to see if you were wolfing out. Emily ranted. No, I went to see Bella. Then she slapped me in the shoulder. Why didn't you say you were going there? I'm sorry, Emily. I didn't mean to be gone all day. I lost track of time. Also about this morning, I didn't mean to leave like I did. It wasn't you. It was me. I laughed and wiped my hands over my face. Emily laughed. I'm sure every person has heard that at least once in their life. I shook my head, a little embarrassed. You know what I mean, right? I get that it wasn't me, but I don't get why it was you. What happened? I told her about my last dream and how I had decided that I needed to talk to Dad and also to Leah. Emily stayed quiet and listened, however smiled when I told her that I went to see Bella and brought her back to her house. Good for you, Jacob. How is Bella? She is messed up, but she will get better. She can't go up or down the stairs on her own, so I'll be there for a while. How did she take you being gone? Emily asked. Of course she was mad at first, which she had every right to be. However, it is getting better. I'm glad. Me too. We were both quiet for a little bit. Jacob, you said that your dreams were telling you to fight the imprint. If you do, Emily stated. Yeah? I questioned. Do you think Sam should have? I moved closer to her, taking her hand. I can't answer that, mostly because I am not Sam. But you have seen inside his head. Emily insisted. True, but that doesn't really help, because Sam never thought of trying to fight it. No one has, so it is completely unknown. Regardless, I'm glad that he didn't fight it, because I like that I know you. Thanks, Jacob. You're not so bad yourself. Emily teased. It is a crazy world that Sam brought me into, but I am glad that he did. I leaned forward right as Emily did, and we hugged each other, with her head leaning on my shoulder. Are you going to be okay? I asked her. I will be, because I have to be. Emily murmured as her hand rubbed across her stomach. I wasn't sure if she was aware that she touched her stomach often. I never knew if it felt different to her, or if it was simply a gesture that she picked up from being pregnant. I'll be here as much as I can. Be with Bella, that is where you should be. I have my family. Speaking of, do you mind if I call Leah to stay with you for a little while? I understand you may want to be alone, but I want someone to be here as much as possible. Thanks, Jake, you've been really great to me. Well, if I haven't said it before, I really care about you. Even without four, you are part of my pack, and we take care of each other. Emily chuckled, and I felt like it was time for me to go. I gave her another hug and kissed her temple before using her phone to call Leah. At first Leah was still pissed at me, until I told her that I was back with Bella. She calmed down immediately, so I was able to ask if she was willing to stay with Emily for a while, which Leah did agree to. I gave that information to Emily, and then I drove over to my own home. It was getting late, and when I walked in, Rachel and Paul were sitting on the couch watching a movie. I acknowledged them and walked to Dad's room. Just about everyone in the pack had helped Dad get ready for bed at least once, and so it didn't surprise me that Paul was able to get him comfortably in bed. Dad had his TV on and was watching sports.
I'm glad that you went to Bella, Dad commented.
Yeah, me too. I can't believe I was so stupid to think that I couldn't be with her. Does she know about your dreams? Yes, I told her. I'm proud of you, Jacob, he surprised me by saying. I haven't done anything to be proud of lately. That is not true. Leaving Bella was a mistake, but you're not hiding behind that mistake. You are facing it and taking responsibility for what you did. I'm done running away. I promised. I know that Bella and I still have things we need to talk about, but we will do it together, unless she decides that imprinting is too big of a risk. Do you think she will? Dad asked. Are you doing all right, Dad? He gave me a confused look. It is still going to be several weeks for Bella to get to a point where she can move without destroying the place with her one crutch. Dad chuckled, and I couldn't help smiling as I thought about everything that gets maimed or destroyed in her wake. So I was going to stay at Bella's for a while, as long as you are okay. You worry too much, Jacob. I am not your responsibility. I'm sorry, I don't mean to get like that. Do what you need to do, son. I'll be fine. Thanks. I went back to Bella's and the place was quiet, but the front door was unlocked, so I knew that Charlie was expecting me back. I looked at the couch expecting to see a pillow and blanket there, but that wasn't the case, so I went upstairs to Bella's room. She was sprawled diagonal across her bed, lying on her back, therefore I grabbed my pillow and spread out over the floor. The couch would be softer, but would be cramped for space, and this way I could be available to help Bella if she needed to get up during the night. I woke up the next morning to Bella's moans, and I could tell that she was really uncomfortable, therefore I rolled onto my knees at the side of her bed. Bells, what can I do? I asked, taking her hand. Help me to the bathroom. Bella's face scrunched in pain, as I lifted her up and carried her to the bathroom. I got her pants off so she could use the restroom and stepped out so that I could get a glass of water for her to take her pain meds. I waited for a moment downstairs, and decided to grab some Pop-Tarts, heating them in the toasted, while I waited. I looked out the window, noticing that Charlie's cruiser was gone, before I went back up to the bathroom, carrying the Pop-Tarts in a napkin. I wish I could take a bath, Bella said, swallowing her meds. Can you hang your foot out and still sit comfortably inside? Yeah, I guess. Are you okay with helping me with all this? Bella asked, loosening the sling so that she could take it off. Would you rather me get your dad? The look of complete horror on Bella's face was absolutely priceless. That is what I thought, I said, laughing. Bella scowled and rolled her eyes as she unbuttoned her shirt. That was mean. Yeah, I grinned. But totally worth it. Besides, he isn't here. Bella smiled as she shook her head. What am I going to do with you? I can think of a few things. I teased and raised my eyebrows, suggestively, as I plugged the drain and turned the water on. Bella suppressed a giggle, instead mentioning that there were some bubbles in the cabinet, and I added a large dollop, not really sure how much I was supposed to use, swirling it with my hand to mix it with the water. It is not like I have never seen you naked, just don't get mad at me for enjoying it more than I probably should. Pervert. Why don't I get naked and see how well you do at not ogling me? I smirked. Okay, point taken. I smiled as I took her shirt and bra off, then had her test the water to see if she liked the temperature. Seeing Bella completely naked was amazing, and even better to feel her body as I lifted her up, holding her bridal style, lowering her into the water. There was a thick layer of bubbles and they gave a warm vanilla scent to the room. Her cast hung over the side and I sat down resting her foot on top of my raised knees. Are you comfortable? I asked. Yeah, this is great. Thank you. I handed one to Bella and we ate in silence. Once Bella finished hers, I offered her another, but she shook her head as she raised her arm, interlacing our fingers together. Jake, yesterday morning, what did you do after leaving Emily's? I went to my dad and then to Leah, before coming to you. Why Leah? I felt like she could offer the perspective on imprinting that I needed, but didn't want to hear. She is the one that got thrown aside, and my greatest fear has always been that that would be you. I watched Bella's face as I continued to tell her about my conversation with Leah. Sometimes Bella would smile at Leah being Leah, and other times she would bite down on her bottom lip and frown, possibly sad for what Leah had experienced. It was clear that this was the dark side of imprinting, and it was important that we talk about it. So Leah saying that what you were doing was worse than what Sam did, is that what made you come back? Sort of. She also said that I was acting just like Edward, and if I didn't get my ass over there that Edward would have you instead of me. So this is all about Edward? No, not all. Jake, Bella said, in disbelief. Okay, well maybe a little bit. Leah was right about me acting like Edward, and I didn't like that at all. Edward left you because he thought it was best for you, and I left to try and figure out if leaving was best for you. So what did you decide? Easy for you to say, you haven't imprinted. I know, which is why you need to really think about, if you want to risk being with me. Bella nodded her head and frowned, shifting a little in the water which caused it to ripple across the surface. Bella added soap to her washcloth, using it to wash her body, and I washed her hair, and what parts she couldn't reach with one hand. Then I lifted her out of the water, quickly wrapping her in a towel, patting her dry. I carried her to her room, and sat her on the bed while I went to the closet and dressed her for her clothes. Getting her dressed. Bells, there is one more thing to think about, I said, sitting down next to her on the bed. What is that? I told my dad about the dreams, and he pointed out that even when I was imprinted, I still wanted you. I don't know how much truth is in the dreams, but when I picked you, my imprint left saying that she wouldn't exist as long as I was with you. I wish that there was a way to hold her to that promise. Bella murmured. I do too. I have no idea what she meant by that, but I trust her. Bella nodded her head, leaning over so that her head rested against my shoulder, and I tilted my head down against hers. Bella and I spent the next several days pretty quiet. We watched a ton of movies, laughing and kissing each other. However, we could both feel that it wasn't really settled. I was fine with being patient. I simply asked that she let me stay and be with her. She agreed, so that is what I did. At first, Bella felt bad about me sleeping on the floor, but I told her that it wasn't a problem. It gave us the space that we needed to start rebuilding our relationship. One night she had a terrible nightmare about her time with Victoria. Her entire body was shaking, mumbling about being so cold. I laid down next to her, and she completely melted into my body. The following morning, she told me more about the torture that she experienced with Victoria, and asked that I start sleeping with her at night. By this time, Bella did not have much pain, so I felt confident that I wouldn't hurt her in our sleep. Therefore, I moved to her bed. It was so great to be able to hold her in my arms and kiss her deeply. I went to Lappush often to check in with Dad and Emily, which were both doing fine. I usually went when Bella was taking a nap in the afternoon or sometimes when she went to bed early. Hey, Jake, I would like to come with you this time, Bella said, stretching from the couch. That would be great. Are you sure? Yes, I am so ready to get out of the house. I don't care where you are going. I just want to go. As you wish. I scooped her up, kissing her softly as I carried her to the Hummer, placing her inside. Bella threw her crutch in the back seat as I got in the driver's seat. We chatted easily or listened to the radio as I drove. Hey, Emily, I brought company. I smiled at her as she was doing something at the kitchen sink. Emily looked up and smiled brightly. Bella? She yelled as she grabbed a hand towel to dry her hands and came over towards us, giving Bella a big hug. Sorry, he was being such an idiot, Emily said to Bella. Hey, I scowled at Emily and Bella chuckled at us. Everyone tried to get him to go back to you, so I'm glad that he did. Emily continued. Sure, I'll put some food together, Emily offered. I'll help you, Bella volunteered. Emily and Bella started talking about food and what they would make with ingredients in the house or the garden that Emily maintained. I told them I would go to the store if anything needed to be bought. Emily agreed to spread the word about the get-together. Just about everyone came by here at least once throughout the day. Emily, I'm really sorry about Sam, Bella said sadly. I wish that Victoria's pursuit of me hadn't caused Sam to die. I hadn't thought of Bella blaming herself for Sam's death. Even though it was wrong for Bella to do that, I understood how she felt. I started to say something to make Bella feel better, when Emily shook her head as she took Bella's hand. Thank you, Bella. However, you are not responsible for what others do. Bella and I stayed a little longer chatting with Emily, and then made our exit. Dad was clearly pleased to see Bella as he gave her a hug. Even Paul seemed to be happy for us. Rachel and Bella had a lot more to talk about, now that Rachel knew the secret, and they seemed to be getting along well. I leaned against the living room wall, watching all the interactions going on around me, until Bella smiled and reached her hand towards me. Paul and Rachel had been sitting on the couch when Bella joined them. I propped her foot on a kitchen chair, and I sat down on the floor, resting my arm across Bella's knees. We started a movie and I leaned my head in Bella's lap, hugging her legs to my chest as she rested her arm across my shoulders. Rachel had worked it out with her job for her to work from home, which was how we got high-speed internet in the house. We also had to put her room back together. It took some work getting Dad's carving things out and into his own room. Paul, Rachel, Kim, and Jared borrowed a truck and trailer to get most of Rachel's things and bring them here. Rachel never said if being home was still difficult, because of the house reminding her of Mom, but maybe being away made coming back easier. When the movie was over, Dad rolled himself to his room and I told him I would be there in a minute. Both Rachel and Bella were asleep. I picked up Bella, prepared to take her to my room, when Paul stopped me. Hey, Jake. Yeah? I really hope that you don't imprint. Thanks, me too. Paul picked up Rachel. Do you mind if I stay with her? Paul asked. They were certainly a couple, but seemed to be taking things slow. Paul either slept on the couch or went to his own house, and I had only caught them kissing a few times. I don't know if that was for my benefit or Rachel's idea, but either way I was thankful. You are asking me if you can sleep with my sister. I don't think so. I laughed. Paul rolled his eyes. I won't do anything. Sure, I shook my head.
I promise.
Paul, I believe that you mean that, but she is your imprint. That's different. I know, Paul said lovingly as he looked at Rachel in his arms. I had to admit it was weird seeing him with Rachel. He really was a completely different person with her. I took a deep breath. Him staying most likely wouldn't be any different than Bella staying with me. But I just couldn't get over that Rachel was my sister. Have you and Rachel talked about you staying before? I asked awkwardly. Not in a while, Paul answered. Then I say no, and talk to Rachel about it. Regardless of whatever she decides, if I ever see or hear you doing anything to her, I will make life miserable for you. Clear. Crystal. Paul nodded his head and carried Rachel to her room, and I carried Bella to my own. I laid Bella across the bed, as she sighed against her pillow, and rolled over to her side. I got Dad ready for bed, and gave Charlie a call to let him know that Bella and I wouldn't be coming there tonight, but staying at my house. Here, Jake, there are 3 more, Bella said, stacking the large plastic storage containers in my already filled arms, so that the large stack completely covered my face and I couldn't even see where I was going. Jeez, Bells, I really think that you and Emily outdid yourselves with all this food. There were multiple containers of BBQ chicken, pulled pork, sausage links, corn on the cob, baked beans, carrots, and potato salad. You're welcome, Bella said, reaching up on her toes to kiss the side of my neck. I think I was just overly excited because I was able to get rid of that horrible cast. She looked down at the black walking boot that she wore. This is far better.
I'm just glad that you were able to get rid of the crutch, I added.
Yeah, I totally agree. But I should have taken the opportunity to smack you over the head with it, once I didn't need it anymore. Hey, that is not nice, I scowled, even though I assumed that she was teasing from the light chuckle she gave, but I couldn't see her face from all the containers. Raising up from being crouched down so that Bella could load up my arms with food, I waited for her to be ready to walk to the beach. I had forgotten about her doctor appointment until she reminded me this morning. I wasn't excited about going back to the Cullens again, but the trade-off of her being able to walk on her own was well worth it. Her arm was still in a sling, but that was mostly just to keep her shoulder still. It didn't actually hurt her anymore. I could hug her and squeeze her tightly without having to worry about hurting her. We continued the same banter as I carried the containers and Bella carried bags filled with chips and buns. Emily followed us with liters of soda and would chuckle or add her own comments as well. It had rained off and on throughout the day, but it seemed that it decided to stop. Big puffy clouds filled the sky, and the sunlight reflected off them, giving a fantastic sunset. Flashback. 2 weeks after the funeral, I phased with Quill and was able to get a better understanding of his imprinting with Claire. For him, it happened right before the funeral when Rachel drove Dad and Seth over and Emily's family followed Rachel. Quill was getting Seth out of the car and almost dropped him when he saw Claire in the back seat of the other car. Not knowing that he could imprint on a child, he just thought she was sweet and didn't realize it was different until he couldn't stop thinking about her throughout the remaining funeral. I was surprised by the intensity in his connection to her. Quill was right about it being innocent, and there was not any type of sexual desire. In its place was a protectiveness that was extreme. Claire and Anna were playing on the beach, and a young man didn't see Claire, tripping over her and knocked her down. I thought for a moment that Quill might kill him. Seth happened to be there as well, and apologized to the man for Quill, helped Quill to see it was an accident, and that Claire was fine with only a scraped knee. Quill wrapped Claire in his arms, and in that moment, they both calmed down. It was amazing how their emotions affected one another. Quill, what do you want us to do? I asked him. I have been going to the resort to see Claire. I think they think that I am just helping by watching her and Anna so that their mom can be with Emily. Which is basically true. Quill answered. I know that it has been helpful for Emily to have Hannah with her. Emily and I are doing everything that we can to put any concerns that she may have to rest. Sue added. Do they think it is weird that you are there? Dad asked Quill. I don't think so, just that I like kids. Claire has the best friend in the world. What is not to like? Quill shrugged. But they are leaving soon. What about when she goes home? Old Quill asked. That is when it might get strange for them. I will probably just run there to visit, because I don't have a car. Quill answered. Do you feel like you need to see her every day? I asked. Probably not every day, but often. I don't think I will know how often until I'm away from her, and see how that goes. I really do not think they need to know anything right now. Let's see how often Quill really does need to see Claire, and if her parents get concerned, then we can talk to them. Sue said. We all agreed that it was fine for Claire's parents to know the truth. When the time came, we simply wouldn't say anything until a noticeable problem presented itself. In flashback. As we approached the bonfire, I heard warm greetings around me. Kneel down, Jacob. I can't reach, I heard Emily say, and I crouched down so that she could start removing the containers from my arms, arranging them for serving. I turned around to see Quill lift Bella by her hips and twirled her around in a circle. Bella laughed and put her arm around his neck, giving him a hug. I chatted with Embry and Jackie while Bella and Quill continued to tease each other. You know, Quill, you can put me down, Bella suggested. What, and endanger all the nice people who came to the beach? Quill reasoned. Not nice, Swan. Quill shifted her, his fingers inching closer to her backside. Belle raised her eyebrows in warning. Don't you dare grab my butt, Bella said, trying the best she could to keep a threatening look on her face, but her lips would twitch, threatening to smile. What are you going to do about it? You can't stop me, Quill challenged, grinning mischievously. Jacob, Bella screamed. Quill, get your paws off my girl, I threatened, even though I felt pretty confident that he wasn't going to do anything to her. I guess you could say that an imprinted wolf would be the ultimate definition of harmless flirting. Oh, you guys are no fun, Quill complained as he walked over, dropping Bella in my lap. Did imprate? Brady stopped when Embry elbowed him, darting his eyes at Jackie.
Hey, lick you loose.
Your mind? He asked Quill. Jackie looked at Embry confused, shaking her head with a sigh. Nah, just messing with her. You all right, Bells? Quill asked. Yeah, I'm fine. So did that or Jacob stop you from grabbing me? Bella asked, referring to him being imprinted. Both. I hadn't thought of grabbing your ass until you told me not to. Then I almost did just because I could, and you said not to. Quill shrugged. But it wasn't worth making Jake angry. Another time it might be worth it. He winked at Bella, grinning mischievously once again. You were insane, Embry added, shaking his head. Quill lunged, knocking Embry off the log he was sitting on, which quickly turned into an extensive wrestling match in the sand. Jackie smiled at them, but still looked hurt. She looked up, meeting my eyes and mouth. Tell me. I gave Bella a squeeze in my lap and then set her down on the log next to me. I'll be back, I whispered to Bella, kissing the top of her head. I looked at Jackie and nodded my head towards the water. She stood, and we walked together. I wasn't sure at all what I would tell her, but I knew that this was part of my responsibility as Alpha to handle the public view of us. It has been a busy summer. You doing all right? I asked. Yeah, it is going fast. I wish that you and Bella had been able to work at the resort with Embry and I. I agree, that would have been great. Bella being in that car accident was certainly unexpected. There was a small chunk of driftwood that Jackie would kick as we walked along. The waves rocked back and forth next to us, and I could see several fish jump out of the waves into the ocean far in the distance. So was Loosing Sam. I know that you guys were all close to him, Jackie added, softly. Yeah, we were. He was a great friend and mentor to us all. I get that, sort of. I have never quite understood how you all became such good friends. Do you remember over a year ago when we all got pretty sick and missed school for several days? I asked silently, trying to think of the best way to explain our connection to one another that would make sense. Yeah, it was pretty scary. It seemed that every few months one of you were getting really sick. Some kind of super flu that we were all nervous about catching. It was pretty scary for us too, and because Sam was the first to get sick, he was a great help. I took a deep breath to let myself think of what to say next. It was almost like surviving a near-death experience with someone. It was very bonding, and neither of the people are ever the same afterwards. Jackie touched my arm to get us to stop walking. Did you almost die? No, not really. But it is the closest example that I have. Jackie took a deep breath, looking out over the water. I swallowed nervously, but tried really hard not to seem nervous. We stood there for a while. The waves came forwards and back, licking our toes. Jake, what am I missing? There is something big that I don't know. I shook my head slowly. I don't know, Jackie. Please, don't lie to me. Okay, I won't, but it is not that simple. Neither of us were paying attention to the water, and a wave came and splashed us, covering Jackie from the knee down, and she shrieked. I began to laugh. This is so not funny, Jake. That was cold, she said, brushing the water drops off her legs, and shivered. I took her hand and we walked away from the water and sat down on a piece of driftwood. Feeling her cold hand in mine gave me an idea. Jackie, do you remember me explaining why I'm so warm? Yeah, you said it was a family thing. That also adds to the bond that we all have to each other. We aren't just brothers because we had a similar experience. We are also family. What about Embry? I thought he was Maka. He is, so is Emily, and her and Leah are family. So it still counts. I didn't really think it was my place to say anything about Embry's father and who he might be. The conversation was complicated enough without adding that to it as well. What about Bella? Clearly she isn't related to you all. Well, that is a good thing for me, I smiled. Being related to Bella would be a problem. Jackie rolled her eyes and laughed. Yeah, I guess that would be bad. The point is there seems to be a hesitation or something with me that is not there with Bella. I'm sorry, Jackie. I draped an arm around her, giving her a hug. It's kind of a guy thing. Bella's not a guy. Once again, that is a good thing for me. I grinned. Jackie shook her head. You are a dork, you know that, right? Yeah, I do know that. Thanks for the reminder, though. We sat there silently for a little while, both of us lost in our own thoughts. I kept my arm across her shoulders to keep her warm, when I noticed her bring her legs up to her chest, wrapping her arms around them. Are you sure it is not me? Jackie asked softly. That maybe I'm not the right person for Embry, or something like that. Not at all. I think that you are perfect for Embry. Are you unsure that you want to be with him? No, I'm sure. I love him. Jackie smiled, and her eyes sparkled when she thought about Embry. Good, he loves you too. And everyone else likes you too. It is not you at all, I promise. All right, thanks, Jacob. Jackie laughed. We can't have that. We walked back to the group and Embry and I looked at each other. I could tell that he wanted to know what that was about, and I knew that I would tell him later. I sat down next to Bella, pulling her into my lap as I wrapped my arms around her waist, content to hold her while watching my friends relaxing. Emily announced that it was time to eat, and a new fight almost broke out to who could get there first, until Emily reminded everyone that ladies needed to go first. Leah laughed as she jumped to the front, followed by Kim, Jackie, Rachel, Emily, and then Bella. There was so much food that for once I thought that there might be leftovers, but that wasn't the case. How does that not make you sick? Jackie asked, shaking her head at Embry and myself as she walked around with a trash sack for us to put our empty plates into. It almost makes me sick just thinking about eating that much food. What can I say? He is a beast, Embry elbowed me. I grinned. No, not me, I joked, clearly lying. Whatever. I didn't eat half as much as you did. Embry replied. There is a reason that I'm top dog. I couldn't help laughing at our puns. Oh, is that why? I thought it was something else. Bella giggled, shyly. I felt a slight blush creep across my cheeks, as I looked at her with surprised eyes. I expected her to look innocent, not meaning that the way it sounded. One look at her red face made my jaw drop in shock. Damn. Bella making Jacob blush. Paul laughed, holding his hand out for a high five, which Bella leaned over to reciprocate despite her embarrassment. Gross, too much info. Rachel shuddered. I am not blushing. I insisted. Sure, Jared smirked. I laughed as I scooped Bella into my lap and kissed her until we were both panting. Jeez, get a room. Leah scoffed. I flipped her off and continued to kiss Bella, hearing several laugh around us. Coming for air, I gave Bella another hug and cradled her into my chest. Can you believe that we have one more month until we head off to college? Jackie said to Bella. Shh, we don't talk about that, Embry said, kissing Jackie's lips. I murmured, as I watched Embry with Jackie. They really were fantastic together, and it was so obvious that they both loved each other a lot. Embry took her hand and they began to walk along the beach. What? Bella turned looking up in my face. I don't know if I should go, I said softly. I didn't expect to be alpha when I made the plans to go away to college. Should I stay? Bella asked. No, I don't want to keep holding you back. Bella opened her mouth to protest, and I placed my finger over her lips. No, don't say it. You know it is true. You would have already gone to college if it weren't for me. I'd also be a vampire. Shh. We don't talk about that. I kissed her lips, wrapping her closer to me. I could feel Bella's smile as she kissed me back, then snuggled in closer her head, resting against my shoulder. So was all that hard work this past year for nothing? Bella whispered.
I shrugged.
Well, it did get me out of high school. That is something. I smiled weakly. Why do I feel like we get together, just to be separated again? Bella gave my neck a small kiss, and I took a deep breath. I don't know, but we will work something out for us to see each other often. Maybe I can still live with you there, and come back and forth. It wasn't a very good solution, and I knew it, but it was all I could think of. The moon was full and bright, as it reflected across the rippling waves. It was a cool evening from the rain today, and I threw a couple more logs on the fire before coming back to sit next to Bella. Maybe I'll finally be able to work on your truck and the rabbit, get them working again. That would be nice. Then we can give the Hummer back. Ah, you don't think we can keep her? I half joked. I really did like the Hummer. It was such a great ride. But it was weird coming from Edward. Bella rolled her eyes and shook her head. You and cars. Tears are something I'm good at, and there are always a bunch of broken cars on the res, because people can't afford to take them to Dowlings. Things are so overpriced there that I could probably work something out using most of my own tools and still make a profit. What about being a wolf? Bella asked. What about it? I asked, looking at her face confused. Oh yeah. I paused. I kind of forgot about that. I don't know if I can. It was different when Sam was alpha instead of me. I understand. Do you really, Bells? Because I know that me not aging was a problem for you. Yeah, it is. But I can't take you away from your pack, especially with you being their leader. How selfish would that make me? It doesn't make you selfish. It makes you normal. Normal would be nice. Do you think that you'll be this hot? I don't know. My heat, that is what you will miss. Not my strength or endurance. I assume that you will always be strong. I wouldn't mind your heat coming down a few degrees. But if you were a normal temperature, then I think I would miss how warm you are. Do you have any idea at all when you would be able to quit? Not right now, but I do not want to be a wolf forever. I want to grow old with you, and so I will stop when I can. I'm sorry, that is the best I can promise right now. That is fine. Bella pulled me down for a kiss, and we continued to kiss passionately until the fire went out. The summer continued, and Bella and I usually stayed joined at the hip between her place and mine. I was home, dropping off some food that Bella and Emily made in the refrigerator when Embry came by. Hey, stranger! He smiled, walking in. Hey, I laughed, nodding my head at him. You hungry? I indicated towards some of the food that I was putting away. Always. Embry and I got some food and sat down at the table. So how have you been? I asked. It feels like it has been forever. Yeah, it has. Embry paused, shaking his head. You know, you're not the only one that is having to deal with this imprinting crap. I know, I've been really selfish about this. I'm sorry. I get it, more than I would like to. It is even worse for me. At least Bella knows what she is getting herself into. For Jackie, she is completely clueless, and I can't tell her. Even though your talk with her at the bonfire has helped, she can tell something has been bothering me. However, she doesn't pry and trust that it will work itself out. I swear she is absolutely perfect. I smiled. I completely know what you mean. Are things settled between you and Bella? Embry asked. Embry took a deep breath as we both finished our food. Is your dad here? There is something I wanted to talk about with you both. Yeah, in his room carving. We can talk to him in there. We got up from the table and walked down the hall. Hey, Dad, I called, getting his attention. He had the TV in his room on, watching sports while he carved. There was a pile of shavings on the floor at his feet, and he had a large piece of wood in his hands. It was shaped into a small boat or canoe with two people on it, one with a paddle and the other with a spear. It looked to be almost finished. He was just adding the details. Hey, boys! He acknowledged. He saw me look at Embry and could tell that this wasn't just a random visit. What is going on? I have been thinking about it a lot, and I want to quit, Embry said. Quit what? I asked. Being a wolf, I want to stop phasing. Embry stated. Of all things for him to say, that was certainly not what I was expecting. Why is that, Embry? Dad asked, calmly. He sat his tools on the small table, resting his carving in his lap to give us his attention. I'm hoping that giving up my wolf will keep me from imprinting. Embry answered. Wow. Do you think it will help? I asked. I'm not sure, but it is worth a try. Embry answered. If giving up my wolf is what I need to do to not imprint, then I will do it. Embry, I don't doubt your love for Jackie, and I understand that neither of you want to hurt your girls. However, stopping is no guarantee that you will not imprint. Once you are a wolf, you are always one and could phase again at any time, so I would assume that you could also imprint. I understand, Embry acknowledged, looking sad that there seemed to be nothing definite that could be done. I don't know, however. I'm sure that I won't be going cold turkey. I just thought I would talk to you first. What are the plans for patrols now that the issue with Victoria is over? Embry answered, I'm not completely sure. Dad, how do I know how often to patrol and how many wolves we need? Dad paused and thought about it for a moment. I think that all you guys need to continue to phase until finished with high school. I really do think that your chronological age needs to catch up with your physical body. So that will leave 1 more year for Embry, Jared, and Paul, 2 years for Seth, and 3 for Colin and Brady. I assume that Quill will continue to keep himself from aging to be closer to Claire. So Quill would be left by himself? I asked. Seth, Colin, and Brady might want to stay. Embry suggested, I know that Colin and Brady love being wolves. That is a good point, I said, nodding my head. As much fun as it is to tear leeches apart, I think I am ready for some of the drama to be over, Embry said. We aren't completely out of the woods with the vampire mess from Bella. There is still the something that control the vampire world. What do you mean control? Dad asked. I'm not sure. It has been a long time since you mentioned it. They are some kind of ruling authority that maintain order for the vampires. I tried to explain. Damn. She sure knows how to piss those bloodsuckers off, doesn't she? Embry said. Yeah, I guess so. I know when she was with Edward, he thought that it would be a long time before they would be a problem, but I should probably talk to him. I'm sure that will be fun, Embry said sarcastically, rolling his eyes. I shrugged. Nah, it won't be too bad. Edward and I are fine. I never thought I would see the day you got along with him, Dad said, shaking his head even though he didn't seem upset, just surprised. I know it's weird, I shrugged. It is hard not to like them when they care about Bella so much, and she loves all of them. Bella has a doctor's appointment with Carlisle tomorrow anyways, so I can talk to Edward then. We chatted for a little more, and then Embry needed to get to work, and I went back to Emily's where her and Bella had spent the day cooking. There was a large meat sale at the grocery store, so they spent all day preparing all kinds of foods. By the end of the day, they were both exhausted and the freezer was packed. We stayed, watching TV and chatting until Bella looked ready to pass out, so we went back to my house for the night. Bella felt healed, and it was getting more difficult for us to keep our hands to ourselves, and to say that we were both getting sexually frustrated would be an understatement. I was torn between not wanting to touch her at all, because stopping was so difficult, and wanting to kiss her senseless, touching every part of her. Usually it was the second part that won, and we would make out and grope each other for most of the evening. So while I wasn't really looking forward to the last doctor appointment she had, this time around I was almost desperate for her to be given a clean bill of health. Slow down, Jacob. You don't need to drive this fast, Bella said, clutching tightly to the armrest. I looked down at my speed, not realizing I was going that fast, and slowed down. Sorry, I was just thinking. About what? Getting you naked. Jacob. Bella gave an embarrassed smile. Hey, you asked. I defended. Well, you had better stop that when you get around, Edward. He doesn't need to see your pervy mind. Sure. I rolled my eyes. Just once I wish that I could be inside his pervy mind. Edward doesn't think like that. No guy is that perfect, Bella. Bella shook her head. I don't think he is perfect, just innocent. I sighed. Bella, he reads the minds of every person he is around. I doubt there is anything that he hasn't seen before. That is probably true. Sure. What do you need to talk about? You might not like it, but two things. One is about their family and how long they are staying in the area. Technically, yes, it is a lot more complicated with them here. If a Rouge vampire comes through the area with them here, I just think we need to talk about it. I would think that the treaty would be a moot point by now. Why, they are still vampires. I'm probably a lot closer to them than I should be. Bella said thoughtfully. They have always been people to me. I smiled at her. I know, I can't decide if that makes you sweet or crazy. Bella simply smiled. What is the other thing you needed to talk to him about? The vampire boss people that are after you. The Volturi. Why do you need to talk about that? You mentioned once that Edward thought it would be a while before they started to check on you. I wanted to know why he thought that, and exactly how long is a while. Okay, that seems reasonable. We pulled up to the hospital. Bella was going to have mostly x-rays today, and it was easier to do at the hospital than their house. I stayed with her in the waiting room until she was called back. Then I gave Edward a call, telling him what I wanted to talk about, and went outside in the wooded area behind the hospital. When I got there, he was already standing between the trees. It didn't surprise me that he had been close by. Thank you for coming, I said, stopping with plenty of distance between us. We got along fine with each other and could be in the same space. But when there wasn't a need, it was easier to keep our distance. Anytime, I know that you want to talk about the Volturi. Edward stated. That's correct. Bella has tried, but I don't really understand who they are or what they do. That makes sense. Edward explained more about them, going over the rules in their vampire world, and that the Volturi enforce those rules. He explained some of the Volturi members and their abilities, such as Arrow, Jane, Alec, and Dimitri. I had to admit that these were some pretty scary bloodsuckers. Yes, Jacob, they should be taken very seriously. Do you have any idea at all when they will come searching for Bella? I asked. No, we did run into some of them while we were in Seattle, searching for Bella, and I believe that it has bought us some more time. Edward answered. What do you mean? Edward watched me closely, most likely reading my mind to know when I had calmed back down before speaking. Jacob, I wish that I could say how much I do not like that you and Bella are in this position. I absolutely hate that I put her in danger when I went to them. I never would have if I had known that she was alive. You do know that she will die eventually, right? I asked, still extremely irritated. Yes, Edward answered. I continued to glare. If you have any plans to going back to them and getting yourself killed. Edward stepped forward, shaking his head. No, wait, let me finish. I do not want to know, whatever your plans are. I also don't want Bella to know. The last thing she needs is to think that she is killing you by choosing to live. I agree. We were both quiet for a little bit, and I began to kick at the cracked stump of a fallen tree. I didn't really know what to say, so I decided to go with nothing. Alice is always watching them, so I feel like we will have a warning before they show up, Edward said. That will be good. Do you have any idea when that will be? Are we talking a few years or longer? I would be very surprised if it is before 10 years, but probably less than 40. Most vampires do not pay close attention to time. It is irrelevant when you live forever.
I guess that is true.
You know, to notify me when that time comes, and they have decided to check. I stated for clarification. Yes, of course, you have my word, I will. We got quiet again, however. He knew that I needed to ask how long his family was staying, and it wouldn't be an easy conversation. What are the plans for you and your family now that Victoria is destroyed? I asked. We will be leaving at the end of the summer, Edward answered. As for the treaty, we will remain off your land. Bella mentioned that our being in the area is what makes you all start phasing. Do we need to be further away than Forks? We will keep that in mind when we select future places. Edward promised. Where will you go? I asked. We normally take several years off before starting high school again. Emmett and Rose and sometimes Alice and Jasper will do their own thing. Carlisle continues with medicine in less populated areas, so he and Espen travel regularly. I usually either go with Carlisle or attend college. Are you joining Bella in Washington State? I asked. I would like to. Do you have a problem with that? No, I think that would make Bella really happy. What about you? Edward asked. I'll be staying. I wanted to go, but too much has changed for me right now, and this is where I need to be. I'll be able to fix her truck and my rabbit, probably a few other cars here and there. I know that Bella loves that truck, but please keep the Hummer, use it, tear it apart, and put it back together, sell it for parts, whatever you want. I don't need it back. Thanks, Edward. Now if Bella lets me keep it, that will be fantastic. I have a feeling that you can probably persuade her, Edward smiled. Maybe. With it being a car, I do have a better chance. Bella called and said that she was finished with the x-rays and would be getting the results soon. So Edward and I both walked back to her room. Carlisle came back and said that Bella no longer needed the sling, but wanted her to take it with her if her shoulder started hurting again. Then she would need to use it. Her ribs were completely healed, which didn't surprise either of us because they haven't hurt her for a while. He wanted to keep the walking cast on for a couple more weeks, but she no longer needed to wear it at night, and standing for showers wouldn't be a problem, as long as she was careful. Bella was really excited and gave Carlisle a hug, which he returned. Bella, your recovery is actually going quite fast. Carlisle smiled. It should be. Jacob doesn't let me do anything. Bella grumbled. That is not true. You do whatever you want. I countered. It wasn't like I could really make Bella do something, or not do something. She wanted to do. My only advantage is that I'm bigger and stronger than you. Besides, I enjoy carrying you around. Jacob, Bella's eyes giving me a warning about my thoughts with Edward around. Don't worry, Bells, I have kept them PG. Let's make it PG-13, and Jacob is being mostly honest, Edward added. Traitor, I mumbled at him. Bella smiled, shaking her head at Edward and I. Kiss me, Bella murmured, and I could feel her breath lightly across my face. For the longest time, neither of our lips left the other, until slowly I kissed along her jawline, sucking gently on her earlobe. I love you, I whispered. I love you too. Bella sighed and I moved back to look into her eyes. I probably really stink to you. I shrugged. You have smelled better. Hell, yes. Being the one to wash Bella has been sweet torture, seeing and feeling her naked body, but at the same time keeping my distance because of not wanting to hurt her. If you do, I'll tell you, she said, stepping carefully over to the shower, turning the water on. Really? I asked, doubtfully. No, Bella smirked. I rolled my eyes. That is what I thought. Bella held my hand as she stepped under the water and I followed right behind her. We washed each other's bodies between kisses and caresses, until the water started to get cold. Make love to me, Bella moaned against my lips. All right, but not in here. Why? I want to take my time. I smirked. When is your dad coming home? Not until dinner time. I shut the water off, lifted Bella over my shoulder, and ran us both butt naked and dripping wet to her room. Put me down, Bella yelled, slapping my backside as I ran. I flipped Bella back over, catching her in my arms. She immediately started tickling me, and we both landed on her bed in a fit of laughter. I can't believe you, Bella giggled as she kissed up my chest. Are you sure that you still want me? I smiled back. rubbing my hands down her back and thighs. Bella smirked, pretending to have to think about it. I leaned down, capturing her lips with my own. I didn't really need to hear her answer, because I knew that we both wanted each other. Our kisses were wet and needy as I kissed down her neck, licking between her breasts. "Oh, Jake," Bella panted as she arched her back, pressing her hands into my shoulders. I could feel Bella tremble and continue to massage her. "Bella, you are so beautiful. I want to feel you inside, Jacob." Bella opened her legs further, and I moaned as I plunged between her slick folds. Every part of her was perfect as we came together, filling her. We continued to groan and mumble in pleasure. As our bodies slapped together, there was no doubt of our love for one another, and we showed that to each other as we made love passionately to each other. Completely breathless, we snuggled, wrapped in each other's arms. "Bells, can we just stay naked forever? If you try it, I guarantee you that my dad will shoot you." "Damn." Bella giggled as she ran her fingers through my hair. "Maybe we can just run away, you and me." I leaned over, rolling Bella to her back. "Let's do it." "Jacob, we can't run away together. You have the pack and I have school in a few weeks. This is the second time you have offered to run away with me. I couldn't do it the first time, and maybe we can't completely run away now, but we can escape. Go someplace where it is just us. I don't care where we go, as long as you're with me. And naked, of course." Bella smiled. "Of course." I grinned unashamed. "Okay, let's do it." Bella grinned and I wrapped her in my arms, kissing her senseless. 3 years later, Jacob is 20 and Bella is 22. "Come on, Bells, let's go." I placed our suitcase inside her rabbit to take our annual summer trip. Every year it had been different. We had gone on a camping trip with nothing planned. We had visited Renee and Phil, and once I ran us up into Canada, very similar to a road trip, just minus the road. This year, Bella was really excited, but wouldn't tell me anything about what we were doing. I ended up selling the Hummer and with the extreme amount of cash was able to buy the parts needed for both my Rabbit and Bella's truck, as well as to purchase a small shop in La Plush to be able to work in. The Rabbit took a lot of time because it needed so much bodywork to it. The internal parts were in pretty good shape, so Bella's truck was actually fixed first. However, it was actually strong enough to be a tow truck, so once the Rabbit was finished it became Bella's car, and I used the truck as a work vehicle. It turned out I underestimated how much people would appreciate a mechanic that actually fixed the problem to their vehicle and didn't overcharge them. So business spread rather quickly, and after Quill graduated high school, he joined me in the shop. We found out that Quill could go about 2 to 3 days without seeing Claire if needed. And while it may seem strange to have a teenage boy so devoted to their daughter, Claire's parents had never shown a problem with the time that Quill spent with her. It might have something to do with the hours and hours of free babysitting that they get, or just that Claire lights up like Christmas whenever she sees Quill. When a teaching position opened up at the school, I was able to offer Hannah a job here, and so they moved their family, which made it much easier for Quill. There was no denying that Quill and Claire made each other extremely happy. Quill never complained about not having a love life or any other type of romantic relationship. He also seemed content and was in no hurry for her to grow up. Jared and Kim got married right out of high school and had a baby girl named Natalie. Jared started working full-time for his father in the construction company, and Kim works with Emily. Paul and Rachel got married the following Christmas, and Rebecca and her husband Swan came for a month for the holidays and wedding. They had been wanting to start a family without success for some time and announced that they were going to adopt. Paul and Rachel's wedding was quite a production. I wasn't aware that Rachel had been dreaming about her wedding from childhood and apparently had every detail planned out in advance. It was almost worth having Paul as a brother-in-law in order to have both of my sisters home. In reality, Paul wasn't that bad. The one time we were phased and he slipped and I saw something I shouldn't have. I made sure that Paul was so busy that they didn't really see each other again for almost a week. Rachel decided to give up her job. Working from home wasn't working for her long term and decided to use her technical skills to teach math and sciences at the school. Rachel and Paul moved in with Dad and I moved to Seattle with Bella, and would either drive or run back and forth between the two places. Emily had a beautiful baby boy, which she named Samuel Thomas Ule. However, calls him Tom. He was a handful, but brought so much joy to Emily that I knew she was happy. Emily was trying to get her teaching certificate and has started a preschool for the local kids. I see her and Tommy several times a week, as her house was still a common hangout spot. Quill, Colin, Brady, and myself are the only ones that still phase regularly. Colin and Brady both graduated from high school, and neither have decided on what they want to do. Right now they are thinking of simply working in town to save up some money and decide what was next for them. Despite the fact that Paul, Jared, Leah, Seth, and Embry have all stopped phasing, we are all still very close. There wasn't any vampire activity, except for the Cullens and the family had moved out of the area, with each of the couples traveling. Edward stayed in Seattle, where Bella, Embry, Jackie, Leah, and Seth all went to college, and now live in the same apartment complex. Embry was always very good with numbers, and so he will get a degree in accounting, with the plans to help with the books for the shop, Emily's preschool, and the resort. Jackie's mother remarried a fantastic man, and between them the resort was really thrived. Jackie was finishing up her degree to be a vet, and still had no idea why that was so funny. There was no doubt that they would get married, but both of them felt like they wanted to finish college first. Leah was still in medical school, and wanted to go into family medicine. Seth wanted to be a firefighter, and fell madly in love with a great girl that he met his first year in college, named Amber. Bella was getting a business degree, and would like to set up a small bookstore next to the shop that might also include a restaurant, but she hadn't decided. "I'm coming," Bella called as she hurried down the stairs from our second-story apartment. "And what would you be saving me from? That damn leech that you hang out with so much." Bella glared, and I knew how much it annoyed her when I called Edward that. In reality, I didn't have a problem with the time that she spent with Edward. I trusted them both completely. "Don't start with me or you will be chasing the car instead of riding in it, doggy." I laughed as Bella got in the driver's seat, and I got in on the other side. We were off on an adventure. Part of me was really curious about what we were doing, and the other part couldn't care less, as long as Bella was with me. We had been on the road chatting easily, and I loved it when Bella drove because I could massage and fondle her while we went. "Cut it out, Jake. You're going to make me crash," Bella said, knocking my hand away from her breast. "Well, Bells, after 2 stops for fuel and food, I'm beginning to get a little bored, and you're just so much fun to play with." I ran my hand up her leg. Bella smiled and shook her head. "Just hold out for a couple more hours, and then we will be stopping for the night." "All right, I'll be good." I messed with the radio. The last station was starting to get fuzzy, so it was time to change to the next one. After finding something that we could both agree on, I relaxed in the seat with my hand resting on the gear shift. "You don't have to be that good." Bella laced her fingers with mine, placing our hands in her lap. "Ha! I knew you liked it." I smirked at her and she blushed. I couldn't believe that after being together for almost 4 years, she would still blush when thinking about anything at all sexual. However, instead of her blush making her shy and her turning away, it usually made her eyes sparkle with desire, and I could tell that she wanted me. It just added to my long list of things that I loved about Bella Swan. "Hey, guess what?" I said, excited. "Your dad has worked it out for me to start working on the cruisers at the police station as well as the 2 Forks fire trucks." "That is great, Jake. How does that work?" "They will come to me if there is a problem, otherwise I will come to them once a month, for general maintenance. I'm excited because it makes it where I am not dependent on someone's car breaking down for me to have work. I just purchased the computer diagnostics programs that are used on the newer cars, and man, I feel broke." "Won't that make it so that you can work on almost any car?" "Yes. So it was certainly worth the investment. It is just hard to spend that kind of money." It wasn't much longer until we pulled up to a small hotel inside Twin Falls, Idaho. Bella went to the window to check us in, and I began to look around the place. It was simple and clean, with an indoor pool, sauna, workout room, and full-service buffet, which was fantastic. Gas station food just wasn't going to cut it any longer, and I was extremely hungry. We got the keys to our room. It was basic with a large TV screen, a small couch, end table, and a king-size bed. Bella used the restroom, and I sat our suitcases down out of the way and laid out across the middle of the bed. It felt great to be able to stretch out, instead of being in the cramped rabbit. Bella came out and I started to scoot over. However, Bella pounced, landing over me, straddling my hips. "Jeez." I rolled my eyes. Bella laughed. "Come on, let's go feed the wolf." We went down and ate at the buffet. It was amazing. It was always a struggle to keep me fed away from the house, because I required so much food. Once we went to a buffet, we found that it was the most affordable option for us, and I could eat as much as I wanted without breaking the bank. Bella enjoyed them as well because it gave her such a great variety of foods. After we ate, we went back to our room and the TV came on and our clothes came off, finishing what we had started earlier. I woke up the next morning feeling fantastic. The bed was comfortable and I was naked. The only problem was that as I rolled over, I could tell that Bella wasn't next to me. "Hey, sleepyhead," she called from the couch, and I could hear the TV on softly. Bella chuckled. "I went and got you some breakfast, but I think it got cold a few hours ago." "Hours?" I looked over at the clock. "Oh crap, is it really almost noon?" Bella smiled. "Yeah, but don't worry about it. I figured that you would be pretty tired, and so not much is planned for today." "You are the best. You know that, right?" Bella shrugged. "It is always nice to hear." "Well, that is good because I have probably told you that at least 100 times by now." Bella came and sat down on the bed next to me, handing me my food, which I began to eat quickly. It will be nice when I graduate next year, and you can stop running back and forth between Seattle and Lackpush. Bella commented, stealing random bites for herself. You know, it wouldn't take that much to expand the shop and add your store to it. I like that it would give your customers something to do while waiting. However, how loud is the shop? I know that having engines roaring isn't usually good background noise for a bookstore. Good point, I said, finishing up my last bite of sausage and biscuits. I set the to-go carton on the end table and wrapped Bella in my arms, kissing her. Thanks for breakfast. Anytime, Bella kissed me deeply, taking advantage of my nakedness, rubbing her hands across my back and thighs. We kissed and caressed each other for a while. Bella pulled back right as I started to take her shirt over her head. Wait, Jake, if we start that we aren't ever going to leave this room. And that is a problem, because, I questioned. Because I have been in this room for the past several hours, while you slept, and I want to get out. Alright, fair enough. I gave her a quick kiss, rolled out of bed, and got dressed. We walked along the street, hand in hand, looking in the shop's windows and chatting with each other. It was a very simple town, with rocky mountains surrounding it. The tourism was mostly for the beautiful waterfalls and hiking trails that surrounded the area. There was a winding river that ran through the town that we walked along, leading to downtown. I liked the old red brick buildings that lined the streets and bright blue and red awnings over the sidewalk, making it feel more like home. There was a large sandwich shop that had a huge variety of soups and sandwiches. Right next to a park, we decided to take our food and eat outside under the shade of a large oak tree. After 3 sandwiches and a bowl of soup, I laid back in the grass, lacing my fingers behind my head. Bella laid her head against my bicep, and there were some kids playing on the equipment nearby. There were 5 of them, and it looked like they were playing tag with them, crawling up the slides and jumping from the platforms to avoid being tagged. One small girl seemed to be extremely fast, and could dodge really well. I wish that I could be like that, Bella said, nodding her head towards the young girl. You want to be 7? I asked, confused. No, Bella laughed. I wish that I were more graceful, and could actually play something like that and stand a chance of winning. The young girl that we were watching ran from a friend and slid in the tower pieces, and for the first time was tagged. I didn't think that you were competitive, I mentioned. I'm not really, but it still stinks to know that even if I tried to win, most likely I wouldn't. I had been pretty uncoordinated when I was going through my massive growth spurt, right around the time that Bella started hanging out. But that was quickly fixed once I became a wolf. We continued to watch the kids play, and despite being about half the size of the boy, she was able to outrun him. However, their legs got tangled and they both went crashing to the ground. They were both laughing, so we could tell that neither were hurt. See, no one is perfect, I whispered to Bella. You are. I doubt there is a physical activity that you can't do. Maybe true, however, there is a lot that I haven't tried, so there might be something. We went back to the hotel and enjoyed the pool and hot tub, even thought it really wasn't that hot to me. Then we had a late dinner at the hotel's buffet. It really bothered me what Bella felt about herself, and I wanted to think of something that we could do together that she could win. I got it, Bells, I said, excited. What are you talking about? Bella asked, confused. Something that we can do that you have a chance at winning. Bella laughed. What would that be? Putt golf. It doesn't matter that I am stronger, because the courses are so small. That might actually make it harder for me, and we walked right by one on our walk earlier today. Is that something that you would be interested in doing? Bella asked, doubtfully. I haven't in ages. It sounds fun. Bella smiled, as I took her hand and we walked over to the course. It wasn't very big, with 9 small courses, with fake grass turf and small pebbles to walk on between each hole. Bella went first, showing me how to hold the club. She swung in the ball. It went over the small mound, rolling to the side, and on her second hit was able to sink it into the hole. The stick they handed me had to be a joke, coming up to my mid-thigh, which made me have to hunch over in order to hit the ball. My first swing sent the ball over the mound and halfway up the second course. Oh, damn, that ball is light, I mumbled, as Bella laughed. Oh, shut up, I scowled playfully. Bella was already standing at the second course, so she walked over and got my ball, handing it back to me. You ready to try again? She smiled, kissing my cheek. Of course, I can't let a patch of fake grass get the best of me. It took 3 courses for me to figure out how hard to hit the ball, and then I was beginning to think that getting the ball into the hole was just pure luck with the random blocks, dips, and bumps that made the courses challenging. Bella at this point was slaughtering my score, which was the point of this activity. But good grief, I didn't think I would be this bad. We took turns going first at each course, and with Bella having a devastating round on the 5th hole, I began to think that I might have a chance. What will you give me if I make a hole-in-one? I asked. Bella thought about it. A kiss. Are you saying that my kissing isn't good enough of a reward? Bella challenged. Geez, I totally walked into that one. Of course not. You are the best kisser ever. Nice. Come back. Bella rolled her eyes. Ah, I huffed, taking a couple steps towards her to kiss her.
No, she pressed her hands against my chest, keeping me back.
You have to shoot first and see what happens. Bella smirked. She seemed to be confident that she would keep her kisses. I aligned the ball and held the club with one hand, watching the wheel turn to be able to time it. There was no doubt that I could aim through the narrow lane, but just needed to time the wheel correctly. I tapped the ball and watched Bella's face. It shone in amazement as it soared directly into the wheel, heading directly for the hole. I smiled brightly until the ball rolled across the rim of the hole and onto the other side. Then my jaw dropped and I couldn't believe that it didn't go in. Amal, Bella said, wrapping her arms around my waist. That was close enough. Oh, hell no. I'm not taking a pity kiss, I teased.
It's not pity, you were really close, and it should have gone in. Have you been holding out this whole time? Letting me win?
Bella looked concerned or disappointed by that thought. No, of course not. This one was different, and I felt confident that I would have the accuracy to make it. You promise? Yes, Bella. I haven't been letting you win. Thanks, Bella smiled and kissed me quickly. Oops, I forgot I wasn't supposed to kiss you yet. I'll let it slide, just this once. I scowled, jokingly. The next kiss will be for my hole-in-one. And what if I nail it before you do? Bella challenged. Oh well then, I guarantee some damn good kissing. I smirked. We both smiled and continued to play the next two courses. By this time we had both gotten comfortable with our clubs and was able to get it in 2-3 hits. Why on earth they would make the very last course nearly impossible is quite frankly cruel. It was lattice-shaped with blocks in the middle, where the ebbens in a large mound, with the hole being at the top of the mound, further on the stem of the L. Bella waited patiently as I continued to hit the ball from one side of the mound to the other, before finally sinking it in. I smiled as I slung my club over my shoulder. Well, good luck, Bells. Are you doubting my putt-putt skills? Bella smiled playfully. No, of course not. I clearly lied. Bella rolled her eyes and smiled as she positioned her ball, taking her stance. She stared at the course, swinging the club back and forth before hitting it hard. The ball slammed into the back of the net and ricocheted up the mound and directly into the hole. Bella threw her arms up in the air and screamed in excitement. I wrapped my arms around her, lifting her off the ground in a massive hug. She grinned wide and wrapped her arms around my neck, hugging me back. As much as I love your hugs, I think you owe me something else. Bella's eyes sparkled from her excitement, which added to her always beautiful face. I shifted her in my arms so that my hands were on her hips, as my lips began to caress hers. Our bodies melted together and Bella brought her legs around my waist as we kissed passionately. It didn't take long to be grateful that we were the only ones around, as our tongues fought against each other, her hands pulling my hair as I rubbed her hips and butt. Breaking apart, I placed her back on the ground as we each gasped for air, hugging each other again. Congrats, Bells! I smiled and kissed her sweetly. Let's continue the celebration in our room. Bella winked. Absolutely. I scooped her into my arms again and ran with her to return our ball and club, sliding her onto my back and jogged back to our room. Thank you, Bella, for planning such a fun trip. I murmured, in the midst of clothes flying to the floor. Bella jumped on the bed, completely naked, and brought back the covers for me to come with her. You are very welcome, Jake, but this was only a pit stop. Tomorrow we head for Las Vegas. It was another long day of traveling, however. We took our time and slept in, made love again and had a huge breakfast before heading out on the road. As we pulled into Vegas, the sun started to dip down past the horizon, and the bright lights of the city could be seen all around us. Bella and I both stared out the window at all the beautiful colors, as she parked the car in front of the Monte Carlo Resort and Casino. It was a very tall gold building with lots of lights illuminating it. The entrance had a tiered look with 3 layers slowly getting taller and several archways with illuminated statues under the arches. How were you able to pull off this hotel, Bells? I asked, knowing that neither of us had a lot of money right now. A fantastic online deal. I think they plan on us spending our money at the casino, so the hotel room was actually pretty cheap. Have you been to Vegas before? I asked. Nope, but it always seemed like fun, and the lights are so beautiful. That is true. So are you feeling lucky? I smirked, raising my eyebrows. With you, always, Bella smiled, and leaned over the seat inside the car to give me a kiss, which I returned. I grabbed our suitcase and then Bella checked us in. Even the lobby area was magnificent, with white and brown marble floor, tall white and gold ceiling, and several large square pillars. We rode the large glass elevator to the 7th floor and unlocked our room. It was massive, with a large white bed with a chocolate brown blanket folded at the end. There was a matching red and gold couch and 2 soft chairs. The bathroom was spectacular with white marble flooring and walls, gold fixtures on the double sink, glass shower and double jacuzzi tub. Holy cow, Bells, this is amazing. Is it too much? Bella asked, uneasy. Not at all, it is perfection. We were both tired but wanted to stretch our legs, so we wandered around the hotel, checking out the accommodations. I couldn't believe that there were over 8 different restaurants, including one buffet. We decided on Diablo's Cantina, which served Mexican food. It was small but tall with 2 levels. It had a dark club look with black tables and amber light glowed from the bar, with a large wheel that they would spin to determine what drink suddenly became half price. There was a live band on the top floor, and we ate outside on the balcony. The food there was really expensive, but tasted fantastic. We are, she said, pulling up the blankets and snuggling into my side. Sure, I mumbled, content to massage the soft material until I could take it off later. A few hours later, there was a knock on the door with a complimentary glass of champagne and chocolate chip cookie for each of us. I took the silver serving tray, setting it on the end table. This seems like a weird combination, I mentioned, handing the glass to her. Neither of us drank alcohol very often, mostly because it wasn't worth the expense. Yeah, I agree, Bella said, while nibbling on her cookie, and I'm guessing I never mentioned that you aren't 21. I shrugged. By now I was used to strangers assuming that I was older than I really was, and Bella had adjusted to it as well. One glass isn't going to do anything to me anyways. True, do you think that you can even get drunk? Bella asked. I don't know. I have never tried. I know that Embry and Quill did, when we played Truth or Dare together. They finished off the bottle that night. It took about half the bottle before Quill got pretty tipsy, so I guess it is possible, but it would take a lot in a short amount of time. Their buzz didn't last long because of their body temperature, burning the alcohol off. That must be nice, Bella commented, as she sipped her glass. Have you ever been drunk, Bells? No, I went to a few parties in college with a couple friends, but I don't really like beer, and with Edward attached to my hip there wasn't a chance for me to drink. Yeah, I can imagine. Would you want to get drunk? I asked. It is not a goal in life or anything, but it wouldn't bother me either way. I wouldn't mind trying more wines and maybe finding a beer that I like, Bella shrugged, but it is not like alcohol is that important to me. It just feels more grown up to drink it. What about you? It has never been important to me, but that might be partly because I have never really considered it an option. Several of the other guys have bought beer and have never been carded, but like you, I don't really care for the taste. However, I know that there are a lot that I haven't tried. Like this champagne, it is good. I finished mine, waiting for Bella to finish hers before placing the serving tray back outside our door. We spend the next couple days exploring the amazing town. Even in the daytime, the place seemed to glow, and we spent a lot of time walking along the strip and going inside the lobbies of the more famous hotels. The casino had dark purple, red and gold carpet with large swirly patterns, thick solid wood tables for cards and a separate section for the slots. I wasn't much of a card player, even though I liked that there was a little more skill involved. The slots were simple with a plastic game card that you would swipe, but it felt more like being at an arcade, except for it was extremely loud with bells and random ringing going off every few minutes. Some of the casinos had live bands and dancers. I certainly saw more sequins, feathers, and boobs than ever before. Bella laughed at my amazement. You should take a picture. It will last longer. Shut up, I said, hiding my embarrassment. I'm sure that there are some half-naked guys around here that you could be staring at. I laughed. You have a good point. Would you want Leia, Jackie, and me to walk around half-naked to make it fair? Bella asked. That feels like a no-win question. Whether I say yes or no, either way, I'm screwed. Fair enough. We were walking back from seeing Phantom of the Opera at the Venetian Hotel. The hotel was beyond words with a vaulted ceiling that had amazing artwork, with intricate gold, outlining like a picture frame, an indoor retail mall, and canals. The theater had 3 tiers of seating, with a soft red material on each seat, and each tier got further and higher from the stage. I was glad that Belle and I had seen the movie before, and I was familiar with the storyline, otherwise I probably would have been lost. I can't say that I am a huge fan of the opera-style singing, but couldn't help but be amazed by the costumes and special effects, especially being a live performance. We went to an afternoon show, had an early dinner, and we were walking back to our hotel when we passed the Flamingo Hotel. The sun was beginning to set, and the bright oranges and pinks in the sky matched the entrance of the hotel with bright feathers arching across the front. Along the path there was an announcement of a wine tasting, starting in less than an hour. Hey Bells, look, I said, pointing at the sign. You up for some sampling? Yeah, sure. It sounds fun. But what about you? If they do not ask, then we don't tell, I suggested, uncertainly. Alright, I'm game. We walked through the casino, which had a tall pink table with a thick, clear top, 4 poles on each corner of the table, and 1 pole in the middle with 2 girls standing on the table. The girls had impossibly tiny black shorts, and each had a bright shiny pink bikini top. They would shake their hips, bend over, and slide either on the same pole, or each on their own. Bella had my hand and my feet kept moving, but there was no way I wasn't staring as we went by. At the lobby we followed the signs to a large room with multiple tables. Bella purchased the tickets, and I chatted with the girl to the point that I think she completely forgot that Bella was the only one of us that showed-eyed. "You are such a flirt." Bella mumbled, "Hey, it worked, didn't it?" I whispered back. Sure. Bella rolled her eyes but had a huge grin over her face. We walked to another attendant who handed us a wine glass. "Here is your glass. Have either of you come to a tasting before?" he asked. I shook my head, and Bella answered no. "Here is a list of what is being offered." He handed us a piece of paper with the names listed into sections. There were 30 beers and 50 wines listed as whites, reds, and blushes, and it showed the location of a full bar that would serve sample-size mixed drinks. We were also handed a pen to be able to mark what we liked or disliked. The attendant continued, "You may sample as little or as much as you like. The proper technique is to swish the drink in your mouth. Some take small sips, and others prefer a large drink, knowing that it is perfectly acceptable to not swallow and simply be tasting. Just spit it back into your glass. Each table will have a bucket to pour out what is in your glass, and water there to clean out your glass. Does that make sense?" "Yes, thank you." I looked at Bella and she nodded her head. "Have a great time. Oh, I almost forgot. There are also tables of cheese and crackers. Make sure that you do not have an empty stomach and be responsible." We were excited and decided that we wanted to taste everything and went around the room from one table to the next. None of the beers were very good, but I found that I liked the darker ones better, and Bella liked a Boulevard wheat beer that we could probably find at home, if we wanted to. As for the wines, we both liked the blush wines, however. I preferred red, which I found surprising, and Bella preferred the white because they were sweeter. We were at the bar section, getting shot-sized samples, when Bella's face scrunched into a grimace. How can someone mess up chocolate? Bella took another sip of her chocolate martini and shuddered again. "Good grief, Bella." I grabbed it from her, swallowing it quickly. "Damn, that is horrible." Bella laughed, loudly. "I told you." We went and grabbed a few crackers and cheese. It seemed to help get a bad taste out of our mouth. Maybe it clashed with the Long Island iced tea. I'm sure it isn't normal to have this many drinks at once. I suggested. "Sounds reasonable." Bella filled her shot glass with water, cleaning it out, and walked back over to me. She tripped, face planting into my chest. "Easy, girl. I think you have had enough." I held her up with her shoulders, looking at her eyes. "Don't be silly, Jacob. I always trip." "True, but if I can feel the alcohol, then that really makes me nervous about you." Bella smiled and giggled. "I want sex on the beach," she said louder than she normally would, clearly drunk. I wrapped my arms around her, holding her tightly to me. "I think we should go," I whispered in her ear. Bella scowls, looking disappointed. "No, it will be the last one." "All right, fine." I kept my arm around her waist as we went back to the bar. The bartender made Bella her shot. "Same for you, sir," she asked. "No, thank you," I answered. "Come on, Jacob, have sex with me." Bella giggled. I shook my head. "Oh, geez, Bells. How can I refuse that?" I smiled, nodding to the bartender, and she was trying really hard not to laugh. She filled the shot and I clicked it against Bella's, and we drank it together. Bella giggled and kissed me as I hugged her tightly. "Come on, girl, let's get you back." We returned our glasses, had several more crackers with cheese, and I grabbed her hand to walk back. Bella was a mess, giggling at everything she saw, and I was surprised that I was a little loopy and would giggle with her. We slipped our arms around the other's waist as we walked and giggled back towards our hotel room. By now it was dark and the sidewalk glowed from the lights and bright billboards that aligned the path. "Jacob!" Bella screamed, and I picked her up quickly. "What's wrong, Bells?" I asked, looking around. "Let's get married," Bella squealed. "Oh, Bella, you know I want to marry you, but we can't just get married." "Of course we can. This is Las Vegas, for crying out loud. If you are serious, then I will totally marry you. I just want to make sure that you know what you are doing." I couldn't help the huge grin stretching across my face at the prospect of getting married. "Yes, I am aware," Bella promised, climbing out of my arms in order to prove it. "I'm even in white and everything." We had both dressed up for the show that we had attended, with myself in black pants and blue pinstripe dress shirt. Bella had on a white dress that came just above her knee. It was tight around her waist and chest with one halter strap that went around her neck. I knew that we were both a little loopy, but I felt like we were aware of what we were doing as we walked a little further to the little church of the west. It was a brown building with a large wooden shingles along the roof, and a stained glass cross over the archway above the front door. We walked in the front door hand in hand, smiling and kissing each other whenever we had the chance. "Abo, I can always spot those here for a Vegas wedding," said a man at a large podium, just inside the church. "Yes," I beamed at him, and Bella grinned beside me, squeezing my hand. "Right this way," he said, directing us to the podium, showing us the options that they had available. I was so excited that I wasn't paying that much attention, and Bella seemed to just point at a random package that seemed to interest her. The minister had black pants, white shirt, and simple tie and a Bible open in his hands. "Are you ready, sir?" he asked. "Absolutely. I have always dreamed of marrying her." I smiled. "I can tell that you love her very much." "I do," I grinned. "Just keep saying that and you will be fine." I nodded my head. "I can do that." Then I heard the traditional wedding march as the back doors opened and Bella walked out. She had a lacy veil over her head that came down her back onto the ground, giving her a train. Her hair was down around her shoulders, and I'm guessing that someone applied makeup on her because she had more on than she would normally wear. I could smell her strong perfume, and it took me a moment to get used to the smell. In her hands she carried a small bouquet of 3 white lilies with pink centers. With each step that she took, I could feel my smile spread out further across my face. Bella grinned, and once she was at my side, I took her hand. "I love you, Bells." "I love you too, Jake." Bella smiled and giggled up at me. The minister started speaking, and for a while I was so in my own world that I wasn't really listening. Bella's beautiful brown eyes sparkled, however. She blinked often, and I think the thick mascara felt funny to her. Her cheeks had an unnatural blush, and her lips were a bright magenta, and slowly things started to not feel right. Bella giggled more than I knew to be normal, leaned heavily into my side, and her eyes shifted, looking everywhere, but didn't really seem to be focusing. I never thought that the setting or Bella's appearance would be important to me, but I looked out at the white empty pews, and I wanted to have my family and friends here with me when I married the girl of my dreams. Marriage is what brings us together today. I heard the minister say as I began to focus on what he was saying. "Do you, Jacob Black, take Bella Swan to be your beloved wife?" "Wait," I stated firmly, taking a deep breath. "Bella, look around. Is this really how you want us to get married? To have a whirlwind wedding, without our family or friends here with us?" "I don't care about a big production, Jacob." "I don't either, but Bella, I have waited so long to marry you that I want to do it right, with your father walking you down the aisle, and my father standing with us and pronouncing us man and wife." I blinked, trying to think. "Jacob, do you not want to marry me?" Bella frowned, speaking softly. "Of course I do, you know that." "No, I don't. It has been 3 years, and you haven't mentioned marrying me even once since we visited my mom the first time." "Excuse me," I said to the minister, and lead Bella to one of the first chairs. We sat down next to each other, and I took the flowers out of her hand, setting them beside me, and took both her hands in mine. "Bella, I haven't asked you since then because I wanted to wait for you to actually say yes when I asked. I have said yes, and now you're the one stopping us." Bella began to cry, and thick black tears streaked down her face. "Oh God. Bells, that isn't what I meant at all." There was a box of tissues under the first row, and I pulled a couple tissues, wiping her face. "I want to be able to propose to you in the way that I have planned out for the past 3 years. I know exactly where we will go and what I want to say. I have been thinking about the perfect ring for you." I looked at the 2 simple gold bands, and that ring is not it. I want to stand in front of my family, friends, and tribe, and take you as my wife, and it not be a spontaneous decision that you might regret when you wake up. Bella shook her head. "I could never regret marrying you."
"Oh, Jake!"
Bella flung both arms around my neck, hugging me tight, and I returned it with equal intensity. Bella took another tissue, pulling herself together. We both held on to each other for a while, and then we pulled apart, neither of us speaking. "I don't mean to intrude," the minister said, taking a couple steps towards us. "Obviously, I have performed thousands of weddings, and I usually get a feeling for those that will last, and those making a mistake. The love that you both have for each other is so evident that I know that you will make it. However, you deserve to have your wedding be a dream come true." "Thank you. I'm sorry for any inconvenience we may have caused." I told him. "There has been none at all. It has been my pleasure to meet you both." Bella smiled weakly, and a lady came, taking her veil off, and Bella tried to return the flowers, but they insisted that she keep them. We walked back to our hotel, and after getting ready for bed, the emotional exhaustion made us fall asleep almost instantly. The next morning we both slept in, and Bella wasn't feeling that great from the alcohol. I wouldn't call it a complete hangover, but it was a good thing that we didn't really have anything planned for today. It was also good because Bella was extremely quiet. I wasn't sure, but I felt like she was really angry with me because I stopped us from getting married.
Bills, please talk to me.
I don't know what to say, she whispered. Why are you mad at me? I'm not. Really? I'm not mad at you. I don't believe you. I'm not sure, Jake. I get why you stopped us, and I'm not mad about that. I mean, if I came back married, Renee would shoot me. Not because I got married, but because she wasn't there. I chuckled and nodded my head. That is what I meant. You have to know that it is not you. If we were home, I would marry you on the spot. Thanks. I think I'm just embarrassed. I reached over and took her hand as we continued to float along. I'm sorry. The last thing that I ever would want to do is hurt your feelings or embarrass you. Tell me this. If you woke up this morning married to me, how would you feel? Bella paused to think about her response, which I appreciated because it showed that she was taking my question seriously. I would be a little freaked out, but going through it yesterday has really made me ready. I want to get married. Really? I assumed that you wanted to wait until you finished college. I'm tired of waiting, and I think there will always be something or some reason to wait. I was really excited and flipped off my flotation tube and pulled Bella into a deep kiss. I think I might be the happiest person alive right now. I grinned and kissed her again. Bella grinned back between kisses, and her arms were around my neck. Give me a little time to get your ring, and I promise you a real engagement. Sounds great, but the ring isn't that important to me. I rolled my eyes. Oh, don't give me that. I got back on the tube and we talked about more details of our engagement and wedding, what style Bella wanted to have and all that. We had talked about it some after Kim and Jared's and Paul and Rachel's weddings. Kim's was very small with mostly family, and of course Rachel's was a production, and we both agreed that a mixture of the two would be great for us. Talking was exactly what we both needed. We ate at the Italian restaurant at the hotel, and then we relaxed that evening in the large jacuzzi tub. We kissed and caressed each other until we ended up making love surrounded by warm water.
Bella's POV.
It had been a month since Jacob and I returned from Vegas, and honestly I was surprised that Jacob hadn't officially proposed. I thought that the idea of getting married would be really scary for me, but when I woke up and remembered that we almost got married, it was a really weird feeling for me. Part of me was relieved, because I knew that it was impulsive and I wasn't really thinking clearly. What surprised me was that a much larger part of me was disappointed, and I realized that I really wanted to be married to Jacob. We stayed together unless he was at the shop, and I worked with Jackie, Embry, and Seth at the resort. I usually got off work before Jacob and would either go to the shop or to Emily's house. Therefore, Jacob knew to go to her house. If I wasn't at the shop, Unka, yak! Unka, yak! Tom squealed as Jacob walked in the front door. Tom ran full speed, leaping into the air, and Jacob caught him easily, lifted him over his head, making airplane sounds as Tom flew around the room. Together they soar over to Emily and me, where we each got a sloppy wet kiss from Tom and big hugs from Jake. You are extremely lucky, Bella, Emily murmured, leaning against the kitchen counter as Jacob and Tom settled on the floor, in front of the couch, each with a train, and continued to play together. I know I am. I honestly don't know what I would have done with him. Emily sighed. Every time I thought I would completely lose my mind, Jacob was there. I'm glad, Emily. I really am. I feel like we are all a family, and I really love to watch Jake with Tom. It makes me think about the father he will be someday. Does it make you miss Sam? No more than I always do. The whole pack makes sure that I am well taken care of, but it is not the same. Emily gave a sad smile. Yeah, I get that. I nodded my head in understanding. Thanks, that means a lot, especially from an imprint. Do you still worry about Jacob imprinting? Emily asked. It is always in the back of my mind. I can't help it. But I love Jake too much to let something that may never happen keep me away. If he imprinted today, I wouldn't regret the time that I had. I understand that, Emily continued to smile. I'm really glad that you didn't let him go. Really? I asked before I was able to stop myself. What does that mean? Emily asked, confused. I shouldn't have said anything. I'm sorry. I tried to backpedal. I had never been jealous of the friendship between Jacob and Emily, but at the same time I knew that they love each other. You know that Jacob and I are family. Nothing more. Emily said seriously. I know. I'm fine with it. Really? Emily said doubtfully. Yeah, I deserve that. And yes, really. I confirmed. I'm not worried about you and Jacob and the time that he spends with Tom. You all need each other, and I really do love to watch Jacob with your son. He is amazing, Emily confirmed. Yes, he is. I had no problem agreeing too. Now, ladies, Jacob trotted over with Tom on his back. Let's save some of that praise for when I can really bask in it. He smirked, jokingly. Oh, what makes you think you are so praiseworthy? I tried to say seriously. Jacob came over and raised up on his knees, placing his hands on my waist. Bells, Wolf hearing. Remember? I know everything. He raised his eyebrows, still smirking. On his knees, we were almost the same height, with him being only slightly shorter than me, and I leaned down and kissed him gently. Emily finished up the last few touches on dinner, and we ate together. Jacob and I stayed as Tom got his bath and got ready for bed. Emily tucked him in and kissed his forehead as Jacob sat down on the end of his bed, reading him a story. "Okay, Shaq," Tom interrupted the story.
Yeah, Tommy.
Jacob looked up from the book. "Are you my daddy?" he asked, and I couldn't help taking a quick look at Emily. She looked so sad and a single tear slid down her cheek. I walked over to her and placed an arm around her waist, and she smiled weakly. "No, you know I'm not," Jacob answered, setting the book down on the floor, scooting closer to him. Tom moved over to make room for Jacob, on the bed. "Can I pretend you are?" Jacob looked over at us with almost a pleading look, and Emily began to cry heavily. "Help me," Jacob mouthed. I motioned with my hand for him to come here, and handed him Emily. She started to fall apart, and Jacob scooped her up, and it sounded like he took her to her bedroom. I picked up the book that Jacob had been reading, and continued where he left off. After a few minutes, I was finished, and I placed it back on the bookshelf. "What's wrong with Mommy?" Tom asked, sitting up in bed. "She will be fine, you know, Jake. We'll take good care of her." I sat down next to him on the bed. "It is just that sometimes your mommy misses your actual daddy." "Yeah," Tom said, looking down and began to rub his fingers over the soft blanket that he slept with. "You know it is okay to love Jake. He loves you very much, and would do anything for you, but he can't be someone he isn't." I gave him a big hug, and kissed his cheek as I pulled the covers over him, tucking him in tightly. His eyes fluttered for a moment as he hugged his blanket and relaxed into sleep. I ran my fingers through his soft hair for a moment, and then gave him a gentile pat before standing up to leave. As I turned around, I saw Jacob standing in the doorway. "You are amazing," he whispered. "How long have you been standing there?" I asked.
"Not long, but wolf hearing, you know."
He said like that, explained everything. He took a step closer, wrapping his arms around me.
"I love you,"
he said, his words muffled into my hair. "I love you too." I hugged him tightly, and we kissed sweetly. "Will you meet me outside? I want to poke my head in on Emily and then we can go for a walk, or something." "Sure, no problem." I agreed easily. I walked outside, sitting down on the front porch. The sun began to set, and I watched it slip below the horizon. It was a warm summer night, and there was a light breeze that felt really good. Jacob came out and took my hand as we walked along. "Is Emily all right?" I asked. "Yeah," he shrugged. "You know, it is still hard sometimes. Most of the time she is fine and then something like that will happen," and he grimaced, and I knew he didn't really like talking about the void that Sam left behind. "I understand." I offered to close the subject. "I know you do." Jacob pulled me into his side, taking my hand around his waist. We continued to walk together silently. I loved how we were just so comfortable with each other, that a simple smile or look could speak volumes. Under our feet, it slowly changed from leaves and dirt into the pebbly sand of the beach as the night sky began to twinkle above. We sat down on our driftwood tree, and Jacob turned sideways, so that my back was to his chest, and he wrapped his arms around me, settling them on my stomach. I wasn't sure if it was what happened with Tom, but Jacob seemed to have a lot on his mind, so I rested my head against his shoulder, watching the waves rock back and forth against the shoreline. I didn't realize that I had fallen asleep until Jacob lifted me out of the rabbit, carrying me to our room at my dad's house. Once Rachel and Paul moved in with Billy, it became easier for Jacob and I to stay with Charlie when we were in town. It was a win-win, with us needing somewhere to stay, and Charlie really enjoyed the company. I heard mumbled words between Charlie and Jacob, and a moment later felt Jacob sit down on the bed with me in his lap. He brought his free hand over my hair, tucking a strand behind my ear, before I stretched and stood up to get ready for bed. I loved having Jacob near me when we slept, and the few nights when we were apart, it was hard for me to sleep. I couldn't say that I enjoyed waking up most mornings, covered in sweat from his body heat. However, we installed a ceiling fan in my room, and that made a huge difference. The following morning we had a quick breakfast with Charlie, before driving back to Ep2's. Jacob went to his shop and I went to the resort. It wasn't much different from when Jacob first started working there. There was still a gift shop that was like a small convenience store with basic food and necessities. The main difference now were the customers. There was a large focus on corporate retreats, so there were a lot more groups rather than just individuals renting 1 or 2 cabins. Seth and I were getting the cabins ready for the next group, coming in this evening. I would clean the bathtub, toilet, sink, and floor, while he would change the sheets, hang the towels, vacuum the floor, and clean the mirrors. We had a good system down and could normally chat easily with each other. However, today Seth seemed really quiet. Technically, yeah, I heard him sigh. It's just that Amber was supposed to come down for a few days. But now Leah is also coming home, and now I don't have a place for her to stay. I volunteered to sleep on the couch, and she could stay in my room. But she knew that her parents wouldn't like her staying in her boyfriend's room, and she respects them too much to do it behind their back. Well, that is good that she has a good relationship with her parents, I added, trying to think of something positive to say. Seth and Amber had been dating for the past year, and even though it was clear he was crazy about her, I could tell that they were taking things slow. Her parents are really great. We stayed with them over spring break, and they are so much fun, but very protective of Amber, not that I blame them for that. Wait, so you can stay at her house, but she can't stay at yours? I asked confused. I stayed in their guest room, which is fine. She wants to wait until she is married for, and honestly I have seen so many people get hurt and messed up by getting physical too quickly. So I'm fine with waiting. I just want to work it out that she gets to come and I see her. I know I sound like a complete sap, but I miss her. That is really sweet, Seth. Not to point out the obvious, but we do work at the resort. As long as not every room is filled, I think she could probably stay here. Good idea. I'll talk to her about it. However, she might not like being so isolated. What do you mean? Not having the accountability of parents, family, that sort of thing. At some point, they are just going to have to trust you. And Amber, honestly, I don't see how it is different than in college. You have your own apartment. Are you kidding me? I heard him give a short laugh. I live with Leah. If she knew that I was having sex when she wasn't, she would make sure that I never have children. It is hard enough that I'm dating and she isn't.
I shook my head, even though he couldn't see it because I was hunched over the tub, cleaning the facets.
That is not your problem. Leah could be dating if she wanted. I have never seen a girl that gets hit on more than Leah. Gross. Bella, that is my sister. I'm just saying, it is her choice that she isn't dating anyone. Okay. Point well taken. Seth started up the vacuum, and I finished up the bathroom. We continued until we finished the sixth and final cabin. You have any plans for tonight? Seth asked, as we put away our cleaning supplies inside one of the storage cabinets inside the cabin. Not really. I'll head over to the shop from here and maybe have dinner at Billy's. We stepped out onto the front porch of the cabin, as we continued to talk to each other. Cool. Well, have fun. I'm gonna talk to Embry and see if there is a spot for Amber. Alright, if there isn't, check with Jackie, her house is huge, and I'm sure that there is a guest room that Amber could stay in. You are the best. Seth gave me a huge hug, lifting me off the ground, and kissed my cheek. Sure, I mumbled, and we held on to each other laughing. I guess my grandfather was right, said a tall, skinny boy that I didn't know. Come on, Bella, let's go. Seth took my hand and started to lead me away from him. What? I started to ask, and Seth shook his head. Kroko, Ikelchid, Hokats. The boy asked. I didn't know what he said, but I felt Seth's arms tense, and he turned around and glared at him. Kika. Seth growled and shook his head. Sorry, Bella. Then he turned back to the kid. Linny, go, before Jacob comes and beats the crap out of you.
I'm not scared of Jacob.
Linny rolled his eyes. Well, you should at least respect him, as chief of our tribe, if nothing else. Seth challenged. He will never be chief as long as he is still with her. Lenny glared at me and took another step towards us, and Seth moved me to his other side, keeping his hand at my waist. Have you lost your mind? Seth scowled. You idiot. He already is. He continued to glare at me. We will see about that, he challenged, before he turned to leave. Seth watched him leave and didn't let me go until he was out of sight. What was that about? I asked, as Seth gave me a light pat on the back before letting go. Don't give me that. I may not want to, but I need to know. Obviously, it was about me. It's stupid, Bella. I brushed his hand from my arm so that I could stop walking and crossed my arms over my chest. What did you both say? You aren't going to let this go, are you? No, so you might as well get it over with, and tell me. Seth sighed. He asked where you were going, and I told him to go away. You are editing something because I don't believe you would be so protective if someone simply wondered where I was headed. Seth shook his head and ran a hand through his short hair. He said Hokats, which means white person. He doesn't like me because I'm white. Seriously. On my first date with Jacob, I remembered meeting Jacob's family members that didn't live on the reservation because of being mixed, but that was over 40 years ago that they left. I told you it was stupid. Seth mumbled. Does the rest of the tribe feel that way too? No, he answered way too quickly. Seth, tell me the truth. I did. For most of the tribe, race is not an issue. Amber is white, and I feel confident that I could bring her here, and she would be completely accepted. But for some people it is different because of you being with Jacob. Jacob has always been held to a different standard, his whole life because of being Ephraim Black's grandson. He already is chief, even though there are some that don't acknowledge it because he isn't married. It used to be a tradition that the chief had to be married in order to take on that responsibility. There are some people who won't like it. Seth took both my hands. But Bella, that is their problem, and I know Jacob would never let that stop him from being with you. Maybe it should. Seth shook his head again. No, Bella. Someone judging you based on your race isn't fair. It is just plain stupid. But he instantly got upset. Just seeing me, I countered, biting down on my lower lip. Well, that was just extra stupid on his part. I think he thought maybe there was more than just cleaning going on with us inside that cabin. Seth rolled his eyes. What? That's crazy. Thanks, Bella. That's real nice. Seth teased and draped his arm across my shoulders. Yes, I agree. That would be crazy. He moved his hand to my back, between my shoulder blades. Do you know what would be equally as crazy? I shook my head. No, what is that? If you let that idiot affect you, Jacob would never let someone tell him who he could be with, and neither should you. Bella, having you in it will not make it any less pure. Besides, you are seriously the best thing that has ever happened to Jacob. It probably won't come to this. But if Jacob had to choose between being chief and being with you, which one do you think he would pick? I shrugged, feeling overwhelmed with so much to think about. Seth gave me a comforting squeeze on my shoulder. Let me tell you, he would pick you every single time without even a moment of hesitation. And before you doubt if he should. Yes, Bella, he should. You are far more important than a few racist people that dramatically need a new perspective on life. Anytime, Bella. He wrapped his arms around me to hug me, and I hugged him back. Take care, all right? He said into my hair. I will. We smiled at each other, and then I walked on towards the shop. I could feel him watching me, probably making sure that I got there without anything else happening. It was strange. I had never felt unsafe in Lipush, and now suddenly I knew that some members didn't really want me around, or more specifically with Jacob. It was extremely unsettling. It was a short walk over to Jacob's shop, and I could hear Jake and Quill talking to each other. As always, they heard me coming. I swear that Jacob knew the sound of my feet by heart. Quill was under a red Ford Explorer, and I could see his monster feet at the end, and Jacob was at the desk. They kept there, filling out a little paperwork. We just had an oil change stop by, so give me 15 minutes and we can close down for the day, Jacob said. Hey, Bells. I heard Quill from under the car. Hey, Quill. I gave a small smile and then saw Claire, sitting on the only respectful piece of furniture in the shop. It was a simple dark blue microfiber love seat. She was reading a book, with her legs dangling over the side. At age 7, she was getting tall and lanky, with dark chestnut brown hair and big hazel eyes. I sat down with her trying to get over what happened with Linny, but it kept gnawing at me. 10 minutes later, Jacob was ready to leave, and Quill would lock up shortly afterwards. We went to Billy's house, and Jacob showered and put on clean khaki cargo shorts, skipping on the shirt like usual. Billy wasn't home, so I assumed that he was over at the Clearwaters, and therefore he would eat over there. I poked my head in the refrigerator and quickly made a mental note to spend some time cooking tomorrow on my day off. The selection was not looking so good right now. Suddenly 2 strong hands were around my waist, and I yelped, Jake, you have got to quit scaring me like that. It is not my fault that you were so mesmerized by an empty refrigerator that you didn't hear me coming. He grinned. Come to think of it, he has been grinning at me ever since we left the shop. It seems that you have had a good day, I smiled. His grin was completely contagious and I couldn't help but smile whenever I saw it. I have indeed, but I'm just glad to be with you. He swept me up in his signature hug. If anything, he has perfected it over the years. And our bodies would melt together with my arms around his neck and his around my hips, lifting me off the ground. I need to go for a run. Will you come with me? He asked, giving me the puppy dog eyes that I could never turn down. Sure, sounds great. I really did love riding on his wolf. It was a little intimidating at first, and I was scared to death that I would fall off. And honestly, I think he was worried about that too. However, over the years we had found a really good rhythm, and now I could feel in his hips or shoulders where he was about to go. We walked out to the woods outside Billy's house, and he removed his shorts with a wink. It would take my breath away each time because of his beautiful body, and I knew that I would stare, which he absolutely loved. A moment later, he phased into his wolf, and while I was disappointed that there was no longer a naked man in front of me, his wolf had his own beauty. He nuzzled my shoulder and neck with his massive head as he gave his contented purr in the back of his throat, while I ran my fingers through his thick, soft fur. He crouched down for me to slide on his back. Once settled, I would squeeze with my hips to let him know I was ready. He usually started at a steady trot and would slowly gain into a gallop. His hips and shoulders would roll as he lunged across the rough terrain, leaping over fallen logs and weaving through the trees. Summer was my favorite time of year to ride, because it was warm and the breeze that his movements made felt great. The area was also more beautiful, with thick leafy trees and dozens of colorful wild flowers. I had been riding for about 30 minutes when we came to one of the many waterfalls in the area. Sometimes Jacob would catch us some fish, and we would cook them together on the open fire, or we would go skinny dipping in one of the remote ponds. Jacob came to a stop and I slid off his side, holding onto his back for a minute to give my legs time to adjust to standing again. As soon as my hand lifted from his back, Jacob phased back. Crouched on the ground, he looked up and smiled. "I so love having you on my back when I run," he beamed, and wrapped his arms around me. He was still on his knees, and I really enjoyed kissing him like this. It wasn't quite the stretch it was for us to kiss when we were standing. I didn't even think about getting up on my toes or about him bending down for our lips to meet. It was normal for us. But with him on his knees, our heads were almost level, and it felt like we could kiss for days. Finally needing air, I took a shaky step back, leaving my hands on his shoulders. "I love kissing you, especially when you are on your knees," I panted. "I'll have to remember that." He winked as the same grin he has been sporting all day spread across his face. He stepped back, slipped on the shorts that were tied at his ankle, and then took my hand to walk with him. We also enjoyed walking and often would go to the crest of the waterfalls, and if possible stand or sit in the small cave behind them. The terrain was rocky, however. I had become much more steady on my feet. I'm not sure if that was natural grace that seemed to come with growing older, or if the yoga that I started in college gave me more balance. We followed the stream, getting closer to the falls until there was a large clearing and I saw a blanket and picnic basket placed in the center. Jacob smiled. "It's not. I have been wanting to do something special for a while." "Well, thanks. This is a pleasant surprise." Seeing the basket, I knew that there would be food and became instantly hungry. We sat down on the blanket, and Jacob pulled out a liter of root beer and a cup for me. I was thirsty and drank the cup quickly and traded the empty cup for a sandwich wrap. It had several meats and cheeses wrapped in a specialty tortilla. "Thanks, Jake." "No problem," he garbled between bites of food. We ate quietly, listening to the water, rushing from the stream and the waterfall not far away. There was also grapes and strawberries that we munched on. Jacob would toss the grapes up, catching them in his mouth, and grin like he was really proud of himself. "You are so adorable," I chuckled. "Well, I was going for sexy, but I'll take what I can get," he shrugged. Then he reaches for a strawberry and instead of eating it, he held it for me to bite. Jacob would always give me anything, but rarely does he give me his food, and I found the gesture to be really sweet. I took a large bite, just missing his fingers that held onto the berry. It was sweet and delicious. However, some of the juice dribbled on my chin. Jacob licked the juices from my chin, which tickled, and I giggled as he kissed all over my face, before landing on my lips. His lips were so soft and smooth, and I loved the way that they moved and caressed my own. Our tongues massaged together, and I could taste the grapes and strawberries that we had recently ate. I could feel his strong hands on my waist as he lifted me into his lap, with my legs on either side of him. We continued to kiss as I rubbed my hands down his back and across his shoulders, pressing my body even tighter into his... Slowly he laid me back and began to cover my face, neck, and shoulders with kisses, coming down to the top of my breasts, pulling down my tank top. I continued to massage his chest and abs as my body lightly rocked against his. He laid me back across the blanket, and I was so lost in our touching that I didn't notice the light sprinkles until they turned to big fat raindrops. "You have got to be kidding me." Jacob looked up at the one dark cloud that hovered over us. I grinned. This isn't our first time to make out in the rain, and probably not our last. I brushed a lock of hair that was in his face, getting wet from the rain. "You are awesome, Bella," he grinned, and pecked my lips. Then he backed up, and I sat up, as the rain left big drops spattered on our clothes. "Do you want to head back?" I asked. The rain continued to fall, and I covered it completely with my hands. "What is this?" I asked. "Just open it," Jacob said easily. I slipped the loop over the tooth and opened the pouch into my hand. Out came 5 candy hearts, and instantly I knew exactly what they were. I could feel my jaw drop as I looked at him, a little speechless. He reached into my hand and turned over 2 hearts that were on their side, and each heart had "Marry Me" written across it. "How?" I whispered, unable to speak any louder. He smiled. I went through the boxes of conversation hearts every year, and if there was one in the box, I took it out. We still would toss our hearts at each other, kissing, hugging, or saying "I love you," whatever the heart said to do. That purple heart is the first one I gave you, and I promised to save it for another time. I think it's time. On both knees he took my hands, closing them around the conversation hearts. "Bella, you are my best friend, and I love you more and more," he smiles and chuckles. even when I didn't think it was possible to love you more. We have been together a long time, and I know that things may not always be easy, but I want you by my side. Slowly his hands came up my arms, resting on my shoulders. My hands settled into my lap, with my feet tucked under me. I will never leave you, and will fight anything to keep that promise. Bella, you are my whole world, and I want to make every dream you have ever had come true. You are so beautiful. He swept a piece of wet hair from my face, and I had to laugh at getting called beautiful as the rain spattered across me. When I hug or kiss you, I want it to be as my wife, and someday the mother of my children. I want the whole world to know how much I love you. He paused for a moment, and my heart was racing. Of course I wanted to marry Jacob, but could I really be the wife of the chief of the Quiliad tribe? Would they accept me? Would any children we have be outsiders? His hands slid back down my arms to take my hands, bringing the back of my hands up to his lips, kissing each one. Bells, will you marry me? Jacob's POV. 1 month earlier, Bella and I got back from Vegas, and I started getting ready to propose properly. I had been saving money for a ring for the past 3 years, but I still didn't feel quite ready, so I started working some crazy hours at the shop, even driving out to Forks and surrounding cities to work on cars. I loved coming to people because it didn't take that much more time, but I could charge a lot more for the convenience of them not having to bring their cars in. Now that I had the money, I just needed to be able to find the right ring. I also needed to find time when Bella didn't notice me missing for a few hours, which meant mostly likely while she was working. Unless I was extremely lucky and found it quickly, it was probably going to take a few days. Quill, do you mind covering for me for a couple days? I asked, while we were taking our lunch break. Sure. What's up? I need to do some shopping for Bella. Quill looked at me skeptically. Since when do you go shopping? Since Bella has agreed to marry me. I couldn't help the cheesy grin spreading across my face. Quill slapped me hard on the back. It is about time. I nodded my head in agreement as I explained about almost getting married in Vegas. He had tears coming down his cheeks from laughing so hard. Geez, it is not that funny, I mumbled. Only you would have Bella agree to marry him and actually stop the wedding. He chuckled, taking the last bite of his sandwich. I rolled my eyes and finished my own lunch. Quill finished his chips and drink, cleaned up, and sat down in the chair across the desk from me. So are you going by yourself? He asked. I shrugged. I guess. Quill laughed again. What? I asked, taking a deep breath and sighed. Do you have any idea what she wants? Not really. She said that it wasn't important. She will wear this ring the rest of her life. How could it not be important? Good point, I acknowledged. I guess I will take my dad. Right, because he would totally know what a girl wants. Quill chuckled, sarcastically. Do you have a suggestion, or do you just enjoy shooting down my ideas? I stood up, walking away to create a little distance. Hold on, Jake. I do enjoy it, but that is just because it is so obvious. I rolled my eyes to keep from glaring at him. Jake, how about your sister, who absolutely loves to shop, or Leah, who if Bella has told someone what she wants it would be her? I took a deep breath. All right, I get it. I gave Leah and Rachel a call, and it took us a week to be able to find a time that would work for our schedules. In the meantime, I needed to talk to Charlie. I did not have any doubt he would give me his blessing, and he probably would be glad that we were finally married instead of basically living together. However, I wanted to ask, rather than just assume. I was already in Forks, maintaining the fire truck and police cruisers when I asked if he wanted to have lunch. I knew that he always ate at the dinner, and sometimes I would join him. It was about the only time I saw him without Bella. Hey, Charlie, I greeted him, and sat across from him in the corner booth. Hey, Jake. I looked over the menu briefly and we both ended up ordering the lunch special. It was a large burger and fries and we each got a soda. Jake, is everything all right? It didn't surprise me that Charlie picked up on my nervousness. I was fidgeting with the corner of the menu and completely drained my soda. I'm not even sure why I felt so nervous. This should have been easy. Yeah, I just needed to talk to you. I tried to drink. Instead, it made a large gurgling sound as the air passed through the straw. The waitress brought us our food and thankfully refilled my drink, and I took a drink to wet my parched throat. I think that she also could tell that something was going to happen, and it made sense that she would hover close by. I was halfway through my burger, still trying to think of the best way to open the conversation when Charlie slammed his fist on the table. Damn it, Jacob, just say it already. Charlie began to scowl, his frustration increasing, the longer I waited. I want to marry Bella and I wanted to get your blessing. I streamed together impossibly fast. What? Charlie stammered. I want to marry your daughter. Charlie stared blank for a moment, taking a moment to dip his fry in ketchup. Jake, I've known that for years. I know, I just wanted to do it soon. I shook my head, feeling like I was making an idiot of myself for being so nervous about this. Why? Charlie scowled once again, his voice low. I had just taken a huge bit of burger and swallowed quickly. Because I love Bella. I would have asked a long time ago. Why are you asking now? Charlie interrupted, sternly. I stammered out the explanation of almost getting married while in Vegas, and if I thought Charlie was angry before, he looked livid now. So now that I know that she will say yes, I wanted her to have it all. A real engagement and a real wedding. I shrugged. You probably think that is stupid. Charlie had calmed down during my explanation, but I could hear that his heart was still hammering rapidly. It's not stupid, but is that really the only reason you're getting married? Yes, why else? I asked, taking my last bite. The waitress came and refilled my drink and took my empty plate, while Charlie stammered, trying to backtrack until I realized what he had been freaking out about. Oh geez, Charlie. Bella is not pregnant. She isn't? Charlie looked a little surprised. Wait, is she? I asked, feeling my own heart leap. I have no idea. Charlie huffed. Do you really think that the only reason I would marry Bella is if... I broke off, feeling a mixture of being insulted and pissed off. I wanted to stand up and pace, but I also didn't want to cause a scene, so I crossed my arms over my chest, taking several deep breaths. No, I'm sorry, Jake. I could hear he meant it. I know you better than that. You were just so nervous that I jumped to the wrong conclusion. Do you doubt that I would bless you marrying Bella? Not really. It is just that's a big step, and I didn't want to screw it up. I laughed. I guess I did anyways. Charlie shook his head and smiled. No, Jake, you didn't. I did. I really am sorry. I would love for you and Bella to get married. Honestly, I can't think of much else that would make me happier. Thank you, Charlie. We settled into a normal conversation. I told him about going to shop for the ring, and that I wanted to try and ask her in the next week or two. Charlie insisted on paying for my food, which I reluctantly let him, and we returned back to the station together.
Totterden.
I had a long day at work, and I absolutely loved coming over to Emily's to spend time with Tommy. He was such a sweet kid, and it made me so proud, the way he lights up and squeals with joy when he saw me. It brought out the child in me, and I could play for hours with trains or other toys, or by lifting him high into the air. It wasn't always easy, such as when he asked if I was his daddy. He knew that Sam was his father, but he doesn't really know who he was, so I get that I am the closest thing to a father that he had. Emily was so strong, and I had admired her as she took on full responsibility for Tommy. I'd been by her side as much as possible, but I knew that it wasn't the same. When she broke down and Bella handed her to me, I scooped her up and took her to her bedroom. I sat down on her bed and just held her while she cried. Are you all right, Em? I asked, rubbing her back. She nodded her head. It was resting heavily against my shoulder. You are such a liar, I challenged. Her arm that was around my back came up and smacked me in the back of the head. Shut up, Jake. I stifled a laugh and decided to take her advice and be quiet. I could hear Bella reading to Tommy and then her talking to him. I heard that you got the ring, Emily commented, taking a deep breath and to get herself pulled together. Yeah, I did. I beamed. How did you know? I just got it today. Leah came by here. I laughed, thinking about the shopping trip with the two girls. My goodness, that was insane, with Leah not liking any of them, and Rachel loving them all, until I walked along the back of the small jewelry store in Port Angeles. And I saw it. It was absolutely perfect, and I motioned for Rachel and Leah, and they both instantly agreed. The salesman took it out, and Rachel, who wore the same size ring, tried it on. The ring was a perfect fit, and we all beamed at each other. It helped that everything in that case was on clearance for half price, so I was able to purchase it and take it with me that day. So when will you propose? Emily asked, bring me back from my memory. We both work tomorrow, and she has the next day off. So I was thinking tomorrow night, I whispered. Give me a sec. I stood up, and I'll tell you what I'm thinking. All right. I went back to Tommy's room to see Bella run her hand through his hair and give him a soft pat. You are amazing, I whispered to her, and we kissed and talked. I asked her to meet me on the front porch, and then I went back to Emily's room. She came out of the bathroom, and I could tell that she had washed her face with tiny drops of water in her hairline. I don't mind at all. I also have a basket if you need it. That would be awesome. I'll have Quill come by after work, and he can run it up. Sounds great. Is there anything in particular that you want to eat? No? I'll let you decide that. I gave her a quick hug and kissed her hair. I appreciate you doing this. No problem. I'm really happy for you, Emily said, hugging me back. Thanks. I paused at the door and could see Bella through the window, sitting down watching the sun set. The final glow reflected off her pale skin, and she looked so beautiful. I came out and took her hand, and we walked to our driftwood tree. I had my arms wrapped around her, holding her tightly to my chest, and I could feel her body relax into mine. I felt like I had everything I could ever want, literally wrapped in my arms, and I was really anxious about becoming a husband. I had questions and doubts. Was I really ready to have the responsibility of providing for Bella? What if she didn't want to be the wife of a struggling mechanic? I wondered when I would get to keep my promise to quit phasing and to be able to age with Bella. I began to picture us in the beautiful clearing with the waterfalls around us. Myself on one knee declaring my love for her and us kissing passionately after she answered yes. I don't know how long I sat there or when it was that Bella fell asleep, but I carried her to the car and drove us to Charlie's house in Forks. Charlie heard the car pull up to the house, and I assume must have already been standing because he didn't normally get the door for me. "Charlie," I acknowledged. "I thought you might want to know I'm asking her tomorrow." "Should you say that with her right here?" Charlie asked. I shrugged. "I'm pretty sure she is completely out of it. Good night, Charlie." "Night." Charlie plopped back on the couch, and I carried Bella to our room, and we got ready for bed quickly and went right to sleep.
Time.
At work, Quill agreed to take the basket for me. Him and Claire would walk over to Emily's house, and Claire would hang out there for the short time that it would take him to run it up. He could carry the basket in his mouth or just run human. Either way, Bella and I walked to Dad's house, and I took a quick shower. I was going to need to either install a shower in the shop or get my own house. It was difficult going from place to place. I think one of the best things about getting married will be to have an official place to call mine and Bella's. I had a small stash of extra shorts that I kept at Dad's, sorting through to find one with pockets. I slipped on the cargo shorts and found Bella's ring that I stashed in the bathroom and slipped it into the pocket. I zipped the pocket closed so that it wouldn't come out while I was phased. I went towards the kitchen and I could see Bella's butt as she leaned over looking inside the refrigerator. And I almost grabbed it, but changed my mind and decided to slide my arms around her waist. Bella yelped and I couldn't help grinning as I held her close. I was getting anxious and excited as I asked her to come on a run with me. Bella normally loved to come ride, but I knew it would suck if she said no, so I added the puppy dog eyes that I knew she could never refuse. It was pretty common for us to take a random break, and I would let Bella get off to stretch her legs and relax, so I knew she wouldn't think much of it when I came to a stop. I phased back, wrapped her in my arms, kissing her soundly. It really did feel great kissing her while on my knees, because it leveled out our height difference, so it was fantastic to know that Bella enjoyed it as much as I did. I took her hand as we began to walk together along the stream. We made it to the clearing. There was a basket on a tribal blanket. I smiled at Emily's thoughtfulness to include a blanket. "Why do I get the feeling that isn't an accident?" Bella said. I smiled. "It's not. I have been wanting to do something special for a while." "Well, thanks. This is a pleasant surprise." We sat down on the blanket, and I pulled out a liter of root beer and a cup for Bella. I was surprised that she downed the drink by the time I handed her sandwich wrap. It had several meats and cheeses wrapped in a specialty tortilla. "Thanks, Jake." "No problem," I garbled between bites of food. We ate quietly, listening to the water rushing from the stream and the waterfall not far away. There were also grapes and strawberries that we munched on. I would toss the grapes up, catching them in my mouth. I grinned wildly, feeling really excited about proposing to her. "You are so adorable," Bella chuckled. "Well, I was going for sexy, but I'll take what I can get." I shrugged. Then, I reached for a strawberry, holding it by its leaves. I leaned over, placing it in front of Bella's lips. She took a large bite, just missing my fingers, that held onto the berry, and the juice dribbled down her chin. I couldn't help myself as I licked the juice from her face. Bella giggled and I kissed over her chin, cheeks, and down her nose before landing on her lips. Our mouths opened and our tongues tangled together. I didn't really bring her here to make out, but the more we kissed, the more it was all I could think about. I knew it was either keep kissing or to start my proposal, and that made me nervous, so I intensified it by laying her back on the blanket. Bella held me tightly, her hands roaming over my back and shoulders, her fingers burying themselves into my hair. I covered her face, neck and shoulders with kisses, coming down to the top of her breasts, pulling down her tank top. I felt the light sprinkles start, but didn't care to stop until I could feel them get fat and splattered against my skin. "You have got to be kidding me." I looked up at the one dark cloud that hovered over us. Bella grinned. This isn't our first time to make out in the rain, and probably not our last. She brushed away a lock of hair that was in my face, getting wet from the rain. "Do you want to head back?" Bella asked. No. Please, let's stay." My heart leaped, and I was instantly panicked. I figured it was time to start before this opportunity that I had created completely passed me by. I reached inside the basket and brought out the pouch. I had handed it to Quill at work, and told him to make sure it got in the basket. I think he assumed it was the ring and didn't ask what was inside. I got the pouch several years ago when I first decided to start collecting the Marry Me hearts. Here, I said, tossing her the deerskin pouch. I wanted to try and remain casual, but my heart was racing and I had to take several deep breaths. However, Bella was too busy looking at the design on the pouch to notice. The rain continued to fall, and she covered it completely with her hands. "What is this?" she asked. "Just open it," I said easily. She slipped the loop over the tooth, opened the pouch, spilling the hearts into her hand. Her jaw dropped and looked at me a little speechless. 2 hearts were on their sides and I reached into her hand to have the words, "Marry Me," be clearly seen. "How?" she whispered, unable to speak any louder. I smiled. I went through the boxes of conversation hearts every year, and if there was one in the box I took it out. That purple heart is the first one I gave you, and I promised to save it for another time. I think it's time. On both knees I took her hands, closing them around the conversation hearts. I knew exactly what I wanted to say, and took one deep breath to be able to relax and say it. "Betta, you are my best friend, and I love you more and more." I smiled and chuckled, still a little nervous, even when I didn't think it was possible to love you more. We have been together a long time, and I know that things may not always be easy, but I want you by my side. Slowly my hands came up her arms, resting on her shoulders. Her hands settled into her lap, with her feet tucked under her. "I will never leave you, and will fight anything to keep that promise. Betta, you are my whole world, and I want to make every dream you have ever had come true. You are so beautiful." I swept a piece of wet hair from her face, tucking it behind her ear. She gave a slight laugh, but I decided to continue. "When I hug or kiss you, I want it to be as my wife and someday the mother of my children. I want the whole world to know how much I love you." I paused for a moment, and I could feel my throat constricting with emotion. I closed my eyes for a moment, taking a very deep breath. My hand slid back down her arms to take her hands, bringing the back of her hands up to my lips, kissing each one. "Bells, will you marry me?" Bella's mouth dropped slightly, before she started to nibble on her lip. I could hear her heart hammering wildly, and the longer she waited, the more likely I thought it would be that my own heart would completely explode. Honestly, that was supposed to be an easy question. I asked, she say yes, we kiss, and all was well.
Bells!
I whispered, so softly I wasn't sure if she even heard me. "Jake!" She took a deep breath. "I really want to say yes." "Then do." There was another long pause, and I couldn't figure out what was wrong, but clearly I was missing something. "Okay, back up. Pretend I didn't say that or something. What is going on?" "It is just, I haven't ever thought about the responsibility and significance of your family." I looked at her confused. "It is just my dad and sisters, Bella." I shook my head, not understanding. "Do you think that they don't approve?" I didn't specifically ask my dad, but I know he does, and so does Rachel. "What about your tribe?" Bella whispered the last word, so softly, I almost didn't hear. "What about them? They don't get a vote on who I marry." "But your chief. Doesn't that give them an opinion?" I laughed. "No, even less of one actually. I'm chief, if needed. I tell them what to do, not the other way around." Bella was still quiet, and I could tell she was thinking of something. "Is this really what is holding you back?" I thought. "Ugh!" I sighed. "That you were ready for this." I looked down at her, not wanting her to see how badly this hurt, but I knew that I couldn't hide it. "Oh, Jake. I am." She closed her eyes. "It was just something we haven't ever talked about, and—" "What, Bella?" "I know the timing sucks, but something happened." Bella told me about what happened with Linny, and I could feel my blood boiling and my whole body started to shake. I hadn't lost it and phased outside of my control in years, but in that moment I wanted to kill him for making Bella feel like she wasn't the right person for me. Bella saw my reaction and didn't move, just lightly placed our joined hands over my knee and rested her hands over mine instead of them being laced together. Her fingers rubbed over the back of my hand. "Honestly, I can't decide if I am more mad at him for saying anything to you or at you for taking it to heart. What the hell is wrong with you?" "Me." "What?" Bella said, surprised. "Yes, where's your self-respect to not take that kind of crap from someone else? And why on earth would you think I would listen to anyone as stupid as him? The only difference is that I can kick their ass out if they even think of saying anything ever again." "Would you do that?" Bella asked. "Absolutely," I gave a non-humorous laugh. "Think about it, Bella, I'm a werewolf. If either of us should be worried about what might be passed on to our children, it should be you. The only thing freaky about our children would be that they might turn into gigantic wolves, and that would be from me, not you." I hadn't even thought of that. Bella took a deep breath. "I'm sorry, I shouldn't have brought it up." I had stopped shaking so that I could take her hands again. Not talking about it is not the answer. "But I completely ruined your proposal." She looked down at our joined hands, resting in her lap. I lifted one hand under her chin to look at me. Not completely. You simply haven't answered my question. I got back on both knees and unzipped the pocket of my shorts and pulled out a simple black ring box. I flipped open the lid with my thumb and dropped her hand for a moment to be able to take the ring out of the box. I held the ring and took her hand. Bella, will you marry me? Bella had big tears that spilled over her eyes and down her cheeks. Yes, I would say it over and over. Yes. I slipped the ring over her finger, and it slid on perfectly. It was white gold with a stream of mini diamonds running over and under a pale light blue diamond in the center. I kissed the tears from her cheeks, and Bella stared at the ring. Wow, it's so beautiful. A few more tears slid down her face, and I wiped them away with my thumb. I love you, Bells. I love you too, Jake. I scooped her up into my arms and stood up, holding her body close to mine. Her arms went around my neck, and we hugged and kissed until neither of us could see straight. The rain kept falling down around us, and by now we were both completely drenched, but didn't care. Bella's POV. After Jacob and I got engaged, it seemed like things were absolutely perfect. Charlie was happier than I had ever seen him. When we came back the evening that Jacob proposed, Charlie wrapped me in his arms, giving me the biggest hug I have ever been given from him. It was clear that Charlie already thought of Jacob as a son, but the engagement seemed to make it more real. Billy was equally happy for the both of us, and there was a huge Wolfpack engagement party for us on the beach. I laughed at how much the guys loved to pick me up, and I was thrown into the ocean more times than I could count. Even Jacob got launched a few times, and I learned that they were holding back when they would throw me, except for once Embry had my arms and Quill my feet, swinging me back and forth before launching me high into the air. I thought they were crazy until I splashed into Jacob's arms. It was so wonderful to have the support of our friends and family. Even though we were both extremely excited about getting married, we agreed to wait until I was finished with college. Jacob wasn't really able to move to Seattle with me, and so it made sense to wait. Graduation was 2 weeks away, and I would be getting married 1 month afterwards. I was really ready, but at the same time scared at what this would mean for me. Being out of college, I would actually start working, and being a wife meant I would have responsibilities that seemed more important than simply studying for an exam. I looked around at the many boxes that I had to put my things into, and at times I felt overwhelmed. 4 months ago I was filling out our wedding invitations with Jacob when he dropped a bomb that I wasn't expecting. Flashback. Hey Bells, I'm really glad that we decided to get married on the beach. He beamed. Yeah, me too. I smiled up at him as I stuffed the invitations into the envelope and placed the address label and stamp on it. With neither Jacob or myself having very nice handwriting, we decided that we would have the addresses printed and label them. I held the invitation for Carlisle and Esme, and a huge smile spread across my face. It had been about a year since I had seen them, and I really missed them. Seeing their names made me think of all the Cullens, and while I talked on the phone with Alice regularly, Edward was the only one that I actually saw. Jacob looked at the invitation in my hand, and I saw him cringe. What's wrong, Jake?
That might be a problem.
He nodded his head towards the invitation. Why is that? They are like family to me. I know that, and I don't mind if they are invited. But Bella, they can't actually come. I felt my face fall in shock as I dropped the invitation in the pile. What? A second after shock, anger followed, and I was furious. Jacob, it has been over 4 years. If you still have a problem with Edward, you should have said something. I can't believe this. I stood up from the floor and began to pace, furiously. It's not Edward. Specifically, Jacob said that last word softly. Then what the hell is it? I glared, still extremely angry. They are vampires, Bella. I know that, Bella, he said more softly. What? They have been here before. I know that we have made exceptions for them to be on our land, like when Seth was hurt. I crossed my arms over my chest and continued to glare. That was different, Bella. Jacob countered, and I could see that he was really trying to remain calm, and my anger probably wasn't helping, but this was huge to me. No, it is not, I growled. Him insisting was making me even angrier, so I looked out the window. Yes, it is. There weren't any other people from the tribe where Carlisle was. That is the difference, Bella. We haven't had any vampires in the area for over 4 years, and I don't want them coming to set off the cycle again. You are worried about more kids phasing? I asked, turning to face him and tried to get myself to calm down. Of course, I have to be. As Alpha and as Chief, it is my job to protect them, and we can't have some young kid wolfing out because there are vampires literally right here. I took a deep breath, and as I exhaled, tried to release my anger with it. Now that I had a better understand, I plopped down roughly on Charlie's couch. Well, geez, Jacob, why didn't you say that from the start? Jacob shook his head and sighed. I don't know. I guess I thought it was obvious, but I can now see how it wasn't. This really sucks. What if we didn't get married on the beach? I asked. We could pick a church, here in Forks. It wouldn't change anything. There would still be young people from the tribe that would attend, so the potential for them to phase is still there. I nodded my head, and knew that he was right. Bella, we can do something special with them, either before or after, if you want. It isn't personal at all. I just have to look out for my people. I guess I understand, I mumbled, and I really did. But it was really disappointing to know that people so close to me wouldn't be able to attend. Jacob wrapped his arms around me, and I hugged him back. I knew that he was just doing his job as chief and alpha. And flashback. There was a knock on the door that brought me back to what I was doing. I sat the stack of books that I had gotten from the bookshelf and placed them in the box before walking to the door to answer it. "Hello, Bella," Edward said, as the door swung wide and he walked in. "Hey, Edward, thank you for the boxes that you brought." "Not a problem." He walked around the room. "I see that you have already started. I thought I was helping you pack." "You are. I just started a few minutes ago." Edward was familiar with my apartment, and so he was able to do his own thing, and with vampire speed and strength, it didn't take long for most of the apartment to be packed up. I really had the best of both worlds, with Jacob as my future husband, and Edward as my best friend. I don't know what I would do without either of them. Edward and I spent hours together on any given day between being in class together, homework, and studying for exams. Alice called me on my way here, and said that she is coming into town. Edward mentioned, "That is great. I wonder why she didn't call me." "She did. You should charge your phone." I pulled it out of my pocket, and sure enough, it was dead. "Oh geez, I hate this thing." Edward laughed and took it out of my hand and walked to the charger. That was in the kitchen, and plugged it in. "Did Alice say what she was in town for?" "I believe she wants to go shopping for your graduation and maybe other things." "Oh, of course." I pulled out a DVD from one of the boxes and handed it to Edward for him to place in the player and get it set up. "When is she coming?" I asked. "Oh," I took a deep sigh. "As much as I love to see Alice, I still would rather not go shopping." I threw some popcorn in the microwave for myself. It was late, and I didn't feel like cooking for just me. Jacob had a council meeting tonight and wouldn't be coming. "I know." Edward smiled and sat down on the couch, picking up the remote to start the movie once I was settled. "Will you come with us?" I asked once the popcorn finished. I sat down on the couch with Edward. "No, I do not go shopping." "Do you have plans to do something else?" I asked, knowing that he most likely didn't. "No." "Then come." "No. Why would I do that?" Edward asked. "To spend time with your sister, of course. I'll be seeing her all the time in a month anyways." I cringed for just a second. That was the bitter part of getting married to Jacob. I would be living on the reservation and wouldn't be seeing Edward anymore. "Where will you go?" I whispered softly. Edward shrugged, and I knew that he was avoiding the question. "Answer me, please." "We will be starting high school again in a small town, 30 miles outside of Paris." "You are leaving the country." I stared at him, shocked. "When were you going to tell me that?" "Most likely when Alice came here tomorrow." "How long have you known?" I looked down sad. "For a while." "Edward," I interrupted. "What, Ella?" he asked, taking my hand in his. "If we're moving here to Seattle or to Paris, what is the difference? I still will not see you." "It seems like a pretty big difference to me," I mumbled. "I'm sorry, Bella." I looked up and we wrapped our arms around each other in a long hug. I sighed and relaxed, trying to let the movie distract me. I guess I knew in theory that Edward would leave and join his family again soon. But I didn't really know what that would look like. He was always very important to me, and I was extremely lucky to have him stay as long as he had. The next thing I knew, I was waking up to the smell of breakfast. I was still on the couch, with a blanket covering me. I stretched, and stood up to go to the kitchen. "Hey, you didn't need to make me breakfast," I said to Edward as I got some juice, poured it into a glass, and sat down at the table. "It is no big deal, but I could hear your stomach growling in your sleep." Edward laughed. "It was not bothering me," he said, as he set a plate of eggs, bacon, and toast in front of me. The eggs had chopped tomato, bell pepper, onion, and some spices. Edward was experimenting with spices lately, and so I never really knew what he would put in it. "The rosemary is nice," I mentioned, and Edward's smile widened. "Well, I'm glad." We settled into a comfortable silence, and about an hour later, Alice showed up for our shopping trip. I knew it was her when the doorbell rang 5 times, and I could hear her bouncing with excitement. The second that the door opened, her arms were around my neck, hugging me tightly. Of course, Alice would know the precise time when the door would be opened. "Alice!" I grinned and hugged her back, jumping up and down with her. "My goodness, I am glad to see you."
"And I, you, Bella." Alice sang and then fluttered over to Edward, and they each hugged one another.
Alice grabbed Edward's hand, tugging him towards the door. Well, let's go. Edward smiled and followed her onto the front porch, and I quickly grabbed my purse, cell phone, and keys to lock the door behind me. Where are you going, Edward? Alice asked. I turned around and he was standing at his apartment. Home, you should know that, Edward answered. No, you are coming with us, Alice countered. I had to bite the inside of my cheeks to keep from smirking, but I guessed it didn't work because Edward rolled his eyes at me. Really? Come on, Edward, you know better than to bet against Alice. I smiled and he shook his head, but walked towards us. The next several hours were filled with going from one shop to the next. As much as I don't enjoy shopping, having Alice there made a world of difference. Here, try this, Alice said, handing me a tiny burnt orange dress. No, way. I shook my head and tried to put it back on the rack. Oh, come on, Bella, please, Alice begged. Alice, that has to be the worst dress I have ever seen. There is no way I would wear that. It would be something completely different, Bella. Please give it a try. I sighed, amazed that Alice always seemed to get her way. Oh, fine, I agreed. Oh, geez, Bella, you are right. That dress does look horrible. Alice grimaced, snatching the dress away from my hand, putting it back. That was how our shopping continued. I rarely had to actually try anything on, unless I didn't believe that it would look good. The moment I actually decided to try it on, then Alice could see what it would look like on me. Therefore, I quickly quit doubting her and would graciously accept whatever she suggested. After I ate lunch, we were walking along when I saw Edward and Alice staring at each other, and Edward's lips would twitch slightly, and I knew that they were talking to each other. Stop it, you two, I sighed. I'm sorry, Bella, Edward acknowledged, and then turned to Alice. If you want to do that, I'm out. I'm not going there. Suit yourself, Edward, Alice responded. It wasn't until we stopped right in front of a bridal shop that I realized what they were arguing about. Oh, come on, Alice. Are we finished for today? I complained. Bella, you have 1 month until your wedding, and you still do not have your dress. Renee insisted on sending me some money for my dress, and I had been saving as well, while working at the college's bookstore. It was such a great experience working there, and it made me feel confident that I would know what to do for my own store. I had worked some overtime and just received my check and was actually ready. It probably shouldn't have surprised me that Alice would know that, and so to my surprise I agreed, and Alice and I entered the shop. Alice got a phone call from Jasper, and as I slipped into the dress, my own cell phone went off. Hey, Jake, I answered, after taking my phone out of my purse. Bella, where are you? He asked. I'm shopping with Alice. Sorry, it was sort of last minute. I didn't know she would be coming until Edward told me last night. Oh, he responded, and I could hear the disappointment in his voice. Are you already here? I asked. Yeah, I wanted to surprise you. I miss you too, and I'll go visit Embry, so take your time, Jacob said, and I thought that was really nice of him. He knows how much I enjoy seeing Alice. Love you lots. I love you too, Jake. See you soon. I looked around for Alice and didn't see her, but saw Edward outside the clear double doors. He reached for the handle and then seemed to hesitate, not sure if he should come in. We didn't talk a lot about my upcoming marriage, and sometimes I wondered how he really felt. He looked up and saw me, and I nodded my head for him to come in. Where is Alice? I asked. He paused for a moment. I assumed he was listening to her thoughts. Still talking to Jasper. It sounds like her and Rose got into a fight before she left. I turned around and lifted the hem of the dress to walk back to the final dress that I needed to try on. I sighed. She isn't ever going to like me, is she? Edward shook his head and placed his hands on my shoulders in a comforting gesture. It doesn't matter, Bella. She is not your concern. What are you doing? The saleswoman screeched at Edward. Edward lifted his hands from my shoulders, and I thought I saw him cringe. What are you talking about? I asked the lady. Grooms are not allowed, she said. I felt my stomach drop, and I knew that Edward had heard her mind before she said it. He is not the groom. I glared at her, surprised that she was so forward in her assumption. I took Edward's hand for him to follow me away from her. Holding the skirt of my dress with one hand, my foot tangled in the material and I tripped. Edward quickly caught me with his other hand. I sighed and began to laugh. Only you, Bella, Edward whispered, keeping his hand on my hip until I had my balance. I kept his hand as I took a few more careful steps. As soon as we had some distance, I dropped his hand, crossing my arms over my chest. I'm sorry, that couldn't have been easy, I mumbled. It is not your fault, Bella. That doesn't really make it any better. Edward. He looked into my eyes, and as I looked back at him, I could see how much he still loved me. Looking at him, it didn't really surprise me that the lady thought he was the groom, and that was just so wrong. Edward. It's time for you to move on, I said as delicately as I could. I can't, Edward said, so softly that I almost didn't hear him. You need to, Edward, or I can't see you anymore. Why, we aren't doing anything wrong, Edward challenged. I know that, but you can't still be my best friend when you're in love me. It is not fair to you, and it is not fair to Jacob. Edward looked away, so that it was hard for me to see his face. You are right, he whispered. I reached my hand out to cup his cheek. I want you to be my friend and be in my life. I really do, but not like this. Will you please try, do it for me? I shook my head, feeling so terrible to ask him to find someone else, so that we could be together without feeling guilty about it. Maybe a vampire this time, I smiled, trying to make a joke about it. Yeah, maybe. Edward agreed, even though I knew that he didn't really mean it. Oh, Bella, Alice interrupted. I told you that was a good one. I looked at her confused until I remembered that I had been trying on dresses, and looked at the smooth silk that covered my body. Yeah, Alice, it looks great. I can't believe that you waited on me to try on your last dress, Alice said, giving me a big hug. Thank you, Bella. Edward looked at Alice and rolled his eyes, and I instantly knew that Alice had stayed away on purpose. I wanted to ask her if there was someone for Edward, but I wasn't sure how. I picked up the last dress, and Alice followed me into the dressing room. I know what you want to know, Bella, Alice whispered, even though Edward could hear us if he wanted to. Can you see anything at all? I asked. Sometimes. Really? I interrupted. Alice nodded her head. When he is with Lizzie, sometimes I see a future there. Lizzie was a vampire that Edward met when he went to Seattle in search of Victoria. She became curious about Edward because of his eyes being different, and over the past 3 years, Edward has been teaching her about the veggie lifestyle. I have met her a few times, and she knows that I'm Edward's best friend, but she doesn't know that I know what they are. Oh, Alice, that is fantastic. I quickly gave her a hug. Calm down, Bella. That future is way too fuzzy to give you any type of guarantee. But it does help that she is going to be joining my family in France, Alice said. Wow. Is she going to be a sibling? I couldn't help but be curious. No, probably not. However, it is something else that we have to discuss as a family. The larger we get, the more difficult it is to blend in. I laughed. Alice, do you really think that you all blend in? Alice shook her head. We try. Alice finished zipping me up, and it was so soft on the inside, with it tight across the waist and hips and 4 soft layers that rippled down the skirt, showing the tips of my toes. The sleeves were off each shoulder, with a graceful V arching over each breast. Alice reached inside her purse, and pulled out a white and silver flower brooch. The 6 petals were wide and reminded me of the shells that were littered across the beach. There were small silver crystals that circled the soft pearl center. Alice slid the pin through the soft material just below my left hip and quickly secured the brooch in place. It's perfect, Alice said, as her tiny fingers rubbed over the petal. I love it, Alice. Where did it come from? I asked nervously. Esme. She wanted you to have something from us. It's beautiful, but I can't keep it. I reached down towards the brooch and Alice took my hand. Then Bella, consider it something borrowed. And something new, I asked. I would say more along the lines of something old. We have all worn it in our wedding, the last one being over 50 years ago. Alice smiled, and I assumed that she was thinking of her wedding to Jasper. I can only guess what a production her wedding would have been. I stepped out of the dressing room and stood in front of the mirrors. It had the beautiful elegance that would turn me into a bride. Wow, Bella, I heard Edward say, and turned to look at him. What do you think? I asked. You are so beautiful, he smiled. Thank you, I blushed at the compliment. You really are, Bella, Alice added. What do you think? Edward asked me. Thank you both for being here with me for this. It felt right for them to see me, especially since neither of them would be there the day I got married. I think this is it. I looked at them both and smiled. Come on, Jacob. Bella pulled me from our bed at Charlie's house, and I just wanted to remain naked and comfortable. We had taken a lazy Sunday afternoon nap, and I knew that we were going to need to head out for our bridal shower this afternoon. It was a couple's shower, or wolf pack shower, and I could only imagine what it would be like. No, you come here, I grinned, and she rolled her eyes. Jacob, we have to leave in an hour. Bella protested. Plenty of time, I smiled and pulled her into my arms, holding her tightly to my chest. I really like your dress. It was a soft pink and came down just past her knees with a rippled layer at the bottom and had thick straps that crisscrossed along her back. Well, thank you. It is incredibly comfortable. She snuggled into me and rested her head on my chest. We settled into a comfortable silence as we snuggled together until I decided that we needed to get up. I went and took a shower, grabbing a pair of khaki shorts and a black t-shirt, and got ready to leave. Rachel really wanted to have it at her house, complaining that we always had everything at Emily's. 2 years ago, Paul and I repainted the house. It was still red but no longer faded. Rachel added some window boxes that had flowers and a small garden in the back. Bella and I got out of the Rabbit, parked in front of the garage, and I took her hand. Bella had a huge grin across her face. "What are you thinking of?" I asked. "I'm really glad that we are having this party here." She looked around the place. "It's just where it all started," I finished for her. "Exactly." We both grinned and I had an idea. "Wait right here," I told her as we approached the front porch, and I dashed inside the house, closing the door behind me. I briefly saw my dad in the corner of the kitchen before I opened the door back up. "Bella," I yelled like I was seeing her for the first time today, and I leaped off the porch and wrapped her into a hug, swinging her around in a circle. Bella giggled and hugged me back. "Oh, Jake." I laughed and kissed her, cutting off whatever she was going to say. I placed her back down on her feet and took her hand to go inside the house. Dad was now at the front door, and it didn't surprise me that his curiosity had brought him outside to see what I was doing. He smiled warmly at us. "Jake and Bells, good to see you both." Bella leaned over and gave him a hug, which he reciprocated, and I patted his shoulder warmly. Bella and I had dinner with Dad at least once a week, and him and Charlie still went fishing regularly. Rachel was in the kitchen, pulling some country ribs out of the oven, and the smell made my mouth water. "Do you want some help?" I asked, as Rachel flipped the oven door closed with her foot. "I'm good, thank you." Rachel came over, turned the oven off, and then we hugged each other. I squeezed her tightly, and I could feel her baby bump pressed into my stomach, and I smiled at her. "Yeah, it is really getting out there," Rachel commented, rubbing her stomach. "That is what happens, Rex." I shrugged. "True, you and Bella have been together forever, and it would be my luck that I'm knocked up when you get married. And you'll be as beautiful as always," Paul said, coming from down the hall. Paul and I acknowledged each other, and him, Dad and I settled down in the living room until the party began. It didn't take long for the place to get very crowded, and we opened the front and back door and spread out to the backyard, if needed. It was such a great time to mingle with my friends, and it had been a while since we were all together. The food was fantastic. Emily brought chicken legs and wings, and Sue brought sides and cake. Bella and I both appreciated the gesture of the party, but I wasn't really sure what we needed it. From living in the apartment in Seattle, we had picked up things here and there, so that we had a mostly furnished kitchen, even though some of the appliances had seen better days. We also had one couch, a small kitchen table, 3 chairs, and 2 beanbags. There was no doubt that we needed help in the furniture department. I was working with Paul and Jared to come up with a bookstore and cafe that Bella could work in and for us live above it. Living in your place of business was not as easy as it sounded, and there were a lot of regulations that they had to follow. The construction had started, and they were hoping to be finished when we get back from our honeymoon, but if they weren't, I knew that we could live with Charlie for a little bit longer. I knew that Bella worried about him once we were no longer living there. The party was a great success, with us getting a new microwave, a cookie jar that said doggy treats, that had several dog bones on the side, several bath towels, wall decorations, a welcome mat that said wipe your paws, a crock pot, several serving trays, a leash and choke chain, stainless steel cookie sheets, glass baking pans, plastic storage containers, and a large rocking recliner. Despite not wanting to be the center of attention, Bella graciously hugged each person and thanked Rachel over and over for all her hard work. Bella settled down on the couch with the girls, discussing last-minute wedding details and decorations. All the guys went outside to the backyard where we played an unorganized game of football. Embry, Seth, Quill, and me against Paul, Jared, Colin, and Brady. I was surprised the difference in those who still phased Quill, Colin, Brady, and myself, and those who didn't. For the first time, I actually had to be a little careful with Paul when tackling him. They were still almost just as fast as before, and Paul and Jared were still very strong from using their muscles on a daily basis with their construction company. It was a warm summer evening, and it didn't take long for all the shirts to be removed, and most of us removed our shoes as well, so that we were barefoot with shorts on. Charlie, Sue, and Dad all talked to each other, and the girls came out and began to cheer on their guy. So naturally, we all began to show off, and the game was forgotten, as it turned into a free-for-all, bodies slamming into each other, and ended with a huge dog pile. I woke up in the middle of the night to loud whispers outside Bella's bedroom window at Charlie's house. "I can't tell. They are using blankets," I heard Embry whisper. It sounded like maybe he had climbed up the tree, and apparently was looking inside the bedroom. I thought about crawling out of bed and mooning him, but decided to be still and figure out what he was doing in the tree to begin with. "What respectful wolf uses blankets?" Quill mumbled. Most likely a naked one, Jared snickered. Ugh, I heard Brady groaned. I think I've seen Jacob naked enough to last a lifetime, Brady sighed. You and me both, Paul agreed. There was a moment of hushed whispers, and I couldn't catch what they said, and then I heard the branches of the tree rub slightly against the side of the house, and saw someone's fingers slide under the ajar window, as it slid completely open in a loud screech. While they were talking, I slipped out of the bed, making sure that Bella was completely covered, and hoped she didn't wake up suddenly and flash one of them. I pulled my shorts on and was crouched down in front of the closet, waiting for them to come into the room. They were such stupid fools if they thought they could hogtie me and throw me out of a window. Paul came in first, through the open window, and stood there as I saw Quill crouched on the windowsill, with one leg hanging inside the house. I sprung, knocking Paul into the desk, and books and Bella's lamp crashed to the ground as I ran into Quill, knocking him from the window. Quill grabbed onto me as I reached out onto the branches of the tree, both of us dangling in the air. Damn it, Jacob. Both Paul and Quill said. I began to laugh until I heard Bella's panicked voice. Jacob, where are you? Who is that? She began to yell. Oh damn. We should have thought about this before breaking into the chief of police's house. I heard Embry say. In the next moment the bedroom door slammed open, and Charlie came in, aiming his gun right at Paul. Don't move, Charlie threatened, as he moved closer. Charlie, Paul whispered, not moving except for his hands up over his head like he was under arrest, and maybe he almost was. Paul? Charlie asked, seeing his face in the full moonlight. With the window completely open, it was actually quite bright in her room. Then I saw Charlie look over at Bella, and I could see Bella curled in a ball with the blankets tight to her chest. Even though she was covered, because of how tightly she held the blankets, it was easy to tell that she was naked. What the hell is going on? Charlie asked, looking between Bella and Paul. I could feel Quill laughing as he hung onto my waist and several of the others as well. Shut up, you idiot, I glared at him. Oh, come on, Jacob. Look at that, he nodded his head towards the window. Bella is naked, Charlie is in his boxers, and Paul is only in his shorts. You couldn't ask for a more awkward situation. It's quite not what, looking for Jake? Paul stammered. Bella looked back and forth between Paul and Charlie, completely confused. So you two aren't... Charlie paused, with his gun still pointed at Paul. What? Bella questioned. No, Dad. I honestly have no idea what Paul is doing here. Where is Jacob? Get off me, you idiot, I said to Quill as I began to wiggle. I think the guys were trying to kidnap me, I answered. But instead I attacked them, knocking Paul into the desk and Quill out the window. Sorry, I didn't mean to wake you up. Why were you being kidnapped? Bella asked, from the bed. Bachelor party, Paul answered. Surprise? Good grief, Charlie mumbled. Next time use the damn door. He turned and walked out of the room, and I heard Paul exhale loudly. What are you going to do to Jake? Bella asked. I can't tell ya, but I promised to bring him back in one piece. Paul answered, and Bella opened her mouth to speak again. And I promise that the only one naked tonight will be you. Paul smirked, and Bella turned bright red. How long will he be gone? Bella asked quietly. The next time you see him will be for rehearsal dinner tomorrow. Well, guess technically tonight. All right, I saw Bella yawn. Jake, you be careful out there. I love you, she said to the open window. I wasn't sure if she could actually see me or not. Love you too, Bella, I said as I swung down from the tree, and Paul climbed out, landing next to me. We ran together as a collective group, zigzagging through the trees for several miles. I would have thought it was completely random, except for we arrived at a large mud pit about 50 foot long and 4 foot wide. There were torches that lined the path and barbed wire that arched over the pit. All right, this is a timed event, Jared explained. You have to go through the mud without hitting the barbed wire. Each scratch that you get will add 5 seconds to your time. Jacob, would you like to go first or last? Seth asked. I'll go last, and learn from you losers. I smirked. Whatever, Paul sneered. Then you go first. I challenged. Paul jumped barefoot into the mud, splattering everyone around. The mud came just over his knee, and there was 4 feet until the barbed wire started. He crouched low into the mud and used his arms to pull himself through. His back and shoulder hit the barbed wire a few times with only minor scratches and finished with a time of 4:47. Everyone went through with Quill being the fastest at 3:55, however hit the barbed wire so many times that it bumped his time up to 5:10. It is a good thing that he couldn't really feel the barbs or he would be hurting. I watched closely as each person went and honestly felt like being the biggest of us all was probably a disadvantage. It was very difficult to get my body through the mud without hitting the barbed wire. I tried to keep my body completely submerged into the mud, except for my elbows that I used them to pull myself through the mud and pushed with my legs. I felt proud coming out at 4:41, which irritated Paul, but made both Seth and Brady happy because they tied at 4:28. They bumped their chests together and I slapped their backs. "Thanks, Jake," Seth grinned. The mud dried quickly against my skin and there was a crumbly trail of dried mud in our wake. I jogged with Quill and Embry and it was fantastic being able to spend time with them both this summer. I loved working with Quill and seeing him every day, but it wasn't the same without Embry around. I usually would visit Embry when I was in Seattle, and I enjoyed being able to spend some time with Jackie as well. Embry and I would double date sometimes, and that was always a lot of fun. Quill still had a wicked sense of humor, and always had a great time with whomever he was with. A few girls have tried to get him to date them and he has gone a few times. I think it was either to be nice or his "I'm not gay" statement. Either way, he wasn't interested in any type of serious dating life. By the time we got to the next obstacle, we were all laughing and punching each other. There was a large cliff, about 12 feet high. The cliff had jagged rocks sticking out and patches of grass or moss in random sections. The moon was high and bright, and we could all see very easily. We decided to go in height order. So we started with Seth, Cullen, Brady, Jared, Quill, Paul, Embry, and then myself. Again, we were timed and would add it to our mud pit time. Seth struggled with this one, and it probably didn't help that he went first. Jared and Embry both did surprisingly well, and seemed to hop easily from one rock to the next, making it to the top in less than a minute. "Wow, that was awesome," Paul said to Embry, giving him a high five. "Come on, boss man, do you think you can beat that?" Quill asked. "Oh, I know I can," I answered confidently. $20 says you don't beat Embry's time," Jared challenged. Embry's time was 42 seconds, and I knew that it was a good time, but I had several inches of height on him and my wolf strength, so I felt confident. "You are on," I smirked. "Step back." I waved them with my hands to get them away from the edge. Then I stepped back several yards from the cliff and sprinted forward, jumping high into the air, and my fingers grabbed onto the edge of the cliff. My feet pushed against the rocks as I used the momentum to fling myself over the edge, landing on my stomach. "Time?" I questioned, rolling over to my side. 8 seconds, Brady announced. "You are such an ass," Jared rolled his eyes while Seth and Paul laughed. "It's not my fault. I'm the biggest and the strongest. I don't even exercise." I grinned. Trail reached out his hand, helping me up off the ground, and we all laughed together as we gathered for the next event. "This one is a 2-part course," Embry explained. "First you have the tarps with soap on it, down this hill. At the end there is a wide pond with several planks that I have been placed in the water. You have to jump from plank to plank. If you fall in the water, then you have to start completely over up here. Any questions? Can you move your plank, like with your hands as a paddle?" I asked. "Yes, but just towards another plank, you can't stay on the same plank across the pond." Embry answered. "Jake, let's have you go first this time." He grinned mischievously, most likely getting revenge for me slaughtering his time in the previous obstacle. "All right," I agreed. The tarps weaved through the trees, so once again, there were several torches that lined the way. I took 2 long strides and jumped on the tarps, surfing along the slippery surface upright. I could hear their murmured amazement with punches and bragging that they could do the same. I admit that learning to surf 4 years ago, when I went to Florida, was coming in handy right now. I made it to the end of the tarp and took one long step and leaped onto the first plank. My foot barely touched the plank before the soap caused it to slip off and I landed flat on my back in the water. I resurfaced and I could hear a roar of laughter from the top of the hill. "Shut up," I yelled as I walked out of the chest, deep water. "Hurry, Jake. Your time is still going," Embry smirked. I sprinted up the hillside, flipping off Embry when I got close enough, and I immediately slid down the tarps again. I took the time to wipe my feet in the grass and leaves before jumping onto the first plank, making sure that I kept my balance and was able to hop from plank to plank until I reached the other side. "Time," I yelled when I reached the other side. 3 minutes and 38 seconds. Embry called. All of them learned from my mistake with the slippery soap and took it more carefully on the planks. However, Quill, Jared, and Cullen all fell off their plank and had to start over. It was hilarious seeing these giant men splash into the water. Seth got close to falling on the last plank and lunged, making it to the other side in the fastest time. Embry went last and was proud with his time of 2:55. He probably didn't care what it was, as long as he beat mine. Together we walked a little ways. The pond had a stream that flowed into it, and we followed that until there was a branch of the stream that flowed the other direction. On the side there were 4 kayaks that held 2 people. "All right," Paul started. "I want 1 wolf in each kayak." We all paired up. I was with Embry. Quill with Jared, Brady with Seth, and Cullen with Paul. We have had a lot of rain and so the river is high and moving fast, so basically don't kill yourselves, Paul smiled. I thought he was joking until I started to realize where we were. Paul, doesn't this stream end in the waterfall? Yep, Paul grinned. There was one massive waterfall that fell down into the ocean that we used to all jump off of when we were messing around as wolves, but none of us had been there in years. It started very wide, and so we were all able to get into our kayaks. The wolf sat in the back to steer and we each had double-headed paddle. Then Paul yelled for us to go. This event was basically a race to who could get to the bottom first. The moon shone bright, and we could all see the water splashing against the rocks as we paddled as quickly as we could through the water. We went in a snake-like pattern, so that we didn't go so fast that we couldn't control it. I knew that steering would be very important, as it began to narrow. It closed quickly with Quill and Jared in front, then myself and Embry, Colin and Paul, and Brady and Seth. However, we were all very close together, and at times our kayaks would bang against each other. "Get ready, Embry," I yelled. The river would widen and then narrow again 3 times before the waterfall. We accelerated, however, so did everyone, and there was no change in the order. But Colin and Paul got close to passing me. "Back off, Colin," I ordered.
I'm not a wolf right now.
"You can't alpha me." Colin laughed. "Oh yeah," I challenged. Even though I knew he was right, Colin looked a little scared and my kayak slammed into a large, smooth rock. "Pay attention, Jake," Embry scolded. "Shut up. I'm still your alpha too." I grinned and he looked over his shoulder and smiled back. Like I could forget that. Embry rolled his eyes. On the next wide area, Brady and Seth almost tipped over, and I reached out with my hand, keeping it from tipping over. Colin and Paul took the opportunity to pass Embry and me, and we all raced toward the waterfall. The waterfall branches into 2 separate falls, one hugging the cliffside, weaving back and forth in a quick deceleration. The other branch is a direct drop-off close to 100 feet. "Jake," Embry yelled over his shoulder cautiously. "Do you trust me, Em?" "With my life," he answered. "Good," I answered as I steered us directly towards the drop-off. The other 3 kayaks went down the other branch as Embry and I propelled over the edge. "Lean back," I yelled, and he did, holding his paddle level and not looking down. I leaned back as well, trying to keep the nose of the kayak from taking the direct hit when we finally landed. I could hear Embry screaming as well as several yells and curses from those on the other waterfall. As we fell, there was water all around us, and I knew that we were in trouble as the water pelted my back and shoulders. We weren't riding the stream, but rather being consumed by it. "Embry, abandon ship," I yelled. Immediately I flung my paddle, and he did the same, and we both used our arms to lift ourselves out of the kayak, right as the tip of the kayak slammed into the water, flipping it over, plunging us both underwater. There was a massive amount of bubbles from the kayak and constant water falling to the surface. I looked through the bubble to find Embry. I wrapped my arms around him and pulled to make sure that he wasn't still attached to the kayak. Embry moved easily, and I helped him as we swam towards the surface. We both emerged from the water, gasping for air. "Are you all right?" I asked. My breathing labored from worry. "Yeah," he breathed heavily, and I kept my arm around his back, holding him up, and he draped his arm across my shoulders as I swam us a little further from the waterfall. I saw the other 3 kayaks splash into the ocean, one right after the other, and Quill and Jared began to paddle quickly towards the other fall. "Jake," I heard them both yell. "Over here," I yelled back to them. "Are you insane?" Paul yelled as he paddled over to us. "I guess," I answered sheepishly, "but I did make it down first." "You were supposed to stay in your kayak," Paul clarified. "You said, just don't kill yourselves, and we lived." Embry smiled. Sure. Paul mumbled. Embry and I smiled at each other and gave a high five before we both swam back to our kayak. Together we all paddled towards the beach, and as we approached, I saw a fire glowing. We were all quiet as we approached, and I saw my dad add a log and sparks floated high into the sky, as the first light of day began to flash across the water. "Dad," I questioned. "Jacob, I knew that I couldn't race around throughout the forest, but I wanted to give my part. I'm really happy for you, son, and I wish the very best for you and Bella." I stood speechless for a moment as Dad rolled closer to me, and I fell down on my knees in the sand and hugged tightly to him. "Thank you," I whispered. "I know. I love you too." I leaned back and stayed crouched down in the sand. "Come on," he nodded his head towards 2 large ice chests. "There is about a week's worth of pizza that you boys will probably eat in an hour." There was an excited roar from us all as we began to devour the pizza. I looked around at my friends and Dad, laughing with one another, and felt like the luckiest guy alive. My wedding was 1 hour away, and I took a deep breath to calm the excitement that was building in the pit of my stomach. Bella Swan was about to become Bella Black, and with that I would become her husband. Oh, come on, Quill rolled his eyes. Please tell me you are not nervous. I'm not. I rolled my eyes, but smiled. What if Bella got cold feet? Quill looked panicked like it was a real possibility. Dude, you so should have married her in Vegas. Shut up. I punched him. Bella will be fine. She wants this just as badly as I do. Embry laughed. No one wants this as badly as you do. Okay, fine. I conceded. She still wouldn't. She is not a runaway bride. That is assuming she makes it even close to the altar. Embry mumbled, as the first thing I could find went flying through the air and into the side of his head. Damn it, Jacob. I was just kidding. Embry winced and rubbed his head. Sorry, I half apologized. We were both kidding, Jake. You have nothing to worry about, Quill said, trying to backtrack into more neutral territory. Besides, Bella has Leah, Emily, and Rachel with her, so they will smooth out any jittery feelings she might feel without any trouble. Embry said confidently. That is true, I said, taking a deep breath. I was getting ready at Quill's house, and Bella was at Dad's house. I had already showered and had my black dress pants on, and Charlie was bringing Dad here in a few minutes. We were mixing traditional and tribal together for the wedding. I had on a solid cream shirt with long straight sleeves and a russet brown deerskin vest that felt like soft leather. On the back was a huge eagle with his wings spread wide in flight, and he was flying towards the sun that was on the back of my right shoulder. The eagle and sun were carved into the leather and stained a very dark brown, almost black. On the front of the vest, on the right side, the sun that was on the back spilled over onto the front. There was a wolf and a young woman holding her hand to the wolf. She had long hair that looked like it was being blown by the wind. On the left side of the vest, in Quilly, was mine and Bella's love story. Quill and Embry both wore black pants and also had the same cream shirts and tan-colored deerskin vests. They had the same eagle and sun on the back, but both of their vests were blank on the front. If either of them had been married, it would have their own story and whatever picture they chose on the front. Quill had short hair like me, and Embry had grown his hair out, and it was combed smooth just past his shoulders. I braided Dad's hair and placed the headdress on him, most likely for the last time. While technically I was chief already, I felt like it was important for Dad to wear it for our wedding, and then I wanted to have the same ceremony, that was done privately before Sam's funeral, to take place in front of the tribe. I knew that those in the tribe would know very well the significance of Dad passing on this headdress from himself to me. Though I had been chief since the day that Sam died, today there would be no further doubt. Charlie wore black pants and a dark royal blue dress shirt and a green and light blue tie. Dad told me that Sue took Charlie shopping several weeks ago to find the clothing that he needed. I laughed thinking about what kind of shopping trip that would have been like. We had a quick lunch of several sandwiches, and then we went over to the beach. It had rained that morning, however. Now the clouds have cleared and the sun shone brightly. It smelled perfect like sunshine. Rain and the sweet scent of the yellow, red, pink, and white roses. The rest of the guys helped to set up the white folding chairs. Once the rain lifted, between the tribe and those in Forks, we were expecting to have a large crowd. There was a temporary enclosed gazebo-like shelter that was set up for Bella, Leah, Rachel, and Charlie to wait in. I socialized and spoke to those that I knew, helping to escort people to find a seat until it was time for me to take the stage next to Dad. There was one large wooden platform that Dad, Bella, and myself would stand on. Then Quill and Embry would be on one side and Leah and Rachel would be on the other. I didn't want to have to choose between my two friends, so I didn't have a best man and told them I didn't care which one of them held the rings as long as one of them did. Third song, Watership Down Instrumental, youtube.com. Watch the EDETC VQKWQRC and feature BFA and list PL42 C5B617B0 DB112 E and LL results main. Sorry if not in the US, it probably won't work. You ready, Jake? Dad asked. Let's get this party started. Quill grinned. I smiled brightly as Rachel came down. Bella let the girls pick out whatever dress they wanted to wear as long as it was blue. Rachel's dress had one sleeve with beads on her shoulder, and the royal blue material went at an angle across her chest and was tight along her waist, showing her baby bump. Leah had a tight sleeveless dress that had a slight scoop in the front and was turquoise with thick shiny blue stripes that went in random directions across her body. Leah's hair had grown out to just above her shoulders, and she wore it straight. Both girls looked really amazing and had bright smiles on their faces as they turned to watch the aisle. Next came 8-year-old Claire, wearing a pale green dress, and 4-year-old Tommy, wearing black pants and a dark green short-sleeved dress shirt. Tommy held in one hand a small pillow that held our rings and the other arm was propped on his little hip, with Claire's arm looped through. In Claire's hand she had a wicker basket filled with red, yellow, and purple wild flowers that she dropped along the aisle. There was a white runner that was draped across the pebbly sand to make it more comfortable to walk on, because everyone was barefoot. Tommy gave the pillow to Quill, and he quickly untied the rings, slipped Bella's into his pocket, handed mine to Embry, and gave the pillow back to Tommy. Claire waited for Tommy and then they both went and sat down with Emily. The flute and guitar's music shifted smoothly into canon, and did. Then Renee stood in a beautiful teal dress, and everyone else stood with her. I saw Charlie slightly, before I saw Bella, and she was beyond words for me. I stood motionless, as I let my eyes roam over the most beautiful person I have ever seen. "Breathe, Jake," Dad whispered softly. I took a deep breath and remembered to release it slowly. Bella's dress came gracefully off her shoulders, and then flowed over her body in soft layers, showing her bare feet as she walked. Her hair was braided in the front, on either side of her face, and came into a rounded bunch at the nape of her neck. On the crown of her head, there was a lacy veil that draped across her shoulders and down the middle of her back. To most it would have looked like typical lace. However, I knew from pictures that it was the same that my mother wore, and woven into it were several animals and qualia words. Around her neck she wore a large shell that was painted with a paw print that showed the nail marks digging into the dirt and was aligned with white, brown, and turquoise beads around her neck. With each step that Bella took, my smile stretched further across my face, until it was almost hurting. I looked at Charlie and he seemed to be holding back a laugh, so I could only wonder what I looked like, but honestly I didn't care. Bella mouthed tea to me, grinning as her beautiful brown eyes sparkled. She had just a touch of makeup on around her eyes, and a soft pink color on her lips. She had one arm looped through Charlie's, and in her hands she carried her bouquet, which had one large white lily with a pink center, as tribute to our almost wedding in Vegas, surrounded by smaller red roses and tall white feathers arching out on one side. Charlie and Bella stopped right before the stage. Charlie moved his hand to her elbow, leaned over and kissed her cheek. "I love you, kiddo," he whispered to her.
"I love you too, Dad," Bella replied, and I saw a small tear form in the corner of her eye and she blinked rapidly to keep it at bay.
Then Charlie nodded his head at me and placed her hand in mine. "You take care of her." "You know I will," I promised. Charlie took his seat beside Renee and Phil, next to Sue. "Hey, beautiful," I whispered to Bella as she stepped on the platform in front of Dad. "Hey," Bella smiled brightly. Behind Dad we could see the ocean, and there was the soft rhythm of the waves, lapping against the shoreline. He spoke to the crowd, and I was completely absorbed into Bella. The place could have caught on fire, and I probably wouldn't have noticed, as we spoke our vows, and exchanged our rings. I turned to Bella, taking her hands and placed them over my heart. "Bells, I love you, I have wanted you for so long, and I am so excited to have you as my wife, as my best friend, and one true love. I promise to cherish you today, tomorrow, and forever. You are who I want to laugh with, cry with, and grow old with." I gave her a quick wink, and her smile widened. "I will love you faithfully, through the best and the worst, through the difficult and the easy. Whatever," I paused, and took a breath. "Whatever may come, I promise I will always be there. I love you." Then I reached my hand out to Quill. He handed me her ring, and I slipped it on her finger. Then Bella took my hands and placed them over her heart. "Jacob, you have been so patient with me. First, being my best friend and helping me like no one else could. It is a very good thing that you are great at fixing things." Bella smiled and I shook my head slightly. Dad had a soft, warm smile throughout the ceremony, and his rich voice filled the air, as he placed his hands over Bella's and mine. "Now you will feel no rain, for each of you will be the shelter for the other. Now you will feel no cold, for each of you will be the warmth to the other. Now there will be no loneliness, for each of you will be the companion to the other. Now you are two persons, but there is only one life before you. May beauty surround you both in the journey ahead, and through all the years. May happiness be your companion, and your days together be good and long upon the earth." He dropped our hands and rolled back a little bit. "Jacob, would you like to kiss your bride?" Dad said, smiling. "Yes," I grinned. Bella and I were facing each other with our hands joined together. I took a small step closer and slid my hands up her arms until one rested on her shoulder, next to her neck. Bella's hands went around my waist, and my other hand cupped her cheek as I tilted her lips to reach mine. "I love you so much, Bells," I whispered to her as my lips found hers. We kissed deeply, holding tightly to each other, and ended with a sweet peck as we looked into each other's eyes. "And I love you, Jacob Black," she whispered back, giving me another quick kiss. "You had better, Bella Black." I grinned. Bella giggled and we both looked back at Dad. He was smiling. "You two are just too much." It is just that animal magnetism that she can't resist. I winked at Bella and I heard our friends that surrounded us laugh. No, Bella shook her head. It is because you're so hot. Bella tried to say with a straight face and failed miserably. Oh, is that it? I've always wondered. I smirked. Geez, you two are pathetic, Quill mumbled. Bella and I looked at him and then back at each other, giggling. Just wait. Embry whispered back. For what? Quill asked. Till it's your turn. Sure, Quill rolled his eyes, but had a small smile. Jacob, are you sure you want to do this now? Dad asked. I looked over at Bella and she nodded her head. Yes, I answered. Bella squeezed my hand before walking over to stand next to Leah, and watched as I walked around Dad and removed the headdress from his head. I placed it in his lap and there was a soft drum beat, and someone played the wooden flute as I knelt down. Dad spoke in Quedlutan English, giving me his blessing and placed the headdress on me. I could feel the feathers down my back as he secured the band around my head. Jacob! I lifted my eyes to his, and he swallowed thickly before he placed one hand on each of my shoulders. As he spoke, his voice was strong, and the awe that I felt was the same as the first time that he placed it on my head. When you are in doubt, be still, and wait. When doubt no longer exists for you, then go forward with courage. So long as the mist envelops you, be still, until the sunlight pours through and dispels the mists, as it surely will. Then act with courage. Yes, Father, I will, I whispered. I know, his eyes glistened with tears, as one trailed down his cheek. I knew that he was proud and so was I, feeling stronger and more confident. I looked around the gathered group, and it was different doing this for the second time. I could see the pride of my friends, and I was so glad that Bella was here for this. The headdress was the same one I wore for Sam's funeral, but I decided to not have the wooden wolf attached to it. There were feathers that draped over my shoulders and down my back. Stand, my son, my chief, Dad said, swallowing thickly. I took a deep breath and stood up, bowing slightly, and then I held out my hand to Bella, and she took my hand as she stood by my side. We led the way between the rows of chairs, the short distance to the resort. Not being able to predict what the weather was going to be like, we decided to have our reception in the main hall of the resort. There were several white tablecloths with green and blue candles, and shells scattered over a mirror placed in the middle of the tables. Bella had a 3-tier white wedding cake with conversation hearts scattered around it. On the top was a man and woman sitting on a white branch. Those close to us would know that the wood had been taken from our driftwood bench that we always sat on when at the beach. There were small sandwiches, fruit, cheese, and vegetables to eat and punch to drink. My cake was about 6 inches tall, and on the sides it had faded red icing layered like boards. The top was purposefully uneven and sloped like shingles. There was a red and a black toy motorcycle leaning on either side of the door. Wow, it's my garage, I said, completely amazed. You are so amazing, I said, kissing her softly. We sliced the cakes and fed pieces to each other. Bella refused to let go of her piece until I placed her piece in her mouth. I wanted to be insulted that she thought I would get cake on her, but I totally would have. We sat down with a small plate of food and spoke to our friends and family that had gathered for our wedding. Once we finished eating, we shared our first dance together. We simply moved side to side, and I thought it was pretty pathetic until Charlie and Bella danced. Now they couldn't dance. While they were dancing, I danced with Renee. I don't think I have ever seen a happier couple, Renee commented. Well, that is probably true. I can't imagine anyone being happier. It's really fantastic. What is? I asked. I don't feel like I have to tell you to take care of her, or treat her right, or any of the things that parents are supposed to say, because I know that you will. Yeah, you are right. Any random advice? I asked. Not really, you and Bella have something that I have never seen before. Don't lose it. We settled into a comfortable silence as we finished our dance. Then there was a stream of dance partners, some from the tribe that I didn't know real well, and then also Rachel, who cried through the whole thing. Leah told me she would cut off valuable parts of my body if I ever hurt Bella. Kissed my cheek, and then went on like that was completely normal. Kim and Jackie were sweet, and it was really great to catch up with Jackie. Yes, I swear you and Bella are just adorable. Jackie laughed and rolled her eyes. Not the least bit bashful about it, I see. Should I be? I can't think of a good reason, Jackie said, shaking her head. Just wait, your time will come, I told her. Do you know something? I don't know. She raised her eyebrows in question. Nothing official, but come on. There was a time when I thought you and Embry might get married before I did. Well, that would have been a crime, Jackie said, teasing. I'll have to arrest Embry or something if he doesn't get his act together soon. Arresting your best friend. That is nice. Jackie shook her head slightly. Being my best friend doesn't give him a free pass to be an idiot. Thanks, Jake. Imbri isn't going anywhere, and neither am I, so I am not in a hurry. Alright, but if I ever need to give him a helpful nudge, you let me know. Will do. We gave each other a big hug, and I felt her release a contented sigh as I kissed her hair. Imbri came and got Jackie, and I saw Bella dancing with Newton. Bella and Mike had kept in touch casually while she was in college. I heard Bella excuse herself with Mike, and turned to Quill. He picked her up and twirled her around in a circle, and then placed her back on her feet, and they both jumped, bumping their chests together. Seriously, I yelled. You did not just chest bump my wife. Oh yeah, Quill grinned mischievously, and Bella rested her hand on his shoulder, laughing. Jeez. I shook my head as Quill spun Bella around and began to dance with her. What am I going to do with him? I mumbled. I could help you come up with a few things. Emily smiled. Oh really? I held my arms for her to dance with me. Please, do tell. Emily laughed, and we began to dance. She actually had some really fantastic ideas, and we were both laughing so hard that she had a few tears fall down her cheek. I brushed her tears away, and we looked at each other. Em, do you think that you will be able to marry again? I asked. I don't know, Jake. I hope so. Why? Emily asked. Because you deserve to be able to move on. No one would doubt how much you loved Sam if you were able to find love again. Maybe, she whispered softly. I guess it would be good for you to not take care of me anymore. Whoa, that is not what I meant. I held her chin softly to tilt her head up to look into my eyes. Emily, you are not a burden or a responsibility, so do not think that, even for a second. Thanks, Jake, she said, but didn't look convinced at all. Emily nodded her head silently. It will probably be nice for you to not have to go back and forth from Seattle. She offered, most likely to change the subject. Yes, that will be fantastic. I'm so happy for you, Jacob, she said as she rubbed her hand over my shoulder and back. Thank you. I kissed her forehead and hugged her tightly as the song came to a close. Hey, little bro, Rachel said, draping her arm around my shoulders. Hey, I'm thirsty. You want to walk with me to get a drink? I asked her. Sure. We walked over for some punch, and I poured myself some, drank it completely, and then poured some more. Goodness, Jake. You weren't joking. Nope. I drank the refill slower, and I noticed that Rachel seemed a little quiet. Are you all right? I asked her. Yes, I just miss Becca. Yeah, maybe I made the wrong decision to go visit her instead of her coming here. Rebecca called several months ago when she was purchasing her plane tickets and offered to have Bella and I come to her and she would pay for our tickets, if we wanted. I talked it over with Dad, Rachel, and Bella. We all agreed to have Bella and I go there. No, Jake, it will be amazing for you and Bella to go there. I went for a week, one summer, while I was still in college. She is also coming down after I have the baby, so I'll see her soon. I finished my drink, and I heard Rachel snicker. It is a good thing that he is imprinted, Rachel said. As I turned around looking where she nodded her head towards Paul and Bella. Paul was giving Bella another dancing lesson. He wasn't quite as aggressive as he had been at prom, but still had his hands on her hips and I could tell that he was moving them for her. Does that bother you? I asked her. No. Nope, I trust them both completely.
Me too.
However, I would like to dance with my wife. You want to come interrupt with me? Rachel and I walked out and separated Paul and Bella so that we could dance with our spouses. It was great having Bella back in my arms. Hey, stranger. I smiled at her. Yeah, I'm exhausted. She rested her head on my chest and her arms were limp around my neck. We have a plane to catch this evening, so you can't go to sleep on me quite yet. Bella took a deep breath. All right. I took Bella's hand and walked with her to Leah and Jackie. There was a small room that they took Bella to help her get out of her wedding dress and into a comfortable light green strapless dress. I changed as well into some khaki shorts and blue striped polo shirt. As we changed, everyone gathered outside. You ready for this? I asked Bella. She reached her hand out, and I took it. I'll be right beside you. Perfect. I smiled, and we exited to an onslaught of birdseed. The blue-green ocean was everywhere, and I could see the dark reef under the surface of the water. As I looked out the window, the airplane was making its descent into Hawaii. Bella was asleep curled into my side, and I should have been sleeping, but I couldn't quite get comfortable on the plane. An overnight flight sounded like a great idea, and even though the plane was larger and more spacious than most, it still wasn't great. The plane made its bumpy landing and jostled Bella awake as she stretched. Hey, she smiled sleepily. Did you sleep? Some, I shrugged. Are you excited to see Rebecca? Bella asked. Yes, very much so. I haven't seen her since Rachel's wedding. Did I tell you that they have adopted a little girl? She is just over a year old now. Yeah, Billy has a picture of little Sarai that he showed me. I had no idea that your dad was so excited about being a grandpa. To be honest, that surprised me too. I know that he has always been good with the kids on the rest, telling them stories and such. I just never thought about him wanting his own grandkids. Bella grabbed her hairbrush from her backpack that she kept under her seat, brushed out her hair, and straightened out her clothes from sleeping in them. I straightened out my own as we stood up and exited the plane. We walked hand in hand to the baggage claim where I knew that Rebecca, Quan, and Sarai would be meeting us. Geez, Beck, we haven't done this in years. I spun her around in a circle like a helicopter and then placed her back down on her feet. However, you always were the dancer in the family. Yes, and you were always my reluctant dance partner. So true. The key word there is reluctant. I gave her a big hug before I grabbed mine and Bella's suitcases from the conveyor belt. Bella and Rebecca hugged each other and started talking. Where is Quan and Sora? Bella asked. They are in the car. I knew it wouldn't take us very long here. Rebecca answered. Well, lead the way. I carried one suitcase in each hand and followed. Do you want me to get mine? It does have wheels, Bella offered. I shrugged. It didn't feel heavy to me, but maybe it would seem more normal for her to carry her own. So I sat it down and she pulled out the handle and it rolled behind her. We made it to the car. She had a large SUV and Quan helped get the suitcases into the back and took out a flowered lei and placed it around Bella's neck, kissing each of her cheeks. Welcome to Hawaii, Mrs. Black. On the back seat, Sarai was in her car seat that was placed in the middle. She giggled and babbled as we traveled along. Even on the other side of the car, I could smell the sweet flowers that Bella wore. What kind of flowers are those? I asked, as Bella lifted the lei up to smell it. Plumeria, isn't it fantastic? Rebecca answered. Even after all these years of being here, I never get tired of smelling it. I can understand why, Bella said, taking another sniff. I could hear Quan and Rebecca whispering to each other, but I couldn't catch what they were saying due to Sarai's babbles. Bella smiled at me often, or looked out the window at the palm and coconut trees that scattered along the road. Rebecca sighed, right as Quan spoke. I know that you both just got here, and Rebecca thinks that you would want to go home and relax. However, I'm heading out in the helicopter today, and I thought you might want to come. It would give you a whole new view of the islands. Quan explained that his family was the owners and operators of a tourist Hawaiian luau for 3 generations. Now they had branched out to having one on each of the islands, and once a month, he goes to one of the islands to meet with the staff and make sure that things are running smoothly. Quan, you could take them any time to do that, Rebecca reasoned. What is significant about today? I asked. I would be heading out today regardless. It was supposed to be scheduled for 2 weeks from now, but there has been a sudden increase in employee turnover rate, and something is just not right. So I wanted to come down. Today works best for my brother, who would be coming with us. Quan answered. Would everyone be coming? Bella asked, looking at Rebecca and Sarai. No, the helicopter only holds 4 people, Rebecca answered. Oh, I replied awkwardly. I looked over at Bella, and she shrugged back at me. It really doesn't matter to me. We don't have to go at all. Rebecca shook her head. No, I really want you to go. You will be right next to the Volcanoes National Park, and that is certainly worth seeing. I just didn't plan on seeing you for 20 minutes, and then you leaving again. We would go right now? I asked. Yes, whether you come or not. I will be dropped off and Rebecca will drive the car home. Vic, what do you want us to do? It makes sense for you to go now. I'll see you in a couple days. Days, Bella asked. Oh, I'm sorry. I forgot to mention that I will be there for a few days. I have a buddy that works over at the park, and so he can get a place for you to stay. And you sure that this won't be a problem? I asked. I called him on the way to the airport to make sure, and he said that you are more than welcome to come. He is probably planning to give you the royal treatment. That is just the way he is. Rebecca gave a small laugh and nodded her head. Yeah, Hell is a born and raised Hawaiian, and I don't think you will find a person who is more proud of his heritage. Hey, Cullen scowled, playfully. I hope that you really are okay with this, I told Rebecca, giving her a hug. Absolutely. We will have the rest of the month to be together. She gave me a hug and a kiss on the cheek. I'm guessing that was a gesture that she picked up from living here because she did the same to Bella before we took off. In the helicopter, we all wore headphones in order to be able to talk to one another. But other than a few questions, neither Bella or I said much. It was still early in the day, and the morning light reflected off the water. I was amazed at how rough the water was with huge waves crashing into one another. We passed several smaller islands before we started to descend. As we circled around the island, I could actually see the red bubbles of the lava that streamed along the volcano's cracks and crevasses. Steam rose from the ground, and it was like nothing I had ever seen before. I have rented a Jeep for us. I thought you would enjoy it. He smiled at me. Thanks, I appreciated the gesture. If you want to drop off me and Kihei at the office, then you can have the Jeep. There will be a company car that we can use if we need to go anyplace. Quan explained. All right, I got our suitcases and placed them in the back of the Jeep, and then jumped in the back seat with Bella. We held hands and I listened to Quan as he gave me directions from the office to the park. They were just down the road with very simple directions, so I felt confident that we wouldn't have any problems. Once we dropped them off, we were on our own. Where to? Pretty lady? I grinned at Bella. She giggled. Let's get checked in with Hilo, and then we can go from there. Great idea. I pulled up to the Volcanoes National Park and told the person at the front gate who I was here to see, and he politely gave me directions around the park to the main office. As we pulled up, there was a man standing on the front step. He was a short, round man with strong arms, and I could tell he probably was a very powerful dancer at one time. Jacob, he said firmly. I got out of the Jeep and met Bella at the front as he came down the steps. And aloha, Ms. Bella. He bowed his head slightly to her and then to me. Thank you so much for allowing us to stay. Bella looked around. Wherever we are staying. You are most welcome. I understand that you are recently married. Hilo mentioned. Immediately I began to smile brightly. Yes, yesterday. Let's take you to your accommodations. You may follow my truck if you would like, he said as he walked across the parking lot to a green Toyota. We followed him a couple miles down a winding paved road. Do you think this was cleared out by lava? Bella asked. Maybe, I'm not sure. Surrounding us was dark black molten, and somehow growing around it was grass and trees. The road turned to a rough gravel for several meters before his truck stopped in front of a small hut. It was surrounded by several tall palm trees, and there was a hammock stretched out between two of the trees. There were 4 steps made of round black rocks, and the top was a mix of small pebbles and smooth sand, with a small fire pit and a round smooth log to sit on. The hut was round with tight reeds woven together that made the shelter about 6 foot tall, with the dried plant arching another foot for the roof. While it had a rustic appearance, I could tell that it was actually fairly new and was maintained on a regular basis. We exited the Jeep, and Hilo came over to us. You should find it fully stocked with food and linens on a daily basis. If you need anything at all, I will be at the office every day this week. Thank you very much, I said, shaking his hand. He pulled me forward and kissed both of my cheeks, and I hoped that my face wasn't as freaked out as I felt. It was certainly not something I was used to. He didn't seem to notice my face, so I was a better actor than I thought, or he pretended to not notice. He did the same to Bella before he got back in his truck and left. You ready to go inside? Bella asked. I sighed. Yes. Let me grab our suitcases. I turned back towards the Jeep, and Bella grabbed my hand, walking with me. We each grabbed our bag, and then we stepped inside. Wow, this is really neat, Bella said as we walked around the small place. Yeah, it really is. We bumped into each other and I took the opportunity to wrap my arms around her, picking her up off the ground to bring our bodies together. Bella smiled as her arms went around my neck, and our lips caressed each other. I hummed against her mouth, her legs wrapped around my waist, knocking her sandals off her feet, and her dress slid up the top of her thighs as my hands massaged her bare skin. Bella sighed. It feels so good for you to touch me. I could feel our bodies pressed together as I grabbed her rear through the thin material of her panties, my fingers slowly edging underneath the elastic. Yeah, I have been wanting you for so long. That plane ride was intense. I almost understand why people join the Mile High Club. I mumbled between kisses. Bella laughed. I know what you mean. You do? I asked, surprised. I thought you slept most of the time. There were times that she wiggled against me, and once almost got in my lap, but I thought she was just moving in her sleep. Not exactly. Bella winked. I felt my jaw slack open. Wow, I swear you keep getting better and better. I kicked my shoes off as Bella's hair slipped over her shoulder, resting on my chest, and I brought one hand up, tucking her hair behind her ear. I had seen her face hundreds of times, and there was something different, a reverence in knowing that she wasn't my Bella, but she was my wife. I sighed and wrapped my arms around her back, rubbing her in a large circle, and her head rested on my shoulder. Does it feel different for you, Bells, being married? Yeah. I felt her nod her head against me. More than I thought it would. We have been together for so long, and not just that, but we've been so completely committed to one another that I didn't think that it would make a huge difference. I know what you mean. I gave her a long squeeze, and Bella lifted her head up and began to kiss my neck. Careful what you are starting, I cautioned, hoping that she wouldn't take me seriously. Why would I do that? She looked up and winked before continuing to kiss my neck. She licked and sucked, nibbling her way across my jaw to my ear. What do you say, Mr. Black? Do I still need to be careful? She whispered in my ear. I quickly rolled us over so that I was on top and put my hands on either side of her shoulders, hovering my body right over hers. Yes, I pretended to scowl and look threatening. You should be very afraid. I lowered my body onto hers, pressing most of my weight into her, and had one leg between her legs. You do know that you married a monster, right? I grinned, trying to keep it evil looking. Weird. I busted out a laugh and leaned my forehead against hers. Bella laughed as well. So it turns out that you are the one who is good with weird. She smiled. Oh, I'm very good. I raised my eyebrows, suggestively. Bella giggled, and we began to kiss, once again. My hands roamed over her shoulders, down her arms, and interlaced our fingers together. Bella hummed against my lips and opened her mouth to let me inside. Our tongues rubbed against each other, and our lips continued to caress one another. My hands trailed back up her arms over her collarbone, and my fingertips slid under the elastic band of her dress. I could feel Bella's back arch slightly, encouraging me as I slipped the material down, exposing her matching light green strapless bra with tiny hearts across it. I kissed down her neck to the tops of her breasts, nibbling on her sensitive skin. Oh, Jake, Bella sighed. Yeah, Bells? I questioned, even though I already knew. Make love to me. Like you really needed to ask. I rolled over to my side and she rolled with me and began to unbutton my shirt. As I pushed her dress down, the rest of her body followed quickly by her bra. Our bare chests brushed against each other and we both moaned. No matter how many times I had felt our bodies together, it still amazed me how soft and smooth her body was against my own. I kissed down between her breasts, palming each of them in my hands, as I continued to kiss her body. Bella's body rocked against my own, and she used her hands to remove the rest of her clothes, and push down my shorts and used her feet to push them down my legs. I kicked them off the rest of the way as I took her breast deep into my mouth. Both of her hands were in a wild frenzy, touching and rubbing as much of me as she could across my shoulders and back and around to my abs and thighs. "Aw," Bella hummed. I let my fingers rock in and out of her insides as I trailed back up, capturing her mouth with my own. Bella kissed me back harder than ever before, with both hands digging into my scalp and hair. Oxygen was the only thing we needed, as we gasped and groaned against each other. I continued to massage her gently. Her face was red, and I could tell that she was very short of breath. "Oh, Jake," she panted. "I love you."
I love you too, Bells.
"Good, because it is so your turn." She pushed hard against my shoulders, and I was surprised by her force. She would never be able to move me without me allowing her to. But it did catch me by surprise, and I fell back on the bed, and she immediately rolled on top of me. Bella kissed all over my chest, massaging over my abs until she wrapped her hand around my stiff member. Her hand was soft and strong as she massaged me and aligned herself to be able to slip inside. We both groaned as I was completely surrounded by her. "Oh damn," thus I mumbled. "You feel so good." My hands came around her hips, right under her backside, as I thrust it up into her, and I could feel her hips roll with mine. She was sitting up and had her knees bent with her feet tucked under me. We continued to rock together, hands touching everywhere and everything as we muttered unintelligibly. Her hips bucked wildly as she clinched against me, and I released, sending her into another spasm. We were both covered in sweat and breathless as Bella's hips continued to buck. "Stop them." "I can't," Bella panted. Her body would get so worked up that it became a compulsive spasm that even she couldn't control. I wanted to laugh, but couldn't breathe, as I wrapped my arms around her hips, making them slow and then be still. That was incredible. Bella smiled and slid off me, curling her body into my side. Yeah, Bella took a moment to breathe. That was baby-making sex. Bella began laughing, and I did not get what was so funny about this. It wasn't like I didn't want to have a family, but I didn't want it to start now. "Bella, this isn't funny." "I'm sorry." Bella took several more minutes to stop laughing and to be able to breathe normally, some of the longest minutes of my life. "Of course I can't tell the moment I were to get pregnant. I thought you would know that. I meant that it was great sex." I looked at her, still confused, and it isn't great unless it makes a baby. "You know that even on birth control I really could get pregnant any time. It is just not very likely to happen," Bella continued, as I nodded my head, not sure what else to say. "Well, you don't want to get pregnant on bad sex." I let what she said sink in. "You think we have bad sex?" Bella rolls her eyes. "Oh, come on, Jake. You know that. No one is perfect. But this was pretty damn great." I shook my head slowly. That seriously has to be the weirdest compliment ever. "Sorry, I didn't mean to freak you out." Bella grinned. "Yeah, well, aren't you glad that I know how to finish what I start?" I smiled. "Yes, I am, Mrs. Black." I wrapped her in my arms, tucking myself around her as I kissed the top of her head. Bella looked up and gave me a sleepy smile, and we both fell asleep in each other's arms. We spent the next several days exploring the park, sometimes by jeep, and other times by foot. It was such an interesting mixture of green nature with low shrubs that had big, wide leaves and rough, blackened rock. Steam often rose in the distance, and it smelled pretty bad, like burnt sulfur. What was I thinking walking? Bella asked, shaking her head. My luck I would fall inside one of those boiling craters. Nah, you know I wouldn't let that happen, but if you did I would have to jump in and rescue you. Oh, my hero. Bella batted her eyelashes theatrically. I was thinking more knight in shining armor, but hero works. I grinned. We were sitting down on the lumpy black surface. It almost looked like clay that had been sloppily massaged across the surface and then dried extremely hard. Several feet below, the waves would come and beat against the cliff. They were so much larger than I was used to seeing, even larger than when we would go to Florida, and they would create huge white splashes as they came back and forth. We were having a picnic lunch. It had been interesting, not knowing what food they would bring us to eat each day. There was lots of fresh pineapple and mango that Bella would mix with ham, fish, or chicken. We made a fire once a day in order to have a warm meal. The other times we ate sandwiches. However, Bella wasn't the average sandwich maker, and I don't know how she does it, but it was always fantastic.
Bells, have you thought any more about the cafe side of your bookstore?
Yes, I believe that I want it to be soups and sandwiches. I think it will be the most efficient use of space, and still offer me creativity. As much as I love to cook, I don't like to make the same thing over and over. This way I can have a limited menu selection that could even change on a daily or weekly basis. You mean to have lots and lots of sex? Bella grinned. Yes, that too. I smiled. She knew me well. However, that really wasn't what I meant. I feel like we are always having to worry about other people, like Charlie walking in on us, or just life in general. Here we don't have work, school, or anything else.
It really is great to just have each other.
When are we returning? Actually, in just a couple hours, we probably need to head back to the hut to gather our things and pick up Kwan and Kihei. Together we walked along the uneven surface until we got to the smooth walking path. There were several different types of trails throughout the park. Some more rugged, and some were actually paved with handrails. We walked through a long natural tunnel. The walls were black and white with plants growing through the cracks. It was amazing. Back at the hut we gathered our things, told Hilo thank you for the wonderful hospitality, and then picked up Kwan and Kihei. Bella and I held hands in a helicopter and looked out the window at the volcanoes for the last time. I took a deep breath, and I was ready to spend some time with my sister. We drove through town, and about 30 minutes later, we entered their neighborhood. It was a nice area with an elementary school and a public pool, a block behind their house. The house was sandwiched between two other houses, with a small driveway that led to an open garage. The house was over the garage, like a carport with 3 sides but no door that closed. On either side of the driveway were dark brown rocks around several palm trees. Dividing one property from another was a low rock wall about 3 feet high and 1 foot wide. Along the wall were several large pots with various purple, yellow, and pink flowers. We walked through the garage into a small laundry room, then into a kitchen that opened into the living room. The kitchen had floor-to-ceiling solid white cabinets on one side, appliances and sink on the other side, with a wooden cutting board surface on the countertops. The living room had white leather couch, and love seat and a handmade solid wood rocker on light tan carpet with tiny brown and red specks in it. One wall had a large bookshelf, however it had more picture frames and trinkets on it than books. The other walls had several paintings of various shapes and sizes that were all native. There was one other small room that had a large red microfiber lounge chair with footrest, entertainment center, lots of toys, and a bathroom. Rebecca was in the kitchen, chopping some vegetables for a large salad. I could smell the fish and potatoes in the oven. Suri was on the floor with a toy piano that she was hitting with a rattle. How was it? Rebecca asked, wiping her hands on a towel, and then came over and gave me a hug. Really fantastic. Thanks for encouraging us to go. I sat down my suitcase to hug her in return. It smells fantastic in here, Bella said. Thank you, however. I understand that you are the cook in the family, Rebecca smiled. Bella shook her head. Surrounded by a bunch of men, it doesn't take much to be a great cook. Oh, hush, you know it is more than that, I huffed. Kwan took Bella's suitcase upstairs, and I offered to carry my own, but he told me that he would get it. So we all stayed in the kitchen, catching up. Bella watched Suri closely, and other than Tommy, I had never seen Bella with children. We had a leisurely day inside the house, spending time together. After Suri went to bed, we all went outside. It was a warm summer night, with the only light being from the back porch light. The yard was small with red lava rocks against the house and large leafy shrubs. One step down there was about 8 feet of grass and a black iron fence. In the grass was an outdoor table and wicker chairs, a small slide and a few other outside toys. Bella and I were at the table. She was curled up with a book she was reading. I stretched out, leaning my head back against the headrest, and Quan and Rebecca were lounging in the two-person hammock. It seemed that they missed each other while he was gone, and they would kiss and cuddle together. It was a strange mixture of being happy for them, being glad to see that they are still so happy and in love with each other, and being slightly grossed out at seeing someone make out with my sister. "Is there anything that you all want to do while here?" Rebecca asked. "Nothing comes to mind," I answered. "Not far at all, and that is certainly worth going to. My family was here when it happened, and it was a scary time for them." Quan answered. I nodded my head. "I can imagine." We all settled into a comfortable silence. Rebecca made it clear that she wanted us to feel at home here, and to eat or sleep whenever we felt like it. They had snorkeling gear available, and made recommendations on which area was best for viewing the fish without being surrounded by tourists. The fish were amazing, with the bright yellow, vivid blue, bright orange, and the variety of fish. The first week we were here, we did everything together. It was really great to spend time with Rebecca and her family. Even though I had seen them randomly throughout the years, there was always Dad, Rachel, and other friends that they would visit as well. I had never really had this much one-on-one time with them. It was also good for Bella as well. We were spending a long day at the beach. Apparently Bella spilled that I could surf, and so Quan was really excited about that, because that was one thing that Rebecca didn't enjoy. She could dance for days, but apparently couldn't stand on a board to save her life, so I had spent the whole day out in the water, while the girls laid in the sand or helped Sarai to build a sand castle. I was straddling the board, and we were both paddling back out with our arms for another run. "Geez, Jacob, I think you have the endurance of a tank." Quan smiled. His strong arms made it look easy to paddle them through the water. "Thanks, it's been fun." It was often hard for me to remember that physical activity was supposed to make me short of breath or even tired. "It has been. I didn't mean to keep you from Bella all day." "Don't worry about it. We'll be fine. It gives her the chance to miss me." "I understand that. However, don't be gone so long that she stops missing you." We could see the next wave approaching and got in place to be able to stand and ride it towards the coastline. Talking to Quan made me realize how much I missed having an older married couple that I could get wisdom from. I know that my dad loved my mom very much, and they were married close to 20 years before she died, but it was not the same. Sue and Harry had been a fantastic couple, and she was like a second mom to me, but that was no more either. There weren't any other friends that I had with parents that were still together. The longer that you are away from something or someone, the less you miss them. That is why I keep my business trips short. That is good. But I don't see how that applies to me. I don't go anywhere out of the area for work. You can become distant without actually going anywhere. Quan took a deep breath. When we were trying to have a baby, it was a very stressful time for us. Rebecca became obsessed with finding the magical time for us to do it, and it had to be right then and there. I cringed, hoping that there wouldn't be any type of problem like this for Bella and me. "Is it better now that you have Sarai?" "It just changes. The important thing is to remember that good marriages do not happen by accident. They take hard work." I nodded my head. "I can do that." We rode a few more waves and then decided to head back. I was actually pretty tired that evening when Bella and I crawled into bed together. Upstairs, there were 2 bedrooms with an adjoining bathroom, and the master bedroom with their own bathroom. Our bedroom had a dark blue quilt and a simple dresser and nightstand next to the bed. Bella was on her back, and I was on my side with my head resting on her chest. My eyes were closed, and I could feel the soft rise and fall of her steady breathing as she ran her fingers softly through my hair. "Did you have a great chat with Bex?" I mumbled. Bella sighed. "Yeah, she is really a fantastic mom, and it was great watching her with Sarai. I sometimes don't feel like I know what to do with children, especially if I want to keep working in the store. It is great that she is able to work a few nights a week at the Lawa. She loves to dance," and Bella had continued to run her finger through my hair. And I was so comfortable, and the sound of her voice lulled me to a sleep. I was worried that Bella would be angry with me for falling asleep on her, but she was fine. We spent the next several days together. It seemed that we would have busy days, and then some days we stayed at the house, or at the beach, all day. Not doing anything in particular. Quan was going to be traveling again for a few days, so Bella and I volunteered to watch Sarah for them, so they could have a date before he left. "Are you sure, Jake?" Rebecca asked. We watched a movie on the floor with Sarai, until she got fussy. "What do we do?" Bella asked. "Keep her happy, and I'll get her a bottle of milk." I went to the kitchen, poured milk into a bottle, and I could hear Bella shaking rattles and talking, but Sarai's cries were getting louder. Bella cooed loudly, trying to be heard over Sarai. She was on the floor with Sarai on her shoulder, patting her back. "It will just be a minute." I came and sat down behind Bella, wrapping my legs around her, so that my chest was at her back. I brought my long arms around her and was able to help position Sarai in her arms and place the bottle in her mouth. Bella watched for a moment, and then she took the bottle from me. Thank you, Bella whispered softly. You are welcome. I kissed her softly on the neck and squeezed her lightly. I feel like we are reversed, and you know so much more about this stuff than I do. I shrugged. It has been a process. Sue taught me a lot, and feeding Tommy a bottle was something that I could do. Did you change his diapers? Bella asked. I shook my head. Not often. I kept putting them on backwards, and that frustrated Emily, so she would just do it herself. Bummer. Because that is what we need to do next. Sari was sleepy, and I scooped her up while Bella followed me upstairs to Sari's bedroom. I laid her on the changing table, and together we found her diapers, wipes, and pajamas to put her into. Rebecca said that she liked to fall asleep on her own, so we placed her in her crib with her blanket and went to our own room. Bella laid out across the bed and I heard her take a deep sigh. You look tired, I told her as I sat down on the bed next to her. I am, she nodded her head slowly. Here, let me take care of you. I removed her shorts and tank top, leaving her in her bra and underwear. Next to the dresser was Bella's beach bag that she kept her sunscreen and tanning oil. So I grabbed the oil and drizzled some on one leg and began to massage it into her skin. The heat of your hands feel really good. Bella smiled with her eyes closed. I could feel the weight in her legs as I massaged them. She was completely relaxed. I continued to add oil as I massaged her body. Her skin was soft and her legs would sometimes flinch as I passed a ticklish spot behind her knees. Her stomach was smooth and I massaged her hips, coming up the side of her body, and Bella tilted over for me to unclasp her bra. I'm pretty oily. Do you want me to unclasp it or yourself? I will. Bella took her own bra off and laid it on the floor. I added some more oil to my hands and started on her neck and shoulders, slowly working down her arms. I lifted one arm, massaging both sides, moving the skin in a circle with my fingers, lightly pulling on each of her fingers, before moving to her other arm. Bella sighed. That feels really good. Good. It is supposed to. I continued to massage over her shoulders and neck, slowly getting closer to her breasts. I had been staring at her chest while I massaged the rest of her body, wanting to touch them. Bells, you are so beautiful, I murmured, as I massaged down her chest, along her stomach, and back up. I kneaded her skin, using both hands on one breast, and then the other, while Bella remained perfectly still. Her heart was steady, and her breathing stayed even. I, on the other hand, was extremely wound up, and couldn't believe how calm she was. I wasn't massaging her for the purpose of having sex, but it surprised me that she didn't rub herself against me, or seem to indicate that was the direction that she wanted it to go. I'll let you rub my back, she mumbled sleepily. I chuckled. Oh, you'll let me, huh? Bella questioned, with her eyes still closed. I smiled and shook my head. I don't think she even realized what she said. I scooped her up and slowly rolled her over, so that she was chest down. I added some oil to my hands and rubbed them across her back, her sides and shoulders. I wasn't paying attention to how long I caressed her body. However, it didn't take too long to realize she was completely asleep. I kissed her cheek and brought the blankets around her. Then I took a quick shower to wash the oil off my body, before crawling into bed with Bella. We made love the following morning, and then spent the day out. There was a marketplace, with table after table of vendors, with bright umbrellas shading them, that we purchased a few things from. Most sold jewelry with bright colors, small figurines, and fresh fruit. I bought her a new lei and kissed her as I placed it around her neck. Jacob, check this out. She pointed to a small plaque that said, I got light in Hawaii. We were both laughing and decided to buy it. Are you going to need to take a furry swim while we are here? Bella asked as we walked back to the house. We had just finished dinner out at a seafood place that Rebecca recommended. It was a slow, leisure meal, and we were able to watch the sunset. That would probably be good. It is amazing how much it calms me down. I'm not really sure. I feel like he has become so much a part of who I am. I don't know if it was when I became alpha, but it seems to have made him stronger and more dominant. We went into the house. Rebecca was giving Sarah her bath, and we changed into our swimsuits, telling her that we were going for a swim. It was fantastic to be able to swim with Bella, to wrap my arms around her and kiss her as the waves crashed into us. Bella held my swim trunks and I phased, swimming through the next wave. I didn't hear anyone and assumed that no one else was phased at the time. I didn't need to be phased for long, and a few minutes later I phased back and held Bella close to me. All better? Bella asked. Almost. I began to kiss her and rubbed my hands across her back, feeling the string of her bikini on her back. Do you mind? I asked, tugging on the string, but not enough to untie it. We had swam far out. There was a sandbar, so I was able to stand with the water up to my chest. I don't mind, just don't lose it. I could certainly agree to that. We continued to kiss and soon I wasn't the only one naked, as we made love in the ocean. Optional song, Himele no Lilo from Lilo and Stitch, youtube.com. Watch Faye, V5DX, APHMIZ. Us feature related. It was our last night, and we were on our way to the Leba. We were all really excited, and I knew that Kwan was really looking forward to showing us his family's pride and joy. We drove to the side of the island with a small peninsula. It felt like the ocean surrounded them, and there were several tall coconut trees and other big leafy palm trees. There were several picnic tables over the white smooth sand and 3 large bamboo gazebos that served various drinks. There was a lady who came on the stage. She wore a long-sleeve white dress that was straight down to the top of her feet. She had an additional long red shirt that came down to her mid-thigh and a yellow beaded necklace made out of a leafy vine. Her hair was long and straight down her back with a crown on her head, made out of the same leafy vine. She began to sing, but I wasn't familiar with the language, even though it was similar to Quellet. As she sang, one man in black came out and light 5 torches that surrounded a large pit. 2 other men approached the pit, wearing red wraparound shorts and small red capes across their shoulders that draped down the middle of their backs. Their chests were bare. There were several black layers over the pit, and they lifted something out. It's a roasted boar that has been cooking for the past 3 hours, Kwan explained. We make a huge bonfire so that there are lots of hot coals and the blankets hold in the heat and gives it the smoky flavor. That sounds really good, Bella commented. It is one of my favorite things we eat, Rebecca added. The 2 men set the boar in the middle of the large table. It was almost like a large turkey that was carved for Thanksgiving, as they prepared to cut the meat. On either side was massive amounts of food. There was bright fruit in all shapes and sizes, fish in a white coconut sauce, chicken with pineapple rings, wild rice, pickled onions, sweet potatoes, and some things that I wasn't quite sure what it was. We had a fantastic time eating and socializing together. They had a babysitter for Sarai, and while we typically enjoyed having her around, I could tell that Kwan and Rebecca enjoyed not having to watch her all the time. As we ate, there was constant music that was played, either multiple drums, or other times additional instruments like the mandolin or flute as well. It was very relaxing. There was no urgency. Kwan went into detail of how the meals were prepared, and Bella soaked up the information, enjoying all the new tips and possibilities she could create. Rebecca draped her arm across my shoulders. I'm so glad that you were able to come. I am too. Thanks for flying us out. No problem, however, I am bummed that I missed your wedding. Rachel told me that you are also chief. Yeah, just taking some of the responsibility off of Dad. He still helps me a lot, and even old Quill, that stubborn old man. Rebecca smiled, nodding her head. How is Dad doing? Pretty good. Rachel and Paul take great care of him, but he mostly takes care of himself. We continued to talk about Riss' life and the people that she knew. Even though she fully enjoyed her life here, she really missed being home. Someone came up to Kwan and he excused himself for a few minutes. When he came back, he whispered to Rebecca. Apparently one of the dancers was sick. She came to work hoping that it would pass, but she was feeling worse. I'll do it, Rebecca said, smiling. You don't need to do that. Kwan shook his head. Go for it, I encouraged. You sure? She asked, with her hand resting on my shoulder. I looked over at Bella and she nodded her head. Absolutely, it will be more fun to watch someone that we know. I agree. I gave Rebecca a hug and she took off. Apparently they were going to be starting very soon. Kwan left with her, probably to talk to the other dancers so that they would know what to do. The music changed, and a man and woman were on the stage. He had on an orange wrap around shorts, no shirt, and a lei, and she had a grass skirt with wide green leaves and an orange tube top that was strapless and a matching lei. They danced together, their feet moving in perfect synchronization, and he held her hand as she twirled around. The song ended and they took a bow as the crowd cheered. Next, there was a larger group of 6 women and 3 men. The women had long orange grass skirts with a yellow belt very low on their hips, with a red, yellow, and orange flower in the center. Their hips would move in a circular pattern, and the skirt would swish. On top they had red and yellow material that covered their shoulders, scooping over their chest with a similar flower in the middle. Rebecca was with them, and it was really fun to watch her dance. Do you wish that I could move like that? Bella whispered. I shrugged. Not particularly, but it is really impressive. I had never seen anyone move like this. All of the women were very beautiful with long hair and smiled out at the crowd. Though I could see where the dance would be sensual, it wasn't due to my sister being among them. The men also had on yellow grass skirts with a red belt. On their heads was a tall headdress that was blue, red, orange, and yellow that fanned across their head. They all danced together, moving their feet and hips. I hadn't noticed that Kwan came back until he was standing by the table. Will you join me, Bella? He asked. Bella's mouth dropped open, and I could hear her heart start ramming in her chest. You mean up there? She nodded towards the stage. Yes, you won't be alone, I promise. It was most likely just good manners that Bella agreed to go. I could see her muttering to herself, probably a silent prayer, that she didn't kill herself or anyone near her. The stage filled around her with about 25 other women from the audience, and Rebecca began to teach them some simple moves. It was the most amazing thing to watch her become more comfortable with her movements. Her blush decreased, and she smiled radiantly. She had never looked more beautiful and sexy at the same time. Your face right now is why I love these shows so much. Quan whispered to me. What do you mean? I asked, still watching Bella. It is the opportunity to have a man appreciate something about their spouse that they normally wouldn't have. Thanks. That is really awesome. It was a short dance, and Bella came back down with a huge grin on her face. Did you see that? Yeah, I don't think he even blinked. Quan teased. Haha, I smirked, but truthfully, he was right. You did a great job, Bella. Quan encouraged and gave her a kiss on the cheek. Thank you. Bella smiled and blushed. No, it wasn't great, it was freaking fantastic. I scooped her into my lap and kissed her deeply, placing my hands on her hips. Bella kissed me back, and I could feel her smiling against my lips. What can I say? Paul has taught me everything I know.
Nice, Bells, real nice.
Bella began laughing hard, clutching her stomach and rested her head on my shoulder. I leaned close, whispering in her ear, I like to think that I have taught you a few things. I smirked and winked at her. A few moves that are only for me. Bella stared at me, her eyes wide in amazement, and then buried her face in my neck. Only you, Jacob Black. Only you. I tilted her face up to look me in the eyes. No, Bells. Only you. I kissed her sweetly. Bella's I was home. I sighed into the quiet space before me. There wasn't a lot of space, but it was mine, and Jacob's, and we loved it. Connected to the garage where Jacob and Quill worked was the cafe, and the bookstore was on the other side. The cafe had one main entrance and two side entrances, one leading to the garage and the other one to the bookstore. Along the walls were booths with red fabric on the seats, and long tables that curved around the perimeter of the store. The tables had black legs and white painted wood on the top, and on the other side of the tables were chairs, also with matching red fabric on the seats. The bookstore was simple, with rows of books. I tried to have a good mixture of children's books, classics, adult fiction, and self-help. The book covers naturally provide a lot of color in the room, especially in the children's area. To make finding books easier, the bookshelves were painted a different color for each section. The walls were painted a soft blue and had a red brick linoleum on the floor. I want to feature movies that originated from books with posters of various sizes on the walls, but I haven't gotten very many yet. In the corner there was a large rug with two couches, a coffee table, and two soft cushioned chairs. It was Saturday morning and I could hear Quill and Jacob laughing in the garage as I prepared the coffee and placed Emily's muffins, banana nut bread, and cinnamon rolls in the oven for serving later. I never considered myself to be a very good baker, but Emily convinced me that it was simple and something that I could do easily. Ouch, I mumbled, as I lifted the hot muffins from the pans, placing them in heated baskets that would keep them warm. There was a knock on the door. I covered the food and went to the door. Good morning, Billy, I said as I unlocked the door and opened it wide for him to be able to roll through. Morning, Bella. Am I early? He asked. I looked back at the clock and it was 5 after. I was surprised that I had lost track of time so badly. I haven't been sleeping well lately. Jacob had started tossing and turning at night. Sometimes his body twitched so much that the whole bed shook. He blamed it on dreams that he said he couldn't remember once he woke up. Oh, I'm sorry, Billy. No, this is my fault. Please come in. Would you like some bread or a muffin? I asked as he rolled in. He requested a blueberry muffin, and we ate in comfortable silence. On Saturday, families would come in and the rug and couches were completely filled, as Billy either read a story or told one of the many legends that they had. It started with mostly the Pack families attending, but had spread rather suddenly, and now the place filled up rather quickly. It had been a great opportunity for me to meet more people from the tribe. I was pretty nervous about that in the beginning, but I have been received warmly and met more classmates of Jacob and friends of Billy's that had known each other all their lives. It was a great opportunity to hear embarrassing childhood stories of Jacob. After we finished eating, Billy wandered the rows of books to select what he wanted to read. Sometimes it was a classic that he might have read to the girls or Jacob. Sometimes it was several short books, or a longer chapter book. Are you and Jacob doing all right? Billy asked. Typically, Billy didn't want to pry, but at the same time his curiosity often got the better of him, which was a bad combination with how perceptive he was. It made it that there really wasn't much that Billy didn't know, and it was completely useless to try and lie or cover something up. I think we are fine. Just adjusting. I guess. I shrugged. The first year of marriage can be hard, he admitted. Was it hard for you and Sarah? I asked. There weren't very many opportunities to ask about Jacob's mother, so when the opportunity presented itself, I decided to take advantage of it. Billy smiled, his eyes crinkling around the corners, and I could see in his eyes that he was thinking of the times that he shared with Sarah. It wasn't so bad for us. I didn't realize how easy our marriage was until I saw other marriages around ours crumble. Being married was the best time of my life. If every marriage was like mine, then no one would ever get divorced. He gave a soft sigh. It was almost a yearning sound, and I couldn't help but wish that we lived in a world where love really did last forever. That is really great, Billy. Emily and Tommy arrived, and Tommy climbed into Billy's lap without even a moment of hesitation. It was so wonderful to see all the love that was poured out on one another. Emily typically helped run the register for a couple hours, while Billy read, so that I could maintain the bookstore, helping people find what they wanted or make suggestions of what they might enjoy. Emily and I hugged each other and then went into the kitchen to gather the rest of the items. The kitchen of the cafe served as our personal kitchen as well. There was a small walk-in refrigerator that I kept most of the ingredients for the soups and sandwiches, as well as lots of storage for pans, a 5-burner stovetop, 2 dishwashers, and a long counter with crockpots that I used to serve the soups. There was a spiral staircase that went upstairs. Jacob and I spent the first week that we were back painting the rooms. The top part went over the garage as well as bookstore, so it was long. There were 2 tiny rooms, one we used as a guest room with a full-size bed, 1 dresser and 1 floor lamp. The other room we used as storage for things that we couldn't decide where to put. There was 1 bathroom, but it was large and very spacious. I could tell that the guys had Jacob in mind when they built it, especially in the shower with a tall shower head that he wouldn't have to stoop to use and an additional shower head that was shorter for me. The same could be said of our room. It was much larger, and the furniture was amazing. I didn't realize that Billy carved more than figurines. Apparently, I was wrong. The dresser had 3 long drawers, and 3 additional drawers next to them, and 6 smaller drawers at the top. Along the sides was a vine design that led down to the feet of the dresser. Across the top was a stream of small nature scenes, a bear catching a fish in a pond, a horse grazing in a field, a tiger stalking an elk, and several birds that flew from one scene into the next. The bed had a solid wood frame made of thick, round branches. There was no footboard, probably so that Jacob could dangle his feet off the end without feeling cramped. Carved into the wood of the headboard was a young woman who was laying down in a field with sunflowers all around her. While she did not look exactly like me, I could see the similarity in her eyes and smile. Laying next to her was a large wolf. His eyes were closed. His head rested on her stomach, and her arm rested along his back. Quill came in to pick up their lunch, and I wished that he would tell me what was going on. I knew that he knew, but he was trying hard to stay out of it. "Bella, don't look at me like that," Quill complained. "I can't help it." I shook my head. There was a wicker tray that I placed a plate with 5 roast beef and cheddar sandwiches on, and 2 massive bowls of potato soup. I don't know what else to do. Jacob won't talk to me. "I know," Quill sighed, and leaned against one of the bar stools. "This is exactly why I didn't want to get married," I mumbled. "It is like my parents all over again, except I'm not knocked up." "Bella, that would break his heart to hear you say that." I rolled my eyes. "Oh, come on, Quill, the walls aren't that thick. I'm sure that he can hear me." Quill shrugged and reached out for the tray, and I placed my hands over his. "Please, I need to know." "You are right, but that's not my place." Quill let go of the tray and walked around the counter to me, and leaned down to hug me. "Just give him time, Bells. I promise that this won't last forever." I wrapped my arms around him, enjoying the warmth that I wasn't getting any other time, and for a moment just relaxed. "I'm holding you to that promise," I mumbled into his chest. "You do that if needed, I'll kick his ass for you." "I can do that myself," I half joked. Quill leaned back, smiling until he looked back at me and frowned. His hand reached out and caught a tear that slid down my cheek. I hadn't even realized that I was crying until then. "I know you can. Just hang in there. You aren't the only one that he's being difficult with." Ciao. There was usually a steady lunch crowd that continued into dinner, and I was thankful that I had the hustle and bustle of serving others. I really enjoyed that part of the job, and loved watching people be satisfied with the meal that I created for them. There was a small chime over the door that let me know when someone entered, so I was able to stay in the kitchen to prepare soups or walk through the bookstore, putting books back where they went, or restocking new release items that came in. It was fairly normal to randomly hear a loud drill, the rumble of the air compressor, or the loud laughter of one of the guys when something funny happened. I usually wondered what had happened, and sometimes Claire would come in and fill me in on what had happened. I was thankful that she wasn't here today, as I cringed when I heard their voices getting louder and angrier. "Stop it, Jacob." "Quill! Do not start with me." Jacob yelled back. Get your crap together, Quill challenged. Damn it. I'm trying to. You don't know. Like hell I don't, Quill interrupted. Being in my head is not the same thing. Jacob growled. A stream of profanity sprung from both of them, and I cringed again as I heard these two friends attacking each other. Thankful that at least no one else was close by to hear it. I heard the garage door slam, feeling the whole building shake from the force. God, I hope that wasn't a mistake. Quill muttered afterwards. There was one register for both the cafe and the bookstore so that I could maintain both of them at the same time. I made it through my first Christmas season with the store and cafe, and it was a fantastic success. Seth brought Amber home and she stayed upstairs in the guest room and worked with me through the busy season. I was doing some general cleaning as I prepared to close for the day when I heard the chime over the door and Amber's voice. Bella, she called, excited. In the kitchen I responded, and I heard the flapping of the doors that divided the kitchen from the cafe. Amber was a few inches taller than myself and had light brown hair with blonde highlights, freckles sprinkled across her nose and cheeks, and blue-gray eyes. She brought life to any room she entered, and I didn't think she ever knew a stranger. She didn't babble, but loved to talk, and somehow you found that you were able to spill your deepest and darkest secrets to her. I was sure it was good that Seth had already quit phasing when he met her, or I don't think he would have been able to keep the secret from her. What's up? I asked as I drained the soapy water from the sink. He proposed. She screamed and almost knocked me over as she hugged me tightly. That is fantastic. I plastered a smile on my face and hoped that she couldn't tell the dread that I felt. I wanted to be happy for Seth and Amber, but I couldn't help but feel worried for them. If Jacob and I couldn't seem to make marriage work happily, then I didn't know how anyone did. Thanks, Bella. I know that if we can be even half as happy as you and Jacob are, then I know everything will be fine. She beamed and didn't seem to notice my reluctance, as she told me every detail of their engagement. Seth had taken her out on a boat, and as they watched the sunset, he took her hands and asked her to marry him. I was impressed that I was able to nod my head and smile at the appropriate times. Seth came and got her about an hour after she arrived. Congrats, Seth. I gave him a hug, which he returned before taking Amber into his arms. Bella, you and Jacob gotta come. We are having a small party at my house. Seth said excited. They continued to talk, and it seemed like they were going to have a short engagement, and possibly get married in the next couple of months. I'll see. I'm not sure what Jacob is doing, I answered, when Seth asked again for us to come. Please, I know we would both love for you to come, Amber encouraged. All right, I'll come. I just wasn't sure how to tell them that I wasn't sure that Jacob would come or that I didn't even know where he was. To my surprise, Jacob was the happy and wonderful man that I had always known and loved the whole time that we were out. He never let me go as he held my hand or had his arms wrapped around me. I was in heaven, but terribly confused. I smiled and laughed often. Leave it to Quill to be able to lighten any mood. Whatever their problem had been, it seemed that they had worked it out as well. However, my thoughts kept returning to the contrast of Jacob's behavior. I didn't know what to think. Was Jacob simply putting on a show in front of his friends and family so that no one would know the difficulties that we really faced? Was this his way of apologizing? That didn't make any sense to me either. Jacob was always one to speak first. Think later. So I knew that if he had something on his mind that he would simply say it. So it had to be something that he didn't feel like he could share with me, and that scared me to death. After the excitement of the party wore off, Jacob and I walked back to our house. Our joined hands swung easily with each step that we took, and the stars shone brightly. There was no moon, but by now we were both familiar with the terrain. It's been a great evening, Jacob said casually. Yeah, it really has. Do you think that we were that sappy when we first got engaged? Most likely. I looked down sadly, and I caught Jacob glance at me out of the corner of his eye. He bit his lip, a nervous gesture that I knew he picked up from me. I'm sorry, Bella. He took a deep breath, letting it out slowly. I don't understand, Jake. I know, I didn't expect it to be this hard. I didn't either. I'm not giving up. Jacob promised. I don't want you to. I looked up at him, and he wrapped his arms around me, lifting me off the ground as my arms went around his neck. I wanted to tell him that I wasn't going to give up either, that we were worth fighting for. And maybe I did as we made love to each other that night. I did not know they were all afraid. The Septons, the Septas, the Sparrows, the begging brothers, even the Catlet afraid. Things were much better for a while, and then a couple months later, Jacob was distant again. I was speechless, as it actually got even worse than it was before. The slightest thing would set him off. There were times when I was actually scared of him, and I could tell that he knew. Bella, he said sadly. I jumped back. Don't you dare touch me, I shrieked. I would never He was breathing heavily, his hands balled up into fists on his sides. Jacob, I don't understand any of this. So don't start to say what you will or won't do. I walked to the door of our room. I'm heading out, and if it weren't for the store and cafe, I wouldn't be coming back tonight. Jacob leaped towards the door. No, Bella, please. I just need time. Time for what? I was beyond furious as I paced back and forth with angry steps. It's just, the phone rang, and I knew that he would answer it. We didn't get a lot of phone calls, so they were usually important when they did call. Damn it, Jacob mumbled as he picked it up. He nodded his head as he listened, and I could tell that something was wrong. I'll be right on it. No, it is not a problem. This is what I'm here for. I'm glad to help. See you soon. I had come back in and sat on the bed with my feet tucked under me. What's going on? I started to wonder if he would be able to tell me, or if that was a secret as well. A small group of friends went camping, but it seems that one of them got lost. They can't find her. They looked all day for her, scared that they would get in trouble, but decided that getting help was more important, so her dad is getting a search party and wanted some help. I nodded my head. I didn't know what more to say. I'm heading over to her house now. Once I have her scent, I should be able to track her easily. I kept nodding my head at the appropriate times as Jacob continued. He didn't want to howl in case it alerted Paul, Leah, or Jared, so he called Quill, Brady, and Cullen, and they all agreed to meet him out in the woods for further information. I'll be back as soon as I can. He kissed me quickly, my fingers touching the tingle that his lips left behind as he walked out of the room. I leaned back on the bed for a long time, thinking about what I should do. Slowly, I got ready for bed and looked around at the emptiness of the room, and I couldn't handle it any longer. With a heavy heart and a deep sigh, I walked out. Jacob's POV. I had never been more frustrated in all my life. This wasn't supposed to be so hard. Not to mention that as soon as I started to feel like things were getting easier, then something would happen that would cause the whole cycle to start over again. Maybe I shouldn't be keeping it a secret from Bella, but I really wanted to surprise her. It also wasn't her issue, it was my own. In my head, it sounded so simple. I would stop phasing, and then we could grow old together. I talked to Quill and he would take over as alpha for Cullen and Brady. They all knew that they could quit if they wanted to, but both Cullen and Brady just really loved being wolves and didn't see any reason to stop. It made sense for Quill to keep phasing to be able to age with Claire. She was now 9 years old, and they are the best of friends. Quill couldn't imagine anything different right now, but at the same time knew that there wasn't an imprinted pair that hadn't ended up being together. Things would get better after I would phase. But it made me feel like a drug addict. Like I needed him. In order to be me. I didn't like the dependency that I had. I could go 1 month pretty easily. The second month was harder, and by the third month it felt like I was going to explode from the inside out. I was scared to death that at any time I would actually do that, and if I happened to be near Bella when that would happen, then I would hurt her. I couldn't let that happen, so I would stay away from her, which would make her angry, and that was an extremely dangerous combination. After the huge fight with Quill, I swore that I wouldn't let it get that bad again, but I didn't know how to keep that promise. I could actually see fear in Bella's eyes when she would look at me, and it was the most painful thing I had ever seen. My heart almost stopped at the thought of Bella leaving me, and I leaped towards the door. How on earth did things get this terrible? No, Bella, please. I just need time. Time for what? Bella was beyond furious as she paced back and forth with angry steps. It's just, I was about to tell her everything when the phone rang. I debated about not answering it at all, but it rarely rang unless it was important. Damn it, I mumbled as I picked it up. I was told about a missing teenage camper, then explained it to Bella, and called the guys to meet me in the woods. I'll be back as soon as I can. I kissed her quickly before leaving, praying that it wouldn't be the last kiss I would give her. Bella looked so surprised by the gesture, as her fingers touched her lips for a moment, and I cringed on the inside. Was I trying so hard to keep her safe and keep my distance from her that I didn't even kiss her on a regular basis? I tried to think of when I had kissed her last, and I was blank. No wonder Bella didn't want to stick around. I was treating her terribly without any sort of explanation. That was about to change. I would tell her everything as soon as I got back. I went downstairs and looked at my wedding ring still on my finger and slowly took it off, placing it in the bowl on the bench in the garage. Part of me felt like I shouldn't even be wearing it, in case I exploded at some random moment. But I couldn't take it off. It was my constant reminder of why I was quitting in the first place. The money spent to buy me a new ring, if it were to shatter into pieces, would be well worth being able to keep it on my finger. I hated taking it off, but didn't really have a choice when I knew that I was going to phase. It didn't take long at Brittany's house. I mostly just needed to step inside for a moment so that I could get her scent. I got additional information on where they were camping, and then I was able to leave. However, it was long enough for the thunderstorm that had been threatening in the distance to make its grand entrance. In no time, I was on 4 legs with my shorts attached to my leg. Where to? Brady asked.
You hear that?
Quill asked. The rain was pouring down in large sheets, making it difficult to see, and the thunder rumbled loudly all around us. No, I don't hear anything, I stated. Go with what you thought you heard, and I'll follow you. I offered to Quill. Good ears, Quill, I encouraged. Thanks, Jake. It hadn't taken us long to find where she was, and a few minutes later I could see her. She was hunched at the base of a thick tree, taking cover under the branches. Her long hair was cloaked around her soaking wet shoulders, and her arms were wrapped around her legs that were curled up to her chest. Her whole body was shaking, a combination of being cold and from crying. I could see the goosebumps along her arms. I'm going to phase out and carry her home. I told them. Do you want any help? Brady asked. Not right now. 4 huge men in the woods would probably scare her. However, stay close in case she seems afraid of me, or doesn't want to come for some reason. All right, I'll run home and call her family so they will know she has been found, and that you are bringing her home. Quill offered. Sounds good. I phased out and put on my shorts. They were covered in mud and completely soaked, but I didn't really care. Brittany, I yelled her name, so that it wouldn't seem like I sprung out of thin air, and so that I didn't scare her. Help, she yelled back, and I saw her scramble to get out from under the tree. Her jeans and t-shirt were covered in thick mud, and she wrapped her arms around herself. I walked to her quickly, and a large flash of lightning zigzagged across the sky. Hi, I'm Jacob Black. Do you know who I am? Why, yes, she stuttered. I have been looking for you. I walked close enough to touch her, but I didn't. Are you hurt? No, JJJJs. I reached out my hand to her. Well then, let's get you home, before we both drown. She gave me a weak smile and took my hand. Hers was so cold that it almost hurt. I'm sorry my hand is so hot. I was, really moving fast, looking for you. She was quiet for a while, as we continued to walk. It actually feels really good. I have been so cold for so long. It was a good sign that she had stopped stuttering. But somehow the rain started to come down even harder than it already was. Do you mind if I carry you? It would get us both home a lot faster. Yeah, sure. I picked her up with my arm under her knees, and my other arm behind her shoulders. I hunched over a little to try and shield her body from the rain as I began to run. Have you been searching by yourself? Brittany asked. No, I have some friends that were helping, and I know that your parents had a search party gathered, but I'm not sure how this weather affected the turnout. Thank you. She smiled. No problem. It didn't take much longer, and I could see her house and held her a little tighter as we approached. Her family members were all gathered on the front porch, and they all ran towards me. It was so fantastic to see a family that was united, and it was so clear how much they loved and cared for one another. Thank you so much, her mother cried and hugged me tightly. It's my pleasure. I was glad that I could help. I smiled at them, shook hands with the father, and then I excused myself to get home. I used my key to unlock the cafe, and went upstairs to our room. The room was almost exactly the way that I left it. Except, no Bella, sleeping in our bed. No Bella. In the bathroom. I even walked to the guest room, and she wasn't there either. A small, cold hand grazed my shoulder, and immediately, my hand reached out towards the contact, and my head snapped up. Bella, I mumbled. My eyes were swollen and hazy from crying. Yes, Jacob. Without further thought, I yanked her into my lap. I wrapped my arms around her and held her like a child, holding a toy doll. My hands were pressed into her back, and my face was at her neck, as I continued to cry. Bella didn't struggle or push me away, but she didn't really respond in any way. Her arms stayed limp by her side. She seemed to know that this was about me processing my own behavior. She didn't say anything for a long time. I guess she got used to not understanding me lately. That realization hurt more, and so I began to mumble out apologies to her. Oh, Bella, I'm so sorry. Please forgive me. I've been a complete idiot. That last statement seemed to have caught her attention. Yes, you have been, she interrupted. Care to tell me why? Yes, I'll tell you everything. Sitting in our hallway, I explained to her that I was trying to stop phasing, and that was why I was so extremely moody. I explained the cycle of how I felt great right after I had phased, and then how the intensity would build and build inside of me. Bella would nod her head, and at first it seemed that she understood. Then it seemed the more she thought about it, the angrier she became. Jacob, that is the stupidest thing I have ever heard. I know. Did you not think that maybe I liked your wolf? What? No, I thought you wanted me to age. I do, but I have been with your wolf, too, and not just you. I ride him, pet him, and I love him, too. Well, Bella shrugged. And suddenly I was laughing so hard that I almost dumped Bella out of my lap. I held her tightly to keep that from happening, and Bella scowled, slapping me in the chest with her hand. Stop laughing at me! Oh, Bella groaned, got up out of my lap, and stood in the hallway, shaking her head. What am I going to do with you? Apparently you are going to ride me, I smirked. Hey, I thought those lips were sealed. Oops, I forgot. Bella wiped her backside that had been sitting in my lap. Geez, Jake, do you think you could have at least dried off some before you freaked out? Bella tried to hide a smirk, but failed. Excuse me for losing it when I thought you had left me. Where were you? In the bookstore. I couldn't stand to be in our room alone anymore. Bella took a deep breath, and it was a reminder of how serious things really were between us. Bells, I shook my head. I'm so sorry. I can't handle it. When you don't tell me what is going on, do not keep me in the dark again. We are supposed to be a team. You are right, I don't know how, but we can do this together. I got up off the floor, walked over to her, and rested my hands on her shoulders. Please give me the chance to do this the right way. I'll never leave you, Bells. I know, but that is what it felt like. That you didn't want to be near me. You wouldn't even touch me. I explained my fear of exploding and that I didn't want to be near her if or when that happened. Bella told me that she understood, and we hugged each other tightly. I scooped her up in my arms and apologized to her for getting her all wet by taking all her clothes off, and we washed each other in the warm shower and kissed, rubbed our bodies together, and groped like teenagers. I woke up the next morning completely naked with a huge smile on my face. Bella was awake, leaving tiny kisses across my chest and neck before landing on my lips. It was Sunday and neither of us worked, so we had the whole day to ourselves. I think that you owe me a ride, Bella smiled, wrapping her arms around my waist. Didn't I already give you one? I smirked and winked at her. Bella blushed and chuckled. Yes, but I was talking about the other more furry you. Already? I asked, surprised. Well, you are quitting, and I assume that you were a wolf when searching for the lost girl. Bella bit the edge of her bottom lip. So, I figure now we go for a last run, and then I will do everything I can to help you. Oh, Bells. I wrapped my arms around her and leaned my cheek on the top of her head. You're absolutely amazing. I love you so much. We both held on to each other for a long time, and then Bella looked up at me and whispered, Let's do this. It was a cold morning from the storm that had come through the night, and Bella went back upstairs to put on jeans, her boots, and grabbed her jacket. Despite my wolf being very warm to ride, she still got cold when I would run fast, and with this being the final run, I think that we both knew that I would want to run like the wind. I took several deep breaths, and it seemed like the realization of what I was getting ready to do really sunk in deep. Could I really give him up? At the end, when I was no longer on four legs, could it really be the last time? I closed my eyes and tried to picture it in my mind. My hands were clenched into fists down on our small kitchen table. It was like thinking about cutting off my arm or leg. Sure, I could live without it, but I also knew that my life was never going to be the same. Bella came and wrapped her arms around me, pressing herself into my back, and I could feel her kiss between my shoulder blades. Quietly, we walked outside. Our house was a little more in town than my dad's house, so it was a short walk to get into the cover of trees. We were hand in hand until we came to a stop, and slowly Bella pulled my shirt over my head. I remained still as she undressed me. Neither of us said anything for a long time. You ready? I asked, with a sigh. Yeah, Bella answered softly. I let the heat that I was so familiar with consume me, and in an instant I was on four legs. Bella stepped forward and ran her fingers through my fur. I love you, Bella murmured. Slowly, I lowered myself to the ground, and silently Bella got on my back. Her legs wrapped around my torso and she laid forward with her arms around my neck. I knew that she had learned to ride well and she could sit up, holding on with her legs or onto my fur. So for her to lean over, it was her way of hugging him. With Bella securely in place, I began to run. I went to all of our favorite places, to the ponds that we would swim in, the waterfall that I proposed at, and to hundreds of places in between. Bella kept one arm around my neck, unless she sat up to get a better view of where we were. Her other hand consistently moved through my fur. My wolf had become so second nature to me that I didn't really think about the feel of the leaves as my paws crunched them into the ground, or the squish of the mud as it was thrown behind me. After several hours of running, I felt Cullen and Brady phase in. They were simply going for a quick run because they were bored. I could feel the heaviness of my own heart reflected in them when they both realized that this was my final phase. Jake, I'm going to miss you, Brady said, what they were both thinking. I couldn't ask for a better mentor, thank you, Cullen added. Thanks, guys. I'll still be here for you if you ever need me. Just not like this. Quill will be taking over. However, either of you can quit any time. I told them. Mentioning Quill made me wish that he was here. Brady and Cullen both howled. Those that had stopped phasing would know it was them and not an emergency that they needed to phase for. However, it would alert Quill, and a few minutes later he phased in. I could feel him poking around in our heads, trying to figure out what is going on. Yeah, she is with me now, I answered. Good. Quill, I'm sorry I didn't tell her from the start. I know that put you in an awkward situation. Yeah, it did, Quill acknowledged honestly. I'm not sure that we all really meant to, but we ended up all four meeting together. I think that Bella could tell when the other wolves joined in from the way that my running usually changed. It was still smooth and even, but I was also distracted, sometimes looking into their mind instead of paying attention to what was in front of me. So it didn't seem to surprise Bella when we all circled together. I kneed down for a moment, Bella said, patting my shoulders with her hands. It gets uncomfortable for her to ride for a long time without a break. I crouched down and she slid off, holding my side until she had her balance. Go, Bella said as she pushed against my shoulder. I tilted my head at her in confusion. Go, run with your pack. I'll be here when you get back. My wolf whimpered and I didn't want to leave her. I'll be fine. She reached out and pet around my ear and kissed the tip of my snout. Jeez, Jake! Quill snickered. I would make some snide comment, but instead he paused for a moment, and in his mind I saw the different times that Bella has spent with my wolf, talking to him, touching him. It was fantastic. I hope you know how lucky you are. Even the other imprints aren't as comfortable with the wolves as Bella is. I nodded my big head and licked her cheek. My tongue was huge compared to her head, and I licked from her jaw to her ear.
Bella giggled and wiped her face.
That is still gross, you know. We all four barked out a laugh, and Bella looked at us. She backed up and sat down on a fallen tree that was next to a small stream that flowed by. Go, she whispered again. I finally agreed, and we began to run extremely fast with Quill on my flank. We were a united front, like a bullet going through the air. There wasn't a specific place that we were going to, so we just all ran as fast as we could, and because I was faster sometimes I would get a good distance ahead, and then let them catch up. We had been running for a while, and I knew I needed to get back to Bella. I ran fast again at my full speed, creating several yards between myself and the guys. Then I started to loop around and weave through the trees even faster. Wait, Jake, I heard them yell, but continued to go at my full speed. I doubled back and quickly I was behind Quill on his flank. Sorry, Quill said, and started to slow down. No, stay where you are, I told him. What? It's time, Quill. I ran the next few minutes behind him and they all knew that I was passing on the reins to him. At first it didn't really feel different, but then I could feel Quill take on the role and some of the authority seemed to shift. Part of me was relieved because I never really wanted to have the responsibility to begin with. However, there was another part of me that wanted to fight and keep the control. Quill led us back to where Bella was and we all came to a stop. Thank you, Jake. I brought my head down. You are welcome, my friend. Cullen and Brady both hunched down in front of Quill, submitting to his leadership, and it felt right, like my time as Alpha was over, and I was able to comfortably place that responsibility on Quill. Bella stepped towards us, and her eyes were wide and jaw laxed open in surprise. I think that she knew what had happened. She came and stood between Quill and myself, placing a hand on each of our heads. Thank you, she said, looking back and forth between us. For a long time no one said anything, even our thoughts were rather quiet. Bella took a deep sigh and looked at me. I don't want to take you away. Are you sure? Bella asked. Yes, I stepped closer to her, taking her in my arms. You are my everything. I don't need to be a wolf any longer. What about the Volturi? Bella whispered. Edward has promised to let me know when they become an issue, but I'm not going to let them dictate my life. I can phase again if I ever need to. I answered, with my arms still around her. Her head was on my shoulder, and I rested my cheek on the top of her head. You ready to get home? I felt her nod her head and I kissed her hair before I took 2 long steps backwards and phased back into my wolf. It had been 3 extremely long months, and I knew that I would not have made it without Bella by my side. I haven't phased again since our last run, but there were so many times that I thought I was going to completely explode. I would close my eyes and hold my head as I could feel my form blurring. Sometimes it would help to go for a run and just scream until the shaking subsided. It was a very lonely time in my life with both Bella and Quill giving the space that I needed. There was an intense night when I had a bad dream. The bed was shaking so badly that Bella woke me up, actually scared that I was going to phase in my sleep. I wanted to start sleeping in the guest room, but Bella told me that she would be coming with me if I tried to sleep someplace else. At times her stubbornness would make me angry, and I could feel myself growling.
Don't you growl at me, Jacob.
Bella cautioned, but remained calm. I can't help it. Remember who you are. You are a man, not a beast. That became our thing, and she would come and whisper to me who I was to her. You are my husband. You are my best friend. You are strong. You are my everything. I love you. Don't forget. This is for us. Her encouragement and love became my source of strength and helped me to remain focused on my goal. In the last couple weeks, I began to feel like a breakthrough was made, and I don't know if it was my wolf giving up or me figuring out to override his dominance. It was like a stress-induced weight was lifted off of mine and Bella's shoulders, and we could both breathe easier. Bella smiled all the time, and it was wonderful. I didn't realize how much my uneasiness was affecting her. Tonight we were celebrating our 1-year anniversary, and quite a year it had been. I was waiting in the kitchen as Bella finished getting ready. She came down in a beautiful cranberry red dress that had a slight shimmer to it. She must have gotten a new bra or something, because she was smoking hot with the deep neckline of the dress. Hey, beautiful, I gave her a hand down the last step. Bella blushed and had a beautiful glow to her cheeks. Thank you. We walked out to our rabbit, and I drove us to Port Angeles, and ate at the steak and seafood restaurant that we had gone to on our very first date. It was fun to be able to reflect back on our relationship. It was still owned and operated by my cousins, but they left us alone and gave us our privacy. We were finishing up our dessert when we decided it was time to exchange gifts. Bella and I didn't give each other a lot of presents. It just wasn't something that was overly important to either one of us. But after the year that we have had, I felt like it was important that we find a way to acknowledge the accomplishment of making it through it. Bella, I'm so sorry for the way that I have behaved. Jacob, stop! We've gone over this. Bella shook her head. I don't need your apology. It has been said and forgiven. All right, but you will just have to keep forgiving me, because I can't stop saying how grateful I am. Bella smiled and leaned over the table, and I met her as our lips caressed each other. As we kissed, I reached into my pocket to get out her present. I had a small black box that I wrapped in purple paper. I was going to put a bow on it, but then it would have gotten squished in my pocket, so I decided not to. Once our lips left one another, Bella looked down and saw the box on the table. You should probably open it before thanking me. Nah, you always give me fantastic presents, Bella smiled, happily.
Glad you think so.
Slowly, Bella used her nail to open the tape without tearing the paper and then unwrapped the paper from the box. She lifted the lid, and surrounded by soft foam was a wooden wolf charm. I had used another small branch from our driftwood tree and used my tools to carve it when I needed time to myself. 2 weeks ago, I visited with my dad and used some of his stain to make it the same russet brown color as my wolf. Oh, Jake. Bella bit her lip, and immediately her eyes filled with tears. I can't believe it, Bella blubbered through her tears. Over the years, I had added several other charms, such as a shell from the beach, a book, a conversation heart that said, "Marry me," and a tiny motorcycle. I knew that she would love it and understand the significance of the wolf, as well as her being able to look at it on her wrist on a daily basis. But I didn't expect her to begin to sob. Oh, Bells, I got out of my chair and knelt on the floor next to her chair. She wrapped her arms around my neck, and I rubbed her back as she cried.
I'm sorry.
I didn't mean to. It's just... Bella continued to blubber and sob. Shh. I cooed. It's all right. I continued to hold her until she finally was able to get her emotions under control and took a deep sigh. Bella used her napkin to wipe her face. Well, that was unexpected. She half laughed. You're telling me? I kissed her lips softly, and I could feel her smile against my lips. I'm really glad that you liked it. Bella gave her face another wipe and took a deep sigh. You ready for yours? She asked. Sure, not sure how you're going to top that, I teased. Is that a challenge? Bella smirked. It hadn't been, but I took a moment and thought about it. All right, you're on. Bella reached into her purse and pulled out a small gift bag. It had pale blue and pink stripes with white tissue paper. I pulled out the paper and tipped it over and into my hand. Fell 2 small knitted socks. I looked over at Bella confused. You thought you could challenge my gift with a tiny pair of socks? Bella began to laugh. They aren't socks, they are booties. I thought about it for a moment. Sorry, but that isn't helping. What are booties? Then the moment the question left my lips, I remembered. I gasped, realizing what she was telling me. I could see Bella's grin slowly spread across her face to match my own. Congratulations, Jake. We're having a baby. We came back from our anniversary dinner completely ecstatic. A couple days later, we threw a huge party and invited all of our friends. It was the first time that we really had company in our new home. It was sort of weird with the shop, cafe, bookstore, and home all being combined, but it worked great. We all started out in the cafe eating together at the various tables. Bella made her famous chicken enchiladas, and I helped with the beans and rice. Together we made cookies, and had to clean up the kitchen and ourselves from the flour and sugar that spilled in the process. After eating, some brought their chair from the cafe into the bookstore, and others lounged on the couches there. "I'm so happy for you, Jacob," my dad said, rubbing his lips together like he wanted to say more, but didn't. "I'm sorry, Dad. I should have told you what I was doing. It wasn't that, but I hated seeing what was happening to you and Bella because of it." He took my hand and squeezed it. "However, I know you learned an important lesson all on your own. That is what being a couple is all about. Learning and growing together." "Thanks, Dad. I won't keep anything like that from her again." "What are you keeping from Bella?" Charlie asked. I glanced at Dad, begging for him to help me out. "It was from Rachel. Jacob kept the secret that Bella was pregnant for 3 days, and she is pissed." Dad smiled, and I nodded slightly at him, grateful for the cover. It wasn't a complete lie. Rachel was upset, but it was more like an exaggeration because she got over it pretty quickly. Congrats, Jacob." Charlie slapped me on the back. "Thanks." We stared at each other a little awkwardly. "I really had no idea what it was like for the father of the girl you knocked up, even if she was your wife at the time." After a long pause, Dad helped me out again, changing the topic with Charlie and planning out their next fishing trip. I was seriously going to have to take Dad out, name the baby after him, or do something nice. He saved my butt twice today. Once Bella returned from going to the bathroom for the millionth time, she crawled into bed next to me. The first 6 months of Bella's pregnancy was not easy. She was so sick to start out that she thought she would never leave the bathroom. Everything made her nauseous. Even the soups and sandwiches from the cafe were unappealing to her, and she actually lost 15 pounds. Everyone said that the second trimester would get better, but nothing really changed. "You need to figure out how to get some food in you," I said, concerned, and wrapped my arms around her, placing my hands on her round stomach as she rested her head on my chest. "Yeah, I know," she took a deep sigh. "You are going to regret saying that when I eventually blow up like a balloon," she whispered. "Are you seriously worried about that I won't find you attractive?" I shook my head. "That's crazy, Bella." "No, it's not." "Yes, it is, and sort of insulting, like I'm some jerk, only after your smoking hot bod." "Well, you are, aren't you?" Bella smirked mischievously. "Absolutely not. Now get over here." I rolled her on top of me and began to kiss her passionately. I could feel her round stomach pressed into mine and slowly rolled her over. Her nightshirt didn't really fit, and I trailed kisses down her neck and lifted her shirt, kissing her belly. I continued to kiss her stomach and touched her skin when I felt a little bump against my lips. "Yeah, was that him?" I asked, still looking up at Bella. Bella nodded. "It sure was. She really likes you." "How about Sandy?" Bella asked, as I continued to touch her stomach. "For what?" I asked. "Baby name." Too dog-like." "Exactly." Bella grinned, and I rolled my eyes. "Marie," I suggested. "Maybe, if you want family names." Bella paused for a moment. "Sarah." I shook my head. "I don't think so. I love my mom, but it's also sad. It is like I can't remember as much as I want to about her. I don't want to feel that every time I call my kid." Bella gave me a small hug. "I understand that. I also like something that can be shortened. You know, like Jacob becomes Jake, and Bella becomes Bells." Bella said thoughtfully, "We can keep thinking about it." Sure. I took a deep breath, releasing it slowly. Bella smiled and relaxed with her eyes closed, rolling over to her side, and I snuggled in behind her, keeping my hands on her stomach. The following morning, we drove to Forks for Bella's doctor visit. They were normally once a month, but her doctor was a little concerned with how much weight she had lost, so she wanted to have weekly appointments until Bella got the weight back on. We walked in hand, and Bella checked herself in at the counter while I waited. The room was nicely decorated with pictures of families or tiny babies wrapped in soft blankets. There was one with a small toddler with 4 tiny puppies crawling all over her, and she was laughing. I laughed. "You ready for a new pet already?" "Maybe." Bella smiled, shrugging her shoulders. "Charlie seems to really like Maggie." That was a great idea. For Christmas, we got Charlie a 2-year-old Labrador mix. She brought some excitement to his quiet house and would curl up and sleep on his feet when watching TV, so it was a good combination. Dr. Hobbs came and called us back for our appointment. She was an average woman with short blonde hair and soft smile. Bella removed her shoes and got on the scale. "It looks like you have gained 2 pounds," Dr. Hobbs said. "That's good, right?" I questioned. "That is what we have been hoping for." Bella nodded her head, even though she didn't look happy about it. I took her hand as we walked to her appointment room. Bella sat down on the bed and the doctor asked her a series of questions. Well, let's take a look inside and see what we can see, Dr. Hobbs said, as she got the sonogram machine set up. This wasn't our first one, but to be honest, last time all I saw was a strange-looking blob. Thinking the doctor had to be on something to try and say what anything was. Bella, on the other hand, cried through the whole thing, even calling the blob beautiful of all things. The doctor got the gel smoothed over her stomach, pressing the wand over her, and the images on the screen began to take shape. Oh wow, I murmured. The images look so different. There was a clear profile, and I could see my baby's round head and tiny arms and legs. Both legs were kicking, and the doctor moved closer to the baby's face, and I could see him sucking his thumb. Hello, baby, Bella smiled, with tears streaming down her cheeks. Then Dr. Hobbs clicked something on the screen, and I saw my baby come to life. Against the black screen, I could see his round cheeks and the point of his tiny nose. His tiny lips smacked together in search of the thumb that was now pressed against his chin. I held Bella's hand as we both watched the images on the screen. Are you sure that you don't want to know the gender? Dr. Hobbs asked. We decided that we wanted to wait to find out what we were having once he or she was born. There weren't a whole lot of things in life that were a pleasant surprise. We were going with simple green and brown decorations in the baby's room that we could then add pink or blue. Bella and I looked at each other. This is up to you, Bells. It doesn't make any difference to me.
Are you sure?
'Cause you usually call her a him, Bella asked. And you usually call him a her, I smiled, with a small laugh. But it doesn't matter to me what we are having. I just say him, because that is what I'm used to. If we have a baby girl, I'll be just as happy. Bella sniffled from the tears that she had shed while watching our baby on the screen and dried them off her face. Okay then, let's wait. I hugged her awkwardly, trying not to get the gel off her belly, and kissed her softly. We had an early lunch and then went to the hospital for our class. There were a total of 5 couples in class. 3 were married, 1 had her mother with her, the other couple was extremely quiet, so I didn't know much about them. We started with a tour of the facilities, showing us the birthing beds used for labor and delivery, and then took us by the recovery area. They explained that most stayed 1 to 3 days in the hospital after a normal delivery. The rooms were very basic, with a standard hospital bed, a pull-out couch for a guest to sleep on, 1 additional chair, and a TV mounted on the wall. Then we went to the nursery. There were 6 things lined in a row. 3 of them had babies wrapped in blue blankets, and 1 was wrapped in a pink. All the girls awed and cooed at the little bundles. Weren't they cute? Bella asked. I shrugged. They were babies. You don't think all babies are cute? Bella asked, seeming to be surprised by that. Well, I haven't seen a whole lot of babies, but no, I don't think they are all cute. I have seen enough to know there are some freaky-looking babies. Bella glared, slapping my shoulder. Don't say that. You're going to make our baby ugly. Bella looked really angry at me, like I had done something really terrible. You'll jinx it or something. It has got to be bad luck to call other babies ugly. Oh, geez, sorry. I rubbed her back, between her shoulder blades. Bella stayed really stiff in her shoulders, still glaring until her lips started twitching and she started laughing, so hard that she half snorted. Bella? I asked, really confused. I was completely joking, she said, and then leaned forward, whispering in my ear. I believe that there can be ugly babies, too. Then she put her hand over her mouth in a guilty gesture, biting her lip softly. I pretended to gasp in surprise and then held her tight. You silly girl. Then we went back to a small room with 2 long tables and 12 chairs. We received lots of papers. They were all pretty boring except for the topless pics and the breastfeeding stuff. I had to say that took me by surprise. Sure, I knew the concept of breastfeeding, but hadn't really given it a whole lot of thought, and had no idea how it actually worked. The pain doctor came in and talked about the process of getting an epidural and other techniques that could be used to manage pain. It didn't help my already nervous thoughts about the birth process. I didn't like the idea of Bella hurting so much. Are you going to do that? I asked, talking about the epidural. I don't know. I hate needles, and I have never really liked pain medication. Bella grimaced. You are a tough girl. Bella took a deep breath, sighing slowly. I sure hope so. Then we moved into the last stages of her pregnancy, and signs to watch for to know if she were going into labor. It was really amazing how a body was able to change to accommodate a growing baby inside them, and even more amazing was the dramatic changes it took in a matter of hours in order to go through the birth process. Are you scared? I whispered to Bella, when our class was taking a break. Yes, Bella nodded. However, I think there is a reason it takes 9 months. It gives you time to adjust to the idea. The baby inside her gave a hard kick, and Bella winced a little. This probably helps too, and I can imagine in a few more months I'll be really ready to get her out. I smiled and rubbed her stomach softly. That's true. It will be nice to be able to do something. I feel so helpless right now. Bella shook her head and placed her hand over mine that was still on her stomach. You do far more than you realize. You have been so great, taking care of me when I've been so sick, and you kept me from falling apart. The break was over, and we all moved to the floor. They taught us the recommended breathing. It seemed kind of stupid to me. It wasn't like someone would forget to breathe. Not to mention the hee-hee-woo technique added to the silliness. Jeez. They should have showed us that before you got knocked up, I mumbled to Bella. Bella, with eyes wide, slowly nodded her head. I can't do this. I wanted to agree with her, but I felt like she needed my support at the moment. Yes, you can. Bella just kept shaking her head, taking slow, deep breaths. I bet that pain medication is sounding pretty good right about now. I smiled, trying to joke in order to lighten the mood. Yeah, no kidding. At the end, a pediatrician came in and talked to us about what to expect after the baby was born. He answered a lot of questions, and I couldn't think of much to ask. Bella and I walked away with a lot to think about, and at least a general idea of what to expect. Bella progressed, and suddenly went from all food being disgusting to not being able to eat enough. She was starving all the time, making us joke about her feeding our little wolf. In the next month, Bella gained all the weight she lost, plus an additional 10 pounds. How about Gabriel? I asked. We were still debating baby names and would usually go to bed each night, bantering different options. No, too angelic. Bella shook her head. How can a baby name be too angelic? I asked. Bella shrugged. It just is. How about Danielle or Daniel? Would you mind Danny for a girl? Sure, I don't mind. Bella smiled, rolling over so that her body brushed against me. Bella's belly grew, however, the rest of her seemed to stay in great shape, especially her chest, that was filling quite nicely. Stop staring. Bella slapped me in the back of the head when she caught me checking her out. No, I get to do that. I winked at her. And you thought I wouldn't find you attractive while you were pregnant. I grinned, smirking slightly. Oh geez, Bella rolled her eyes, but smiled, looking down at herself. Yeah, I sort of forgot about this part.
Me too, I shrugged.
But the grin on my face most likely gave away how much I really liked it. Bella pretended like she didn't like my admiration, as she got ready for bed. Did I tell you that I talked to Alice today? Bella said, sleepily. Nope. How are they? Good. They are enjoying France. But she wants to come visit before the baby is born for some shopping. Wouldn't it be better to wait until we know what the baby is, after he or she is born? I asked. Bella started laughing. No, Alice thinks it is great that we don't know that way. She can buy double of everything. I rolled my eyes. Of course. That is so Alice. Bella nodded her head and laced her hand through mine. Yeah, she is really excited, and I think that Edward is going to join her when she visits. When are you meeting? I asked, rubbing her back. In a few weeks maybe, as soon as it works best for them. However, they felt like it was too dangerous for them to come in this area, that someone might recognize them, and Edward spent too much time in Seattle for us to go there, so we might be going to Portland. Do you mind if I come? I asked. Sure, she shrugged, looking at me confused. You want to go shopping? I shrugged. I don't really care, I just don't want you that far away. But I still want you to be able to go. That will be fun. Thanks for coming. Bella reached up and kissed my lips. I kissed her back and we kissed each other late into the night, falling asleep in each other's arms.